He turned to Trish and Holt beside him. The energy fluctuations ahead are already close to the level of an official wizard. I suggest you leave now. A hint of hesitation flashed in Holt's eyes, and he subconsciously rubbed the core of the rebuilt golem. With the three of us together, maybe we can. No, Ron interrupted him, his tone rarely forceful. That kind of energy fluctuation is beyond the scope that an advanced apprentice can handle. Continuing forward will only distract me. Trish keenly observed the change in Ron's expression. A hint of understanding passing through her brown eyes. You intend to face it alone. She paused for a moment. Or is there something over there related to you? Ron did not directly answer, but a rare gravity flashed in his eyes. I do have some things that must be dealt with. In his perception, the vibration of the stand-in puppet at his waist became increasingly apparent, as if being attracted by something in the distance. Trish and Holt exchanged a glance. Both reading the same information in each other's eyes, Ron had made up his mind. And indeed, they couldn't be of help. I have gathered several special abyssal plant seeds, as well as moss that can directly sense emotions. Trish sighed, fingers gently stroking the storage bag at her waist. Although it's a pity not to reach the deepest part, the harvest has already exceeded expectations. Holt also nodded, eyes carrying a hint of helplessness. My earth elemental golem needs to readjust the fusion ratio with crystallized bone. Its current state is indeed not suitable for high-intensity combat. He looked at Ron, a trace of worry in his eyes. If you insist on proceeding, at least promise us one thing. As soon as you find yourself overmatched, immediately use the insignia to leave. Holt's voice was exceptionally solemn. Don't force it, nothing is more important than staying alive. Ron smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. I will. Trish gave Ron one last look, her brown hair appearing particularly dark under the blood-red glow. Don't do anything foolish. Without waiting for a response, she had already activated the insignia in her hand. A flash of white light passed, and her figure disappeared from the spot. Holt followed closely behind, activating his insignia, leaving a low whisper before vanishing. Come out alive, or the top sequence might soon change. With his two teammates departing, the platform remained occupied only by Ron and Dale. The light at the edge of the crystal enclosure seemed increasingly bizarre, like the breathing rhythm of some abyssal creature. Master, those things over there seem to be looking for you, Dale said shakily, a flicker of unease in her pure golden eyes. Dale, you go back into the spatial bag first. Ron commanded softly, his voice calm yet irrefutable. What comes next is beyond what you can handle. The little sea siren hesitated, wanting to say something but swallowing it back, eventually nodding and obediently diving into the spatial bag. After everyone had left, Ron took a deep breath, feeling the power within flowing through his veins. It's time, Ron whispered to himself. Took out the silver Time Guardian pocket watch, his fingertips lightly stroking the exquisite patterns on its surface, feeling the deep energy contained within. This was one of his strongest trump cards, capable of achieving a brief, yet deadly time stasis. At the same time, he extended his consciousness into the 1,000 transformations, awakening the terrifying magic, perfectly recorded Unimaster's Phoenix Breath. It was a spell far beyond his current controllability, like a trickling stream trying to harness a mighty flood. Once released, he himself couldn't predict its ultimate destructive range and intensity. But at this moment, what he needed was this kind of extreme destructive power. Ron reached down to detach the stand-in puppet from the waist ring, feeling the energy fluctuations within. Letting you absorb such a unique existence. I wonder how much charging can be increased. Ron pondered to himself, his gaze growing sharp. He cautiously began to approach the source of the energy fluctuation, each step made with extreme care, his spiritual power highly concentrated, ready to respond to sudden situations at any time. Finally, through the last fog-covered passage, Ron saw the presence emanating terrifying pressure. A giant crimson-gold cocoon hovered in the center of the crystal platform, over 3 meters in diameter, its surface constantly flowing with energy patterns like living creatures. Those patterns formed complex designs, sometimes resembling human blood vessels, sometimes like some ancient rune, exuding ominous energy fluctuations. The space surrounding the giant cocoon was distinctly distorted, as if influenced by some invisible gravitational field, forming layer upon layer of ripple like waves. As Ron entered this area, the giant crimson gold cocoon suddenly began to shake violently, as if sensing the approach of a nemesis. The patterns on the cocoon's surface began to flow faster, fine cracks appearing on the originally smooth shell, seeming like the internal entity was eager to break free. Ron instantly understood the presence within the cocoon, had detected his arrival, and was accelerating the metamorphosis process, attempting to prematurely complete the final procedure. Just like he had seen Oliver and Cynthia before, wanting to prepare for battle before being discovered in their most vulnerable state. Bite the second hand. Ron murmured the activation phrase, initiating the watch's ability. A sharp black energy shot from the watch face, instantly covering the designated target. In this brief 0.5 seconds, that small area where the giant cocoon was entered a state of stillness. The air froze, dust hung suspended. Even the surface of the continuously writhing giant cocoon suddenly stopped moving, as if encased in transparent amber. Ron did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately unleashing the terrifying magic recorded in the 1,000 transformations. Record Phoenix Breath. Lifelike firebird flew from his palm, every feather detailed and lifelike, every inch of flame burning with pure destructive power. That was no ordinary flame, but a fluidized high-energy polymer, containing a terrifying power far beyond Ron's own abilities. The firebird drew a beautiful arc through the air, rushing directly toward the giant cocoon trapped by time stasis with unstoppable momentum. On the surface of the cocoon, an eye burning with crimson flames appeared to peer out. That eye carried an icy and frenzied intent unlike that of humans, yet as it saw the approaching firebird, a flicker of undisguised fear passed through it. The entity within the cocoon seemed to want to break free from its binds, but it was clearly unable to counter the force of time stasis. Being in the midst of transformation, it was caught in the most fragile intermediate state, like a fly trapped in amber, helplessly watching the impending catastrophe. A distorted yet familiar voice came from within the cocoon, filled with despair and unwillingness. But the firebird could no longer be stopped. At the moment it collided with the cocoon, the entire crystal platform seemed to be torn apart. A blinding white light exploded from the point of contact, intense enough to scorch one's eyes. After the white light came a strange silence, as if time and space had frozen at that moment. Then the thunderous boom. A massive explosion, akin to a meteor impact, swept through the entire area. Invisible shock waves spread out in all directions from the cocoon. Wherever it reached, crystal pillars shattered, the ground cracked, and even the air itself seemed to ignite, forming rings of scorching energy. Following this was a scarlet fireball over several meters in diameter, its internal energy concentration so high it distorted the surrounding light, creating a peculiar gravitational mirror effect. Within the fireball, various bizarre shapes flickered in and out: faces, claws, tentacles, eyes. As if countless lives were being torn apart and reassembled at the same moment. At the instant of the explosion, Ron initiated the flowing shield wall, completely encasing himself within it. Even though he was over 100 meters from the explosion center, the terrifying shockwave nearly caused his defense to collapse. The shield wall compressed to its limit, its surface developing thousands of cracks, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. Within the shield wall, Ron could clearly feel the astonishing heat and pressure from outside, as if he were inside a giant furnace. His skin reddened from the heat, and sweat on his forehead evaporated before it could fall. His lungs felt as if filled with lead, each breath becoming incredibly difficult. The aftermath of the explosion lasted nearly 30 seconds, its intensity and destructive power far exceeding any magic effect Ron had previously witnessed up close. When everything finally calmed, the entire crystal platform was unrecognizable. The once smooth ground had turned into a massive crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter. With countless crystal pillars collapsed and broken along the edges, the previously orderly enclosure structure obliterated. The crystal in the center of the crater was completely melted by the high temperature, forming a thin, glass-like substance, emitting suffocating heat. Ron slowly released the protection, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. If he hadn't activated the strongest defense in advance, that previous strike would have completely annihilated him and everything within a few hundred meters. Is this the power of an official wizard's strike? It's only at the peak of Morning Star level, not yet reaching Moon level. Ron murmured to himself, his eyes showing both shock and a hint of longing. Ending the superfluous thoughts in his mind, he began to cautiously inspect the battlefield. Nothing remained in the explosion center, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. Did it succeed? Ron exhaled, yet he maintained a high level of vigilance. At the heart of the battlefield, amidst the ruins, Ron remained vigilant, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations around him. Dust slowly descended, reflecting the dim light of blood-colored crystals, forming eerie beams of light in the air. Although the power is astonishing, it may not completely destroy him, Ron calculated clearly in his mind. He knew very well that he did not possess the precise control over Phoenix Breath, a spell far beyond his current capabilities, like Uni did. Large amount of energy would inevitably overflow and disperse in the explosion, making the chance of completely annihilating the clone very low. As magic power flowed through the air, he could detect some residual life signs, weak yet stubbornly persisting. If Master Uni herself had cast this spell, even leaving a single atom of the clone would be considered lucky for it. But the version he recorded through 1,000 transformations, though terrifying in power, lacked that lethal precision, being able to severely wound the clone already aligned with his initial plan. As Ron pondered, a slight tremor suddenly came from beneath the molten crystal at the center of the pit. The thin glass-like surface began to tremble, with fine cracks spreading outward from the center, forming a web-like pattern. Soon after, the thin glass-like surface was shattered from within. Shards flew in all directions, and a charred, barely human form slowly crawled out from within. The once handsome face was now unrecognizable, with skin cracked like charcoal, shedding fragments with every movement. The once imposingly intimidating crimson-golden eyes were now dull, with only weak embers flickering in the sockets. So it wasn't that easy to kill, Ron nodded, fully expecting this outcome. In fact, he most hoped to see the enemy in such a half-crippled state. If he had turned the clone to ashes in a single blow, it wouldn't actually maximize his benefits. Now the clone's power was significantly weakened, yet still intact enough, making it the perfect state for the stand-in puppet to absorb. The charred figure staggered to its feet, like a demon climbing back from hell. With its movements, layers of carbonized skin fell away, revealing flesh writhing underneath. The flesh squirmed unnaturally, attempting to fill in the gaps and wounds on the body. In this peculiar environment, the wounds healed at a visibly slower pace than before. The abyssal atmosphere surged from all directions, entangling the clone and accelerating its recovery. Yet this energy seemed unable to permeate fully, forming a barely there mist on the surface before gradually dissipating into the air. You actually... The clone let out a hoarse voice, harsh as metal scraping, its crimson-golden eyes filled with disbelief and fury. How could you possess such power? It staggered forward a few steps, its gait unsteady, completely losing its previous elegance and composure. The once majestic energy fluctuations were now intermittent, like an oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Ron quietly observed the clone's recovery process, his hand already resting on the stand-in puppet at his waist. He recalled the scene he had previously glimpsed. The clone descended like the Grim Reaper, almost decimating the entire Crystal Tower's elite team in an instant. Even the awakened Oliver and Cynthia were no match for it. Such overwhelming force was terrifying. Yet now this former terror was like a toddler, struggling even to stand. Its breath was rapid and heavy, each inhale accompanied by painful hissing, like a damaged bellows. Stand-in puppet, prepare for battle. Ron removed the puppet from his waist, infusing it with part of his consciousness and magic power. He could feel the puppet trembling slightly in his palm, seemingly eager for the impending battle and absorption. The puppet rapidly expanded, inflating to adult size in just a few seconds. Under the light, the puppet's surface gleamed with a metallic luster, a change brought about by its previous fusion with the traits of the snake demon and scorpion. The muscle lines were smooth and powerful, with explosive energy hidden in the joints, far more refined and dangerous than its initial clumsy doll form. Most striking was the third arm extending from the right scapula, covered entirely in dark purple scales, its tips sharp as claws, emanating a bluish glow. This was a special mutation from absorbing the scorpion venom gland, granting it far superior attack capabilities. "Is this your secret weapon?" The clone let out a mocking laugh, the sound full of contempt. "A wooden puppet, is this thing worthy of opposing me?" The clone could vaguely sense some energy trait within the puppet, similar to its own. It was like someone suddenly seeing their own reflection, but finding the reflection with its own independent will. But he was just trying to bluff. "It's not just an ordinary puppet," Ron said calmly, simultaneously using a spiritual link to maneuver the puppet forward. "It actually prefers to call itself a stand-in. You know, it's a genuine abyssal treasure. You should be able to feel it, that kindred strength." Under his control, light flame longsword coalesced in the right hand of the stand-in puppet, the runes on the blade flowing, emitting a scorching golden light. In the left hand was an ice sword composed of the water element. While guiding Dale in water element manipulation, he himself did not neglect practice. The condensed ice sword was surrounded by cold air, freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Meanwhile, the extra-grown third hand held a dark green short knife, an extension of the scorpion's poison sting trait, with venom dripping from the blade tip, corroding small pits on the ground. These powerful moldable energy weapons were the effect of the combination of the elemental affinity and material refining skills and various synergy bonuses. The three weapons of different attributes gleamed brightly in the hands of the stand-in puppet, forming a perfect attack and defense system. The poisoned thorn short knife was responsible for close combat thrusts, the light flame longsword mainly for medium-range attacks, while the ice sword served as support. A flicker of wariness flashed in the eyes of the clone as its body wriggled, the injuries rapidly healing. Strands of abyssal energy converged from all directions, greedily absorbed by its body. "Enough with the idle talk, let's begin." The stand-in puppet emitted a peculiar voice, one that was Ron's, yet carried a metallic resonance, creating an eerie sense of dissonance. The clone sighed softly, then took the lead in launching an attack. Its movements had slowed considerably from before, yet remained astonishingly fast. Crimson golden energy erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely. That light was once dazzlingly brilliant, now it dimmed significantly, resembling the last starlight before dawn. This was the state after further enhancement of life burst. But the clone could not emulate the highly efficient and energy-saving trait of boiling blood. Sound wave oscillation erosion state. Invisible ripples spread from the clone's palm, accompanied by a horrifying whisper, directly targeting the stand-in puppet. The syllables were twisted and ancient, seemingly originating from a distant starry sky, with each note containing the potential to warp reality. However, just as the sound wave was about to hit its target, Ron raised his hand from afar, also releasing a sound wave vibration. The two sound waves met in the air, forming an eerie resonance. Ron's version was noticeably purer and stronger, akin to the original versus a pirated version. His sound wave contained an older and purer starry sky raving, effortlessly suppressing the clone's attack, even reflecting its sound wave back. Caught off guard, the clone was struck by its own energy counterattack. The surface of its body immediately showed countless black spots, as if invisibly corroded. Seizing the opportunity, the stand-in puppet charged forward like lightning, brandishing three weapons simultaneously to form an impenetrable attack net. Its movements were smooth and swift, combining the snake demon's eerie flexibility with the scorpion's explosive power. Overall coordination far surpassing any single creature. The light flame longsword traced a graceful arc, accurately slashing toward the clone's neck, the airflow from the sword tip even slicing through the air. The ice sword thrust directly at the opponent's chest, the cold air congealing into a blue trail. The poisoned thorn short knife attacked from the side, targeting the clone's abdomen, leaving a string of dark green, eerie marks. This trifecta of attacks left almost no room for evasion. The clone barely constructed a flowing shield wall for defense, but its state was clearly poor. The shield wall was weak and unstable, surfaces covered in fine cracks, energy flow uneven. The light flame longsword struck heavily upon the shield wall, immediately causing a huge crack on its surface. The energy from the blade seeped into the crack, continuously scorching the structure of the shield wall. The ice sword followed closely, expanding the crack. The frost penetrated within, coating the crack's surface with a fragile layer of ice crystals, further weakening the shield wall's strength. Finally, the poisoned thorn short knife plunged violently into the already severely weakened defense. Point easily piercing through, directly into the clone's chest. Upon impact, the venom on the poisoned thorn short knife erupted, spreading from the wound and forming a web of corrosive destruction. Ah! The clone emitted a keening wail, the pain nearly distorting its voice. Blood spewed from the wound, appearing an eerie black. Their pitiful posture starkly contrasted with the earlier overwhelming force used against the Crystal Tower Squad and Oliver. The charred figure widened its eyes, as if seeing the mercy in the opponent's eyes. The clone, in a frenzy, charged towards Ron, hands transforming into claws, eyes filled with near-mad determination. Moves were chaotic and disordered, having completely lost the previous precise control, resembling more the death throes of a wounded beast. The clone repeatedly roared these words, voice hoarse and despairing. As its emotions fluctuated, the black spots on its face expanded and contracted, as if some living thing was crawling beneath its skin. However, the stand-in puppet easily dodged the unmethodical assault, its movements fluid as if dancing. It lightly sidestepped, letting the claws graze past, simultaneously using the momentum to turn, the three weapons striking the clone's back almost simultaneously. A dull impact sound, the clone's body was sent flying, crashing heavily into a half-collapsed crystal pillar, emitting a crack sound. Ron stood calmly in place, only his fingers slightly moving, guiding each of the stand-in puppet's actions through a spiritual link. For him, this battle was entirely under control, not too taxing while ensuring the ultimate goal is achieved. The puppet's three arms simultaneously lifted their weapons, closing in coldly on the clone that had lost most of its combat power. Its steps was steady and forceful, like fate itself unstoppable. Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. The clone murmured, the light in its eyes growing dimmer, turning into a dead gray. I've absorbed so much power, so many clones from those awakened I should have. It has nothing to do with the energy you've absorbed. The reason for your defeat is simply because the origin, the main component that makes up you, is in my hands. Ron finally spoke, his voice calm. The clone's pupils contracted sharply, as if it finally understood something, a look of realization flashing in its eyes. Are you saying? That's right, you and the stand-in puppet originally share the same source. You could even say a significant part of your spirituality and power was extracted by rules from it, creating similar substances. Ron explained softly, his voice carrying a scholar's calmness. So when you face it, it's like facing your own origin. The battle was unfair from the start. Hearing this explanation, the clone's expression completely collapsed, the flames in its eyes extinguished, turning into a dead gray color. Its shoulders sagged, as if it were a puppet drained of all support. Don't worry, your power won't be wasted, Ron said, and the stand-in puppet's three hands simultaneously launched an attack, completely dismembering the clone. The light flame longsword severed its head, the ice sword pierced its heart, and the poisoned thorn short knife completely penetrated its abdomen. The three weapons exerted force in unison, creating a unique energy resonance that tore the clone's body into countless fragments. Massive reddish-golden energy was liberated from the clone's shattered body, forming an energy ball in the air, emitting pure and powerful waves. But it didn't disperse, instead. It was drawn by the stand-in puppet, slowly drifting towards the three-armed puppet. Like iron filings attracted by a magnet, the stand-in puppet extended its arms, as if embracing the energy mass. At the moment it touched the energy, a dazzling light burst at the contact point, so intense that Ron had to squint his eyes. Ron could feel the stand-in puppet undergoing a wondrous transformation. It was absorbing the clone's energy, integrating it into itself. This process was both violent and harmonious, like two similar yet completely different substances merging, accompanied by both repulsion and mutual attraction traits. The stand-in puppet's body began to undergo subtle changes, its surface becoming smoother. The texture shifted from wood to a metallic-like substance, yet retaining the unique resilience of biological matter. The muscle lines became clearer, each piece like a meticulously crafted artwork containing explosive power. The overall silhouette also became more human-like, losing the initial mechanical and rigid feeling, becoming more full of vitality. What was most surprising was a new arm extended from the left shoulder blade, forming a symmetrical structure with the extra arm on the right shoulder. This newly born fourth arm was entirely reddish, golden as if condensed from pure positive energy. Its surface was covered with tiny scale-like patterns, each piece emitting a faint glow, seemingly inheriting traits from the clone. After the energy absorption was complete, the stand-in puppet bathed in a layer of reddish gold light. The light gradually became restrained, merging into every inch of the puppet's structure, like a form of baptism or sublimation. Ultimately, when the light completely vanished, the stand-in puppet was renewed. Charging progress increased by 30%. Ron was surprised to find that the stand-in puppet's state had significantly changed. Active abyssal material automatically absorbed, charging progress plus 30%. Current charge, 38%/100%. This was an unprecedented huge improvement, bringing the stand-in puppet one step closer to the threshold of activating bidirectional communication traits. From the previous 8%, it leaped directly to 38%, increasing by a whole 30% in charge. More importantly, the puppet's energy operation became smoother. The movements more coordinated and free, like going from a rough sketch to a complete artwork. Actions that once required Ron's full concentration to command could now be completed with a simple thought, executed with even more precision and fluidity. The sensation was akin to controlling a precise magic-powered airship, elevating comfort and control to an entirely new level over driving an old cart. The coordination of the four arms also reached an unprecedented harmonious state. The previous three arms had subtle coordination issues in certain complex actions. Now the four arms, like instruments in a symphony orchestra, executed each movement perfectly, forming a perfect rhythm. "Come back," Ron gently ordered. The stand-in puppet immediately shrank, returning to its original size, quietly returning to his hand. As the clone completely disappeared, the entire crystal platform began to change. The red lines on the crystal pillar's surfaces started to flow violently, like the vessels of some organism throbbing. Then these lines gradually detached from the crystal surface, converging into energy streams, all gathering towards Ron's position, forming a massive red energy net. This is Bloodline enhancement. Ron quickly understood what was happening. He had defeated his clone. Now the Bloodline altar was fulfilling its promise, providing enhancement and uplift in Bloodline. As he realized this, those energy streams accelerated their flow. Finally, all converged above his head, forming a crimson energy ball about a meter in diameter. The ball's surface patterns flowed, seemingly conducting some complex calculation or evaluation. A few seconds later, the energy ball descended slowly, gently enveloping Ron's entire body, then gently seeping into his skin. Warm energy flow surged into Ron's body. The sensation was like drinking a cup of warm honey water, warming from his throat to his stomach, and then spreading to every corner of his body. Inside Ron's body, the warm energy flow entered his blood, coursing through his veins to every corner of his body. Under the impetus of this energy, the two bloodlines within Ron Chimera and Red Blood Flying Dragon began to undergo marvelous changes. Accompanied by waves of heat in his veins, he felt the Red Blood Flying Dragon bloodline undergoing a kind of fundamental metamorphosis. The previously somewhat disordered energy patterns became orderly, like chaotic strings retuned by a master, each perfectly tightened, emitting a harmonious sound. The Red Blood Flying Dragon bloodline became more pure, with energy fluctuations smoother and more powerful, yet easier to control. Ron could feel the purity of his Red Blood Flying Dragon bloodline suddenly rise to nearly 80%. The once passive state dominated by bloodline power was no longer, replaced by a sense of complete control. Moreover, this enhancement brought an unexpected, surprise: the ability of the bloodline to self-optimize. Prior to this improvement, he relied entirely on external intervention to enhance his bloodline purity. But now, the bloodline itself seems to have gained a self-evolutionary capability, able to auto-refine over time. Every breath or heartbeat filtered out tiny impurities as the blood flowed through his body, retaining and strengthening the pure parts. This change was subtle yet continuous, like a river purifying itself, gradually becoming clear. According to Ron's rough calculations, even if he did nothing, this auto-refinement would increase his purity by about 1% per month. That is to say, even if he lay in bed and slept for 2 years. The concentration of the red blood flying dragon bloodline would automatically reach the critical point for ascension. And if he actively used methods like the bloodline activation skill for intervention, the process would be greatly shortened. Meanwhile, the chimera bloodline also underwent a delightful evolution. Previously, its main ability was to replicate and assimilate the bloodline traits of other creatures. But now, this ability has been further enhanced. The replicated bloodline traits would auto-optimize and integrate with his own, significantly improving assimilation effects and utilization efficiency. Simply put, replicating the same bloodline would now yield a purer, more powerful version with significantly reduced rejection reactions. What once required meticulous fusion processes now became natural. More valuably, the chimera bloodline now seems able to remember bloodline traits it has already integrated. Upon integrating a similar bloodline next time, the effects would be doubled with half the effort, quickly achieving ideal results. This improvement was nothing short of timely help for him at the moment. These enhancements far exceed my expectations. Ron felt the new energy flowing through his body, filled with both surprise and satisfaction. The bloodline altar indeed lived up to its reputation as an opportunity coveted by even the elite students of the Crystal Tower for its significant strengthening effects. No, perhaps it was simply because his clones slaughtered all the other clones and gathered all the strengthening effects into one, bringing such a remarkable enhancement. As the new energy in his blood gradually stabilized, merging into his essence, becoming part of his strength, Ron took a deep breath, feeling this new power, his lips curling upward unconsciously. In another part of the depths of the bloodline altar, Lady Allen's elegant and swift figure moved through the twisted crystal corridors. Her eyes glinted sharply, her spiritual power extending outward like invisible tentacles, searching for potential dangers. The effects of the 7-colored star dew were still ongoing, making her magic power as abundant as an ocean. Her pink hair danced with a faint rainbow glow, her emerald eyes concealing stardust in their depths. This abyssal aura is heavier than I imagined. Lady Allen slightly frowned. From the moment she entered the altar through the teleportation gate, she sensed multiple strange energy fluctuations different from ordinary trials. Some resembled the corrosive force of the abyss, others appeared more like some ancient and unfamiliar power, both intertwining to form a peculiar hybrid. The most striking was a particularly potent energy source, the coldest and deepest among all energy sources, hidden in a corner of the altar, like a venomous snake lying in wait. This energy source must be the eye of the abyss intruder that Valen mentioned. Lady Allen judged in her heart, then changed direction, moving towards the source of the coldest aura. Her figure wove through the crystal corridors, blending seamlessly with the shadows. As the distance shortened, the cold aura became increasingly distinct. Lady Allen could feel the malice and greed contained within. And a feeling of aversion, like a forcefully assembled puzzle, each piece uncoordinated yet forced to fit together. Finally, Lady Allen stopped before a black crystal archway. The surface of the archway was carved with complex runes, each glowing ominously. Beyond the archway was a circular space, surrounded by 7 black crystal pillars, their tops burning with eerie purple flames. In the center of the space stood a figure, shrouded entirely in a black robe, their face obscured. The person seemed to be conducting some sort of ritual, tracing mysterious symbols with their hands in front of their chest, while chanting a certain ancient spell. As the spell progressed, the person's appearance also began to transform. The body under the black robe twisted, constantly extending and retracting limbs of various shapes. Sometimes they were spiky tendrils, sometimes clawed with scales, sometimes muscles covered with countless eyes. The entire process was filled with nauseating visual. impact like a person being forcibly fused with the traits of several different creatures. The awakened, Lady Allen's gaze turned cold, filled with disgust. The Abyss awakened have always been a thorn in the side of various schools. These lunatics, obsessed with power at the cost of sacrificing themselves, often acquire power beyond the norm through twisted means, but the price is gradually losing their humanity, turning into entities akin to abyssal creatures. In the minds of the wizards of the Crystal Tower and the Black Miss School, the awakened are not just traitors, but a threat to the entire order of the extraordinary world. The effect of the seven-colored Stardew placed Lady Allen in an almost peak state at this moment. For her now, this awakened was no threat. Yet Lady Allen still chose to proceed cautiously. After all, the hallmark of the awakened is unpredictability. No one knows what kind of mad means they might resort to. She watched quietly, wanting to see what this intruder was plotting. The paradise is near, the stars hang low. The abyss is rising. The chanting of the robed figure grew more hurried, the air around began to warp, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire space. With the final word of the spell, the robed figure suddenly turned, facing the direction where Lady Allen was, lifting the hood that concealed their face. It was a face filled with contradictions, half appeared like an aged, stern scholar, skin pale but smooth, eyes sharp and cold. The other half was completely twisted and deformed, with purplish-black bumps covering the surface of the skin. The mouth extended to the root of the ear, revealing a profusion of sharp teeth, and the eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites or pupils. Old Allen, the voice of the robed person, held surprise but quickly returned to calm. I didn't expect the Crystal Tower would send in a prisoner like you. Lady Allen stepped out of the shadows leisurely, a layer of hazy aura of rainbow-colored magic power forming around her. You know me? She asked softly, but there was not a trace of surprise in her eyes. The robed person let out a hoarse laugh. How could I not know you? The once Crystal Tower prodigy, later the rebel, ultimately reduced to a prisoner confined in a rudimentary little shop. Your story is widely known in the wizard circles. Seems I'm more famous than I thought. Lady Allen's tone remained calm, but the magic power around her began to surge more actively. Judging from your aura and behavior, you must be the mysterious Mr. Holy Disc, right? The robed person paused slightly. You know quite a bit, worthy of an old monster who's lived for centuries. Lady Allen gave a smile devoid of warmth. That's not all, isn't it? Besides the public identity of Mr. Holy Disc, you are also a thief, attempting to exploit loopholes in the rules, and a master hidden within various remote schools. The robed person, now to be called Mr. Holy Disc, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes but quickly regained composure. It seems some information leaked, but no matter, soon everything will be over and a new order will be established. Lady Allen slowly shook her head, a flicker of pity in her eyes. A pitiful madman, the abyss has already devoured your rationality. You think you're undertaking some great enterprise, when in fact, you're just being influenced by the instinct of some ancient existence. What do you know, Mr. Holy Disc gave a contemptuous laugh, his form beginning to change violently. Countless tendrils and deformed limbs extended from under the black robe, his whole body swelling to 3 times its original size, turning into a grotesque and terrifying monster. The Master of the Paradise will grant me supreme glory, as long as the sacrifice is completed. Lady Allen's expression remained calm, as if facing a babbling child. So one of your targets should be Ron. What is the reason? The pink-haired witch cautiously probed with her question, while using magic to obscure the vision. She quietly opened a bottle of magic potion, letting the pink, dreamy mist within disperse. This is the foundation of a magic potion professor, not entirely a life profession, capable of producing auxiliary magic potions in any environment. Unknowingly, Mr. Holy Disc inhaled the mist, and his gaze began to turn dreamy. Since the plan has already failed, it doesn't matter if I tell you that guy has an extraordinary talent. His soul is wonderfully exquisite. His voice became distorted and chaotic, like multiple people speaking simultaneously. We need him, his traits, they're highly compatible with Void Spider Mag's, a natural throne seed. Throne. Which is to say, the Supreme Apostle. Lady Allen furrowed her brow, silently committing all this information to memory. So that's it. So Oliver and Cynthia, they were just bait you used to attract the attention of the schools. Your true target has always been Ron. She understood the outline of the entire plan. Mr. Holy Disk used Oliver and Cynthia to attract the school's attention, directing everyone's focus to these two awaken. Meanwhile, he could operate in the shadows, seeking opportunities to get close to the real target, Ron Ralph. His body suddenly began to move quickly, attempting to bypass Lady Allen and escape deep into the altar. But the pink-haired witch only slightly raised her hand, and an energy wave enveloped the entire room. The energy wave looked innocuous, with no brilliant light effects, no deafening sounds, and without even disturbing the dust in the air. Yet such a simple action rendered Mr. Holy Disk's massive body immobilized instantly. "I am awakened, the power of the abyss shelters me," he roared as a purple-black energy barrier appeared on the surface of his body, trying to escape the restraints. Lady Allen shook her head, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Even an awakened is nothing in the face of overwhelming power. She raised her hand again, this time only lightly clenching it. Mr. Holy Disk's energy barrier instantly shattered, and his massive body was tightly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. The abyss does indeed bestow power upon its followers, but it also devours their reason and soul. Lady Allen walked closer. "Now, tell me everything about the Eye of the Abyss, your base, personnel composition, targets." When it came to critical information, Mr. Holy Disk showed intense resistance, even unconsciously under the influence of a magic potion's vapors. Despair briefly flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by a certain madness. "You'll never get any information from me. The Master will protect his loyal servants." His body suddenly began to swell violently, with countless small cracks appearing on the surface of his skin, oozing purple-black energy. "Damn, it seems I asked too hastily. I should have guided it out gradually as before." Lady Allen instantly sensed danger, quickly retreated while constructing a powerful protective barrier. Self-destruct, her eyes flashed cold. This is the fate of the awakened, eventually discarded by others. Loud explosion, Mr. Holy Disk's body exploded in purple-black light, and the intense shockwave swept through the entire room. Crystal columns broke, the ground cracked, the entire space shook violently. Yet Lady Allen's protective barrier remained firm, isolating all impacts outside. When everything calmed down, all that was left in the center of the room was a puddle of indescribable black liquid, continually writhing and slowly evaporating. Lady Allen frowned as she looked at the residue, a hint of worry rising in her heart. "Eye of the Abyss," she whispered, "what exactly is this organization planning?" She didn't linger but quickly sensed changes in other energy fluctuations. Soon, she detected that the scarlet gold energy fluctuations had disappeared, and Ron's presence had become more powerful and stable. "Looks like the child has completed the trial." Lady Allen smiled slightly and moved towards Ron's location. Ron stood in the center of the crystal platform, quietly feeling the new power bestowed upon him by the Bloodline altar. With the completion of the Bloodline enhancement, he was completely renewed. His presence more concentrated, body more resilient, spiritual power more stable, every aspect had undergone a qualitative improvement. Just as he was about to leave, a strong and familiar presence approached him. Ron was slightly surprised, then showed a hint of surprise. "Madam." A gentle footstep approached, and soon the beautiful pink-haired, jade-eyed witch appeared in his view. "Long time no see, Ron," Lady Allen said with a smile, her voice softer and more pleasant than usual. "Long time no see. To meet you here is indeed beyond my expectations." Ron was somewhat puzzled, as the scene before him clearly exceeded his expectations. Due to the powerful magic power constantly emanating from the other person, he did not suspect this was some sort of illusion. "How did you enter the Bloodline altar? I remember official wizards couldn't enter here," he asked, his tone calming. Lady Allen smiled slightly. "The reason is rather special. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly some other time." She glanced around and noticed the mess at the center pit. "Looks like you successfully dealt with that duplicate." Ron nodded. "Yes, it was stronger than I imagined, but it was ultimately defeated." "As expected of my student," Lady Allen nodded approvingly. "I can sense your bloodline has been significantly enhanced. which should be a major milestone for you. Ron felt the newly formed power within him, and indeed it was so, but he had other questions. Just now I sensed a powerful energy wave. Were you engaged with someone? Lady Allen's expression became serious. It was an intruder, an awakened calling himself Mr. Holy Disk. Mr. Holy Disk. Is he the one Oliver mentioned? Ron furrowed his brow. Indeed. This is the terrifying aspect of the Eye of the Abyss. There have always been disguisers in the remote school, commonly playing the role of masters, secretly nurturing candidates like Oliver for black wizards, Lady Allen explained. Furthermore, Mr. Holy Disk's goal seemed to be to use the power of the Bloodline altar for some kind of ritual, and you were an important part of his plan, me. Why me? Ron was somewhat puzzled. The pink-haired witch gave him a meaningful glance. He mentioned your soul, unusual. It seems that some of your characteristics have caught the attention of Eye of the Abyss. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Lady Allen's words seemed to hint that she had noticed something. Whether it was the special talent of dual soul or the existence of the profession panel, they were Ron's most secret secrets. It's a pity that Awaken chose to self-destruct. I couldn't extract more information. Lady Allen shifted the topic. However, the priority now is to have you leave here quickly. The environment within the altar has started to become unstable, not suitable for a long stay. Ron nodded. Indeed, it was unnecessary to linger here. Oh, Ron, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Lady Allen suddenly said, about the Crystal Tower and your future. Ron raised an eyebrow, indicating he was listening intently. Valen and the Crystal Tower behind him are very interested in your talent, Lady Allen said directly. They may try to bind you within the Crystal Tower system through a soul contract. Soul contract. Ron had already anticipated it, but still frowned upon the confirmation. Yes, a very stringent contract form once signed. Your actions will be strictly limited, with the Crystal Tower's interests taking precedence. Lady Allen's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. I have reached an agreement with Valen, and he promised not to force you to sign the contract, but this doesn't mean they will give up recruiting you. Ron pondered for a moment. I understand, thank you for telling me this in advance, it's very important to me. Lady Allen smiled slightly. No need to be so polite, you are now considered my only recognized student. And I have always admired those who can break the norm and find their own path. She paused, a mysterious light flickering in her eyes. Besides, I can tell that you're not someone who is content to be shackled. Am I right? Ron met Lady Allen's gaze, and in those emerald eyes he seemed to see a certain understanding and tolerance. There's one more thing, Lady Allen continued. I have a method to advance to official wizard without using the school's universal key magic potion. Although it's riskier, it's also more freeing. If you're interested, you can come find me at the herb store once Valen leaves. Ron's heart was stirred. Becoming an official wizard is the ultimate goal of every apprentice, and advancing without relying on the school's key magic potion means greater freedom. I'll consider it, he nodded solemnly. Lady Allen smiled, a rare lack of sharpness in her smile. Come on, let's leave here together. Ron nodded and followed Lady Allen towards the exit. Along the way, Lady Allen mentioned an interesting topic. By the way, Ron, have you ever thought about how soul contracts might affect those with special soul talents differently? Ron's eyes registered a hint of surprise. Are you saying? Just a conjecture, the pink-haired witch smiled mysteriously. After all, in this world, rules often have unexpected flexibility, especially for those with unique talents. Her words suggestively made Ron ponder whether Lady Allen had already seen through his secret. But in any case, this conversation gave Ron a new line of thinking. Perhaps he could leverage the dual soul trait to sign contracts and gain access to Crystal Tower resources without being completely bound by them. This way, he could maintain good relationships with some of the masters who taught him, while retaining a certain degree of freedom. Of course, this required deeper research and preparation, but at least it was a feasible direction. As the two gradually moved away, the crystalline structures within the Bloodline altar began to collapse, signifying the end of this trial. For Ron, this was not an end, but the beginning of a new journey. With the strengthening of his bloodline, the advancement of the stand-in puppet, the duel with his replica, Lady Allen's secrets, and the mysterious Eye of the Abyss organization. Each factor was pushing him towards a broader world, and he was ready to embrace it all. At the exit of the Bloodline altar, Valen was anxiously waiting. When he saw Lady Allen and Ron's figures appear near the teleportation gate, his tense expression finally relaxed. Finally back, Valen sighed with relief, his gaze first sweeping over Lady Allen. After confirming she was unharmed, he turned to Ron. "Apprentice Ron, it looks like you successfully completed the trial." Ron nodded in acknowledgement, thanks to Lady Allen's assistance. Valen nodded slightly, saying no more. He could sense the changes in Ron, his aura more stable, magic power flowing more smoothly, and his bloodline power had significantly increased. This was the result of the Bloodline altar trial, and it seemed the effect was quite notable. "And what about that intruder?" Valen turned to Lady Allen to inquire. "Self-destructed," Lady Allen answered succinctly, a cold glint in her eye. "He called himself Mr. Holy Disk, a member of the Eye of the Abyss organization. The mastermind behind Oliver. Just as I was about to interrogate him, he chose to self-destruct." Valen's brows furrowed. The Eye of the Abyss, they're becoming bolder. First Oliver and Cynthia, and now this Mr. Holy Disk. It seems we must strengthen the investigation within the Black Mist School. Their infiltration is more severe than imagined. That Mr. Holy Disk must have disguised himself as a master, developing power within the school for a long time, cultivating pawns like Oliver. Valen's expression grew more solemn. This matter must be reported to the school alliance. The ambitions of the Eye of the Abyss clearly don't stop. Here they might be scheming a larger plot. Ron quietly listened to the conversation between the two wizards, occasionally organizing the information in his mind. Interestingly, this mysterious person known as Mr. Holy Disk had actually set his sights on him. This both warned him and piqued his curiosity. Why had he become a target for the Eye of the Abyss? Was it merely because he had shown extraordinary talent, or had they sensed some deeper secret? In any case, this meant he had to be more cautious, vigilant against potential threats. "Ron," Valen suddenly directed his attention towards him. "Your performance in the trial was extraordinary. Even your replica exhibited incredible strength, which means your potential far exceeds that of a regular apprentice." Ron responded humbly, "I just did my best." Valen smiled slightly. "No need to be modest. Talent is a wizard's most precious asset, and you evidently have exceptionally rare potential." He looked at Ron, his gaze flickering with an unmistakable sense of expectation and calculation. "Your potential far exceeds that of ordinary apprentices. You will stand out even among the elite of the Crystal Tower." The man's voice was perfectly controlled, revealing admiration without seeming overly eager. "If you're willing, I can introduce you to several outstanding mentors in our faction, who have unparalleled expertise in elemental magic, alchemy, and extraordinary biology. I'm sure they could greatly benefit your growth." Valen had already envisioned a perfect blueprint in his mind, not just guidance from top mentors, but also several capable and attractive marriageable juniors. The Crystal Tower had gained numerous talents through marriage alliances. To him, such a transaction is mutually beneficial, serving both parties' needs. However, right as he was about to further elaborate on these generous terms, a strong sense of warning surged from his side. Lady Allen's gaze was as sharp as a knife, mixing not only warning but also a substantial threat, forcing Valen to swallow the latter half of his words. He coughed lightly, promptly adjusting his strategy. "Of course, if you're interested, you're welcome to visit the Crystal Tower for further learning and study through the Black Mist School's channels. After Elliot and I finish handling a few final affairs, we'll return to the Central Lands in approximately 3 days. 3 days is roughly the time needed to wrap up matters related to the Bloodline altar." Elliot, who had been standing behind Valen, stepped forward at this moment. His unusually large ears kept twitching, seemingly capturing the faintest energy fluctuation in the air. Ron had already noticed through extraordinary recognition that this peculiar trait was actually a rare perception talent, capable of hearing information imperceptible to ordinary people. "Ron Ralph, I've heard so much about you." Elliot spoke in a gentle tone, yet his eyes couldn't hide the scrutiny, alerting Ron. "Seeing you in person is far more unforgettable than hearing tales." He took out a delicate silver emblem from his bosom, engraved with a complex network of runes. Ron sensed the emblem contained a sophisticated communication array with an energy structure so intricate it was astonishing. This is a special personal magic emblem, commonly used for communication between wizards and advanced apprentices. Elliot explained. Regrettably, the Black Mist School's conditions are limited, hindering widespread dissemination, much like academic journals are not popular here. Ron accepted the emblem, internally praised the exquisite magic structure it contained. The production of such small objects seemed simple, yet the principles involved in energy transmission were profoundly advanced. This was precisely the level of research into auxiliary tools among the major powers in the Central Lands, something the remote Black Mist School couldn't possibly match. If you come to the Central Lands, you can use this to contact me directly. Elliot's tone grew somewhat more genuine. I'd be very willing to form a friendship with a talent like you and offer help within my capabilities. Ron put the emblem into his inner pocket and nodded in thanks without a change in expression. Thank you for your goodwill. If I have the chance to visit the Central Lands, I will certainly call on you. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had been said, Elliot promptly followed Valen as they left, still having other matters to attend to. Lady Allen beside them cleared her throat. Ron, you should be aware that the time flow inside the Bloodline altar differs from outside. In reality, 2 whole weeks have passed inside. 2 weeks, Ron was startled inside, his brow furrowed. He quickly calculated the possible impacts: workshop routine operations, experiment progress, magic potion order deliveries. You'd better return to the workshop as soon as possible. Lady Allen's tone softened slightly. I'm afraid someone has been waiting for you to come back. She gave Ron a significant look and added, remember, after Valen leaves, come to me. There are many things to tell you, very important. Ron nodded in agreement, his thoughts already flying back to the workshop. He couldn't help but worry about the conditions of Lilia and Alan, especially Lilia, the girl always cautious about everything, must be frightened. After bidding farewell to Lady Allen, Ron and Dale didn't linger, heading straight towards the workshop at a brisk pace. Along the way, he acutely noticed the subtle changes in the school's atmosphere. Many apprentices looked at him with increased respect, and even law enforcement team members spontaneously saluted him. Seems the news has spread. Ron mused internally, but he didn't care for such surface-level respect. In his value system, strength was the only constant currency. The greatest value of this currency is that it can be exchanged for more knowledge and resources, helping him further enhance himself. Other people's opinions were merely reactions to strength, without real significance. When Ron and Dale finally stood before the workshop door, it suddenly swung open. Lilia stood at the doorway, looking pitiful. Her eyes were red-rimmed, full of bloodshot like she hadn't slept for ages. The long worry and fatigue had left clear marks on her face, once neat strands now a mess. Upon seeing Ron, Lilia's eyes shifted from incredulity to joy, finally turning into uncontrollable tears. She originally wanted to maintain decorum, respectfully greeting him like a proper apprentice, but her long-accumulated emotions completely flooded at this moment. Master, you're finally back. Her voice choked, hands tightly clutching her sleeves, knuckles white from strain. We almost thought. Alan quickly appeared at the doorway too, her elegant face showing equal delight. Though she was better at controlling her emotions than Lilia. The glistening eyes and slightly trembling vines equally revealed her inner turmoil. Master Dale, it's wonderful you're both safe and sound. The tree spirit extended its vines, gently and irresistibly pulling Ron and Dale into the workshop. Her vines wrapped around their arms with a protective tenderness, as if confirming that they had indeed returned unharmed. Everyone calmed down. Ron tried to keep his voice steady to soothe the 2 obviously overwrought women. We're all fine, it's just that the time flow inside the altar is different from the outside world, so we were a bit later than expected. Lilia looked up, holding back her tears, trying to regain a bit of composure. We were very worried. There were many terrible rumors circulating in the school, saying there was a problem with the Bloodline altar, and some apprentices were trapped inside forever. And Miss Trish and Master Holt returned before you. Her voice trembled slightly, her face pale. clearly having been in a state of high tension these past days. Those were just rumors. Ron shook his head lightly, his tone unusually gentle to ease the girl's worries. The Bloodline altar is indeed dangerous, but not invincible. In fact, not only did we complete the trial successfully, but Dale also experienced a Bloodline enhancement because of it. The little sea siren immediately puffed out her chest with pride. That's right, I'm now a pure-blooded sea siren. Look at my eyes. It was only then that Lilia noticed Dale's changes. The originally violet-blue large eyes had turned pure gold, and her skin showed subtle scale patterns on the surface. Her entire demeanor had transformed, exuding an extraordinary aura of both nobility and purity. It's really amazing, Lilia exclaimed, her emotions slightly calming. Elan's sharp gaze caught the changes in Ron. Compared to Dale, Ron's transformation was more restrained, yet more fundamental. His aura became purer and more powerful, energy flowed more smoothly, and his bloodline fluctuations were more harmonious. Master, your bloodline has also been enhanced, hasn't it? The tree spirit softly inquired, her vines gently caressing the workshop floor, a habitual action when she pondered. Ron nodded slightly, neither deliberately concealing nor explaining in detail. Yes, indeed, this experience, though dangerous, was very rewarding. He glanced around, noting that the interior of the workshop was orderly, even tidier than before he left. A tempting aroma wafted through the air, causing his stomach to growl in protest. I can smell the food. Ron sniffed the air, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Could it be that you've already prepared dinner? Lilia instantly regained her vitality, as if she had found her role again. Yes, we prepared a welcome-back feast with Aylan's sister after getting the news. We can have it while it's hot. The dining room was newly decorated, and the table was laden with a variety of dishes. From special fruits and vegetables cultivated by Aylan to various meats cooked with care by Lilia, and even a few seafood dishes that were Dale's favorites. Every dish exuded a tempting aroma, appealing in every aspect. Ron sat at the table and tasted the first spoonful of stew, instantly feeling a warm sensation spreading from his stomach throughout his body. This feeling came from both the deliciousness of the food and an indescribable sense of security. In this workshop, which he had built with his own hands, he could finally relax a bit, not needing to remain on constant guard against potential threats. What exactly is inside the altar? Lilia couldn't wait to ask, her eyes sparkling with the light of inquiry. There's little record in the books, mostly speculation. Ron savored the fruit wine in his cup, contemplating how to describe this experience. He didn't wish to overly emphasize the danger to avoid worrying the two women further, nor did he want to reveal too much about his core secrets. The interior of the altar is divided into several areas, with the outer region heavily influenced by the Abyss, a complex and changing environment filled with various mutated creatures. Ron could only describe briefly. Trish, Holt, and I teamed up temporarily to reach the core area. They left first, and I completed the final trial. Dale interrupted excitedly. The battle was super intense. Master used the puppet to defeat a powerful enemy. And I dueled with my own duplicate, eventually earning a bloodline enhancement. Duplicate? Lilia tilted her head curiously. Yes, the altar creates a duplicate of each participant. Ron explained, defeat your own duplicate, and you can gain reinforcement in your bloodline. That's how Dale achieved her pure blood transformation breakthrough. And the puppet is? It's a prize from the gladiatorial games, the stand-in puppet. Ron's tone was calm, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It played a crucial role. By praising the puppet's effect, he steered away from further details about the duplicates, especially about that terrifying existence, almost at the official wizard level, which absorbed all the other duplicates. The less people knew about such things, the better. Aylan mused thoughtfully. That's why I could sense that subtle change in Master's aura. It's not just the enhancement of the bloodline, but a deeper transformation. It seems a force from the bloodline altar resonated in a peculiar way with Master's inherent traits. Ron nodded without change of expression. Aylan's observational skill was as sharp as ever, one of the reasons he appreciated this tree spirit assistant. She could not only perceive the surface, but intuitively touch upon the essence, yet without interfering or questioning excessively. Alan is right, Ron admitted. The Bloodline altar did bring a special metamorphosis, not just an increase in power, but also a deeper understanding of my own bloodline traits. He could feel the two bloodlines of Chimera and red blood flying dragon within him becoming purer and more harmonious, no longer clashing as before. The flow of bloodline power was smoother, and the efficiency of energy utilization had made a qualitative leap. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually lightened as everyone shared their experiences. Lilia recounted the operations of the workshop during this time in detail: order processing, material procurement, account management. Everything was in perfect order. Alan introduced several new types of herbs she had cultivated in the garden, one of which, the luminescent fern, seemed to have the special effect of stabilizing spiritual power. Dale also described various strange scenes inside the altar with enthusiasm, making it vivid and interesting despite embellishments. After dinner, Ron originally wanted to chat more with Lilia and Alan, but his curiosity about the abyssal materials he had just obtained filled his heart, and he could not suppress his eagerness. This desire to explore the unknown was like a wildfire that, once ignited, was difficult to extinguish. Lilia, Alan, you should rest first. I'm going to the laboratory to process the materials brought back from the Bloodline altar. Ron's tone was calm, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his barely concealed excitement. Lilia instinctively wanted to follow and help upon hearing this, but hesitated when she remembered something and stopped in her tracks. "Teacher, do you need my assistance?" Her voice carried a hint of caution. "No need, these materials are highly dangerous." Ron shook his head in refusal, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "You've worked hard these past days, take a good rest." Alan keenly sensed something, a flash of understanding crossing her emerald eyes. As Ron's first assistant, she understood the Master's personality better than anyone else. "Master, if any additional protection is needed for the laboratory, please inform me at any time. I will ensure that the vine barrier is foolproof." Ron nodded, his expression slightly softened. "Then I'll rely on you. If there are any unusual energy fluctuations, immediately activate the highest level of isolation measures." Pushing open the heavy oak door of the laboratory, Ron snapped his fingers, and the magic crystal lamps on the walls lit up one by one, dispelling the darkness inside. Each lamp had been specially treated to simulate natural light spectrums, ensuring the accuracy of experimental observations. Everything inside remained as orderly and tidy as when he had left. This laboratory was still a restricted area for Lilia, as only Alan, who had formed a strong bonded relationship with him, could enter. The magic potion equipment on the workbench was spotless. The materials on the shelves were organized according to attributes and uses. Various experimental records were neatly stacked in one corner of the desk. Every detail reflected Alan's meticulous effort and attention to detail. "Looks like Alan put in a lot of work." Ron nodded to himself, feeling somewhat gratified. Although he rarely expressed praise easily, he was quite satisfied with a competent assistant's serious attitude. Walking to the specially designed platform in the center of the laboratory, Ron took off his storage bag from his waist and carefully extracted several special containers from it. These containers were not ordinary glass bottles, but made of a special material capable of isolating abyssal energy. The surfaces were engraved with complex suppression runes to ensure that the abyssal energy within would not leak. Placing the 3 containers on the table one by one, Ron took a deep breath. "All are special materials with the scent of the abyss," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with the unique excitement of a researcher. The first container held several seeds glowing with a purple hue, abyssal plant seeds collected by Trish from the swamp. The second contained a small sample of the swamp assembler's tissue, which, though specially treated, still squirmed slightly, appearing like some semi-solid gel with tiny bubbles occasionally surfacing. The third were crystallized bone fragments and mold provided by Holt, the bone fragments glowing with a ghostly blue light, while the mold exhibited a strange semi-transparent state, as if coated with a thin metallic film. Ron first picked up the container holding the abyssal plant seeds, carefully activating his extraordinary recognition skills. A spiritual power penetrated, the traits of those seeds became clearer in his perception. Like an open book, Each page recorded the secrets of these abyssal materials. Abyssal vine seeds mutated. Traits absorbs environmental energy for self-enhancement, possesses strong regeneration ability, sensitive to spiritual power fluctuations. Risk assessment, middle, unstable growth may lead to mutation spread. Interesting materials. Ron evaluated in his heart, lightly tapping the surface of the container with his fingers. These seeds have not only retained the original plant's traits, but also gained a certain adaptive capability due to abyssal energy influence. If this trait can be integrated into the stand. Puppet. He then turned to the second container, scrutinizing the still slightly writhing tissue sample. This sample was particularly eerie, maintaining a primitive life energy even after being severed from its original organism, as if a faint consciousness guided its movements. Swamp assembler tissue active. Traits extremely strong regeneration and assimilation abilities can absorb surrounding biological tissues for self-repair. Risk assessment high, even a minimal sample has the potential for independent growth. This one's hazard level is relatively high. Ron frowned slightly, his fingertip gently touching the container's surface, feeling the chaotic and frenzy energy fluctuation inside. A tissue that's completely severed from the original creature yet retains some primitive consciousness. It's like a lizard's tail cut off, but with higher dimensional autonomy. The tissue inside the container seemed to sense Ron's gaze, its writhing frequency noticeably increased, as if a trapped beast trying to break free. Ron was unmoved, continuing his scrutiny. Finally, he inspected the crystallized bone fragment and the mold. These two materials were relatively stable, but the energy fluctuations they emitted were equally significant. These materials all seemed to have considerable research and utilization value. Ron pondered for a moment, his mind racing, weighing various handling plans. Whether it's for making special magic potions or as ingredients for alchemy, even as auxiliary materials for bloodline modulation, these abyssal materials hold infinite possibilities. He probably set aside 1/5 for other experiments in the future. Then he turned to the more important matter at hand. Using these materials to further enhance the stand-in puppet, he thought as he took out the puppet. The puppet looked even more eerie than it did at the beginning. In Ron's spiritual perception, it emitted a unique energy fluctuation, as if sensing and evaluating the surrounding energy sources. I haven't attempted any enhancement since returning from the Bloodline altar. Now it's time to see what changes these new materials can bring you. Ron sat cross-legged, gently placing his hands on both sides of the puppet, closed his eyes, and let his spiritual power seep into the puppet, awakening its activity. The stand-in puppet began to vibrate slightly, its limbs gradually stretching out, and a faint luster emerged on its wooden surface. Feel them, absorb them. Ron guided softly, constructing specific energy circuits within the puppet with his spiritual power. These circuits functioned like a complex conduit system, directing the energy to flow along the optimal paths, ensuring a safe and efficient absorption process. Under his guidance, the stand-in puppet reached out a hand to touch the bone fragment. Immediately, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the glass bottle, as if eroded by some invisible force. As the absorption progressed, subtle changes began to appear on the puppet's arm surface. The wooden texture became smoother, and a faint luster appeared on the surface, as if covered by a translucent crystal layer. The joints of the fingers became more flexible, moving with a fluid elegance like flowing water. The structural stability of the bone fragment is starting to integrate into the puppet's traits. Ron observed this change, silently recording in his mind. This immediate adaptability and fusion capability are among the most valuable traits of the stand-in puppet. After the essence of the bone fragment was fully absorbed, the puppet reached for the second bottle, the skin-shedding extract. The puppet's body stiffened instantly, with countless fine lines appearing on its surface like snake scales, glinting with a metallic cold light. The toughness and adaptability of the skin shedding. Perfectly fused, Ron nodded with satisfaction. Upon reaching the third bottle of seed extract, countless tiny buds immediately sprouted on the puppet's surface, quickly growing, blooming, and then withering. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, yet seemed to encompass a complete life cycle. The last bottle, the extract of the swamp assembler, the absorption process was the most astonishing. The purple liquid turned into a hazy mist upon release, swirling around the puppet. In the mist, countless tiny human faces appeared and disappeared, whispering in low tones. These sounds weren't heard with the ears, but resonated directly in the spirit, like countless tiny needles piercing the brain. Painful yet with a certain strange pleasure. Ron felt a strong spiritual pressure, but his spiritual barrier was strong enough to resist such interference. The puppet's reaction was extremely intense as well. Its body began to rapidly deform, first swelling into a grotesque sphere with a surface covered in twisted faces, each silently screaming. Then compressing into a flat disc, its edges sharp as blades. Then restoring to its original form, as if adapting to some new existence. Eventually, when all changes subsided, the puppet returned to calm, its appearance seemingly unchanged. Perfect, Ron softly praised instead. All 4 abyssal traits have successfully merged. Through the spiritual link, he carefully checked the state of the stand-in puppet. Every energy node and energy path was meticulously scanned, ensuring there were no instabilities or potential dangers. On a conscious level, it became sharper and more perceptive. The energy structure became more stable, especially when facing external interferences. It could automatically construct multiple defense mechanisms. Physical qualities also saw significant enhancement, particularly in regeneration ability and environmental adaptability. Of course, the most important part was the absorption of active abyssal materials, which increased the charging progress. Active abyssal materials automatically absorbed, charging progress plus 5%. Current charge, 43%/100%. Almost there, just one step away from the 50% charging requirement. Once the Demon Hunter profession transition is complete, this enhancement will be even more astounding. Ron contemplated his future plans while carefully storing away the stand-in puppet. The special abilities brought by the Demon Hunter profession, such as enhanced perception, toxin resistance, and abnormal creature suppression, will also be fed back to him through the stand-in puppet. The stand-in puppet acts as a perfect vessel, capable of enduring those modifications harmful to the human body, then passing the purified abilities back to Ron. Moreover, as he speculated, the more traits the stand-in puppet absorbs, the stronger this feedback effect will be. It might eventually reach a new form of bloodline activation, a purer, more powerful bloodline enhancement. Compared to the crude transplant of traditional demon hunters, my method may be more circuitous, but it comes with far less risk and yields no less return. Ron nodded with satisfaction, cautiously placing the stand-in puppet into his inner robe pocket. Moreover, because it can span across various biological traits in fusion, theoretically, the potential is greater. Meanwhile, the 3 women in the bath were enjoying the comfort of the hot spring. The steaming mist filled the air, infused with Elan's specially made herbal fragrance, soothing the mind and body. "Ah, so comfortable." Dale sighed with content, submerging most of her body in the warm water, leaving only her head exposed, her silver hair appearing even smoother and shinier in the steam. Compared to those cold water elements in the altar, this is heaven. Elan observed Dale carefully, her vines gently touching the little sea siren's arms and shoulders, seemingly checking on something. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Dale, your body seems to have undergone some changes." What changes?" Dale curiously looked at herself, finding nothing amiss. Elan's vines gently pointed to Dale's chest. "Look here, after your bloodline breakthrough, your body has started developing. There's a small sprout here." Dale looked down in surprise, and indeed found that her previously flat chest had begun to show a subtle rise. Though still small, it was undeniably a sign of development. "Really?" The little sea siren was overjoyed, gently caressing the change, feeling a sense of joy from growth swelling in her heart. "Looks like I'll soon have a mature body like Sister Lily." She turned excitedly to Lilia, ready to share this discovery, only to find the girl already leaning against the edge of the bath, head slightly tilted back, eyes closed, breathing gently and evenly. She had fallen asleep. This unguarded state was completely different from Lilia's usual demeanor. The prolonged worry and tension, coupled with the relief of Ron's safe return, had finally led her body to seek rest. "SHH, don't wake her." Alan gently signaled with her vines, her voice lowered. "She needs the rest too much." Alan carefully adjusted Lilia's position to ensure she wouldn't slip into the water. "She's been so exhausted, almost reaching her limit." "Why isn't everything running smoothly at the workshop?" Dale asked in confusion, her voice involuntarily lowered. Alan shook her head, her emerald eyes showing concern. "Lilia was the most worried among the two of us. After you and the master disappeared, she was almost on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Straining to handle workshop affairs during the day, and tossing sleeplessly at night. I often saw her late at night, in the study poring over ancient books about the Bloodline altar." Dale looked at the sleeping girl, noticing the dark circles under her eyes and her slightly thin cheeks. Even in her sleep, Lilia's brows remained slightly furrowed, unable to put her worries to rest. Dale blinked, a hint of compassion flashing in her golden eyes. "Now that both of you are safely back, she can finally relax." Alan's voice was gentle, so it's only natural she fell asleep while soaking. Dale nodded, remaining silent, quietly enjoying the comfort of the hot spring. The water in the bath gently rippled, as if narrating unspoken warmth. After tidying up the experimental equipment, Ron walked to the other corner of the laboratory. There was a specially made meditation mat used for daily cultivation. This meditation mat was woven from a special material that could isolate external interference while enhancing the concentration of spiritual power. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Ron closed his eyes, released his spiritual power, and carefully sensed his mental state. His spiritual ocean had expanded several times compared to a few months ago. The meditation technique of Star Eater's ravings began to operate efficiently, and even during short moments of meditation, he could feel the growth of his spiritual power. This growth was not a slow accumulation, but a continuous and noticeable enhancement. It was like an unending stream, constantly pouring into his spiritual ocean. Especially since mastering the technique of using the erosion chapter to isolate the ravings, the efficiency of meditation had increased by at least several levels. The previously troubling interference sound waves had now become his aid, like taking an enemy's weapon to strike back. At this rate, reaching the critical point of 4.9 within 3 months should be no problem. Ron silently calculated. "Recently, I've considered pushing the charging progress of the stand in Puppet to 50%. Transitioning to a demon hunter should also provide a certain increase in spirit attribute, and the threshold for becoming an official wizard is already near at hand." But immediately his brow furrowed and his expression turned solemn. Despite the smooth progress, the school's control over the key potion remained a significant obstacle. This rare magic potion, necessary for promotion to an official wizard, was strictly controlled by the major schools. An important tool for binding geniuses. Based on his understanding, unlike ordinary magic potions, the formula for the key potion was the top secret of each school. Even many senior alchemists could not fully know its contents. After all, this sole path for apprentices to advance to official wizards was an absolute strategic asset, an essential means for major wizard forces to maintain governing foundations. The key magic potion allocation, determined every 10 years, still had over 2 years until the next evaluation. 2 years? Too long? Ron shook his head, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. "I can't waste 2 years here waiting for a magic potion that might or might not come into my hands." Moreover, while Star Eater's ravings provided astonishing cultivation speed, it also caused extremely high spiritual contamination. Ron had already begun to gradually feel the impact of this contamination. Occasional auditory hallucinations, brief cognitive disarray, and even some strange dreams were all warning signals. Although he had started using the blessing provided by Lilia to purify these contaminations, this method only addressed the symptoms, not the root, and could not resolve the problem fundamentally. Lilia's talent diligence can make up for incompetence, made her blessing particularly pure and abundant, which was one of the reasons Ron was willing to patiently teach her. But even so, this method was only a temporary expedient and could not sustain long-term high-intensity cultivation. Ron checked the status of the Time Guardian pocket watch, and found that the energy quota had reached a full state of 50/50. This discovery left him slightly stunned. Has the energy quota increased again? He began to carefully check the energy flow of the pocket watch. Since acquiring the pocket watch, he had always used its energy cautiously, having never seen the energy recover to full state. The experience of crossing the Bloodline altar's space portal may have given the pocket watch some recharging. Ron pondered, a flash of understanding passing through his eyes, the spatial distortion and the time flow difference. This seems related to the intrinsic traits of the pocket watch. The Bloodline altar, being a semi-independent space, had an internal time flow differing from the outside, and such time differences might have triggered the pocket watch's self-recovery mechanism. But even so, it's not enough to support a 2-year wait. Ron shook his head and carefully put away the pocket watch. The pocket watch's energy is limited, and the recharging method is unknown, unable to guarantee when the next enhancement can occur. Once Valen leaves, immediately visit Lady Allen to learn about the method of advancing to an official wizard without relying on the school's standard key potion. This might be a freer but also more dangerous path. However, for Ron, risk often meant greater rewards. Whether successful or not, he planned to head to the Central Lands. There lay broader resources, deeper knowledge, and more opportunities. School factions like the Black Mist School in the fringe areas, albeit a good starting point for beginners, were ultimately too limited for those truly seeking the pinnacle. As for the workshop, Ron pondered how to arrange it. Dale and Alan were naturally to be taken along. After undergoing their respective bloodline modulation, they had formed a special bond with him, almost an extension of his existence, with no need to worry about betrayal. Alan, being an ancient tree fairy, could not only communicate with plants, but also sense the surrounding energy fluctuations, serving as a natural alert system. Additionally, her vine defense, like a living barrier, could provide extra protection in times of danger. Dale also possessed similar traits. Having now evolved into a golden ring pure-blooded sea siren, she not only had powerful water element control, but her charm song ability could also become a turning point at critical moments. Moreover, their non-human unique constitutions made them easier to carry. Elan had previously mentioned that in extreme situations, she could curl herself into a half-meter-sized vine ball and enter a low-energy sleep, making it very convenient to tuck into a spatial bag. Ron sighed softly, his brow furrowed. This diligent student, despite her excellent performance, would find it difficult to follow him to the Central Lands. Firstly, she has a personal binding relationship with the Black Mist School that she needs to formally dissolve. Secondly, the journey to the Central Lands is full of uncertainties that he himself might not be fully prepared for, let alone having to protect an ordinary apprentice. Moreover, although Lilia's diligence can make up for incompetence, talent is precious. It is still limited in actual combat power. After all, she is a pure human, lacking the non-human traits of Dale and Alan. I'll have to ask Lady Allen, Ron decided. With Lilia's diligence can make up for incompetence, talent, and study attitude, she might become the new top of the school's hierarchy in a few years, and it seems the lady doesn't quite dislike her either. Ending his meditation, he prepared to leave the laboratory. He quickly left the laboratory, locked the door securely, ensuring that nothing dangerous inside would leak out. The night was deep, and the workshop was silent. Ron returned to his room and gradually drifted into slumber amidst 1,000 thoughts. Yet even in his dreams, thoughts about future plans continued to linger in his mind. The next morning, as usual, Ron completed his routine meditation and bloodline activation practice, then spent another hour practicing the flowing shield wall and ring of radiance spells. The black mist jungle in the morning was still shrouded in a light mist, and Ron arrived at the workshop's training field early, beginning his daily magic practice. This was his unchanging habit, no matter what hardships or surprises the previous day had brought. He always persisted in this as naturally as breathing. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward, and a golden glow gradually gathered in his hand. Initially, it was only the size of a match head, then it quickly expanded to form a ring about 30 centimeters in diameter. The surface of the ring flowed with fine energy patterns, each line flashing with a faint yet steady light, like a flowing golden river. Ring of Brilliance, form transformation light ball. With Ron's whisper, the ring suspended mid-air suddenly contracted, instantly condensing into a radiant golden sphere. The surface of the sphere was no longer simply smooth, but covered in textures like that of the sun's surface. Those textures continuously changed with the flow of energy, as if alive. Ron's forehead was slightly damp with sweat, his spiritual power concentrated to the utmost, as each form transformation demanded precise control of magic power. Form transformation light spear. The light ball responded to his thoughts, stretching and reshaping rapidly into a light spear about a meter long. The spear tip was extremely sharp, gleaming with an unsettling cold light as if it could pierce any defense. Ron maintained an even rhythm in his breathing, yet his heartbeat quietly quickened. Each transformation consumed spiritual power, but compared to the exhausted state of a novice, he could now manage it with much more ease. Form transformation light whip. Under his mental guidance, the light spear quickly transformed into a flexible light whip about 3 meters long, dancing skillfully in the air with a slight buzzing sound. Ron controlled the light whip to trace a graceful arc in the air, then lashed it towards the wooden stump. At the moment of contact with the wooden stump, a bright spark exploded forth. A deep scorch mark was left on the stump, emitting a burnt, woody aroma. Ron remained expressionless, but a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He then attempted various other forms: a light shield, light arrow, light net, and even a complete light saber. Every form transformation became more fluid than the last, with increasingly less energy loss. He felt the bond between himself and the Ring of Radiance magic growing ever closer, like an old friend in harmony. This feeling is something beginners cannot comprehend. Only when a spell approaches mastery can one experience this wondrous state of unison with it. The control of the Ring of Radiance is approaching mastery. Ron nodded in satisfaction, feeling the light morph in his hand at will, his mouth slightly upturned before quickly returning to calm. However, I still need to keep increasing the transformation speed, as any delay could be fatal in real combat. Ring of Radiance experience points +1. Current progress, Ring of Radiance proficient 87/100. Next, Flowing Shield Wall. Ron withdrew the light element and instead summoned a translucent energy barrier. This barrier was a pale blue, flowing around him like water, ready to withstand attacks at any moment. Increase intensity. He activated the preset Attacking Golem. The golem began hurling various objects at him, from small stones to metal darts, with increasing force and speed. The feature of the Flowing Shield Wall lay in its malleability and adaptability. Ordinary shields are usually fixed in shape and perform variably against different types of attacks. In contrast, the Flowing Shield Wall can automatically adjust its density and shape according to the nature of the attack, maximizing defensive effect. The memory function is becoming more and more refined. Ron nodded in satisfaction. This adaptability is the core value of the Flowing Shield Wall. It not only can adapt to different attack methods, but also remember attack patterns it has encountered before. React quicker and more effectively to similar attacks in the future. But Ron's ambition goes beyond that. He began trying to add an active counterattack function to the shield wall, so it could not only provide passive defense, but also actively reflect attacking energy. Energy conversion and feedback. He adjusted the energy structure of the shield wall, trying to add an energy reflection layer without undermining its stability. This is a highly challenging improvement that requires a delicate balance of energy. If the reflection layer is too strong, it will weaken the basic defensive ability of the shield wall. If it's too weak, the counterattack effect will be negligible. Finding this balance is the key to this attempt. After trying multiple constructions, Ron finally found a relatively ideal balance, adding an extremely thin, elastic membrane to the outermost layer of the shield wall. Only when the external force exceeds a certain threshold will the rebound function be activated. This way, it won't affect the basic defensive capability of the shield wall, yet can provide a counterattack when under a strong assault. Flowing Shield Wall experience points +1. Ron controlled the shield wall to defend against attacks, while pondering on how to further improve this magic. If it could increase energy density while maintaining fluidity, perhaps it could achieve a liquid armor effect. With this in mind, he attempted to alter the energy structure of the shield wall so that it adhered more closely to the body contour, while increasing local energy density. The shield wall became thicker, but its fluidity was somewhat reduced. The balance point still needs adjustment. Ron frowned in thought. Perhaps I could learn from the Bloodline Knight's life burst technique to establish a resonance circuit between energy and the body, which would be a fusion of magic and bloodline power. Ron noted this idea in his mind, preparing for detailed research later. Flowing shield wall experience points +1. Current progress, flowing shield wall, proficient 55/100. Halfway through the training, he felt somewhat mentally fatigued, so he took out a small bottle of self-made spiritual stabilizing liquid and sipped a bit. A cool sensation immediately spread from his throat to his entire body, and the flow of spiritual power became smoother. Continue sound wave vibration. Ron took a deep breath, his spiritual power flowing along a specific path, forming subtle vibrations in the air. Because it was just a basic exercise, he did not add erosion ability, and adding erosion to the sound wave vibration would actually consume a lot of his resources. A spiritual power was injected, visible ripples began to appear in the air, spreading outward from Ron's palm. The ripples carried vibrations of a specific frequency, distorting the air along the path, forming a formless yet highly destructive shock wave. The wooden stake opposite was hit by the sound wave, its surface immediately covered with web-like cracks, with fine wood shards flying all around. Sound wave vibration experience points +1. Current progress, sound wave vibration, proficient 92/100. After resting briefly, he recalled Oliver and Cynthia's Abyssal Echo that could only be used in the awakened state. Abyssal Echo could not only damage physical forms, but also directly affect the target's mental state, causing fear, confusion, and even temporary disruptions of thought. If I could combine the traits of Erosion Chapter and Abyssal Echo with dual destructive and eroding effects. A hint of excitement flashed in Ron's eyes. This was a bold idea. But if successful, it would make his already penetrating erosion sound wave take another leap in destructive power. But reality quickly drew him back. However, it requires deeper research into the abyss and more precise control of ravings. He frowned in thought, fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. With the current strength of my spiritual power, it's probably difficult to sustain such a complex fusion magic, and I also have no means to replicate that Abyssal Echo right now. It inherently possesses a very strong erosive nature and instability, and without enough spiritual power for buffering and control, attempting manipulation would be like playing with fire. Besides, whether the fusion of Abyssal Echo and Starry Sky ravings can exist stably is a theoretical challenge itself. Perhaps it would be more prudent to attempt such a fusion after becoming an official wizard and perfecting my unique magic. Ron decided to set aside this idea for the moment, but still remembered it as one of the future directions of effort. An invisible sound wave causing people to bleed black and die insane. Perhaps one day I could earn the title Deathsinger. As the sun gradually climbed up the sky, Ron ended his practice with a brief rest. Every strand of magic power in his body mildly protested, but the feeling of fatigue strangely satisfied him, proof of progress. Every breakthrough in magic, every honing of technique, laid a more solid foundation for the future path of the wizard. Truly powerful wizards are not about how many magics they learn, but their deep understanding and creative application of each magic. As recorded in Apprentice Ladder, mastery of one magic surpasses familiarity with 100. A true master only needs 3 to 5 magics to face countless changes. Mastery of each magic will form a specific thought circuit in the caster's spiritual world. The stronger and more refined these circuits are, the higher the power of magic after becoming an official wizard, the faster the casting speed, and the higher the energy utilization efficiency. Those apprentices who only focus on the quantity of magic and neglect quality often end up in trouble at critical moments. When they need to cast spells quickly, the disorderly thought circuits will significantly slow their reaction speed, even causing the magic to collapse. Putting away the casting medium, Ron took one last review of his magic progress. Ring of Brilliance and Sound Wave Vibration are both approaching the master level, while Flowing Shield Wall is at mid-proficiency. As for the old friend, Slime Splash, it had reached maximum experience points, though it hadn't been used much lately. His goal was clear: once all core magics reached the master level, he could begin attempting to advance to an official wizard. At this moment, Alan walked lightly into the training field. Her steps were so light that they were almost soundless, but through a special spiritual link, Ron immediately sensed her presence. The body that once curled like a vine now presented a form almost indistinguishable from a human female. Her tall figure was wrapped in clothing ingeniously woven of vines and petals, swaying slightly as she walked, showcasing her graceful figure. "Master, there is a guest visiting." The Dryad's voice was gentle and clear, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "It's Miss Trish." Ron raised an eyebrow slightly, putting down the casting medium he was experimenting with. Trish's visit was somewhat unexpected, especially so soon after the Bloodline altar trial had ended. "Show her to the parlor, I'll be right there." He nodded to indicate, while gently using his magic to sweep away the sweat and dust from his long practice, marking an end to it. As an advanced apprentice, this small skill was already a basic ability of his, also serving as early practice for more refined magic control after becoming an official wizard. He tidied up his outfit slightly, donning a robe that was his standard attire for receiving guests. The robe was embroidered with some purple patterns, without much decoration, reflecting the reserved nature of the host. He walked briskly through the corridors to the parlor. Trish was already sitting there, savoring the flower tea served by vines. Her eyes followed the direction of the extending vines, momentarily taken aback when she saw the Dryad not far away. Her brown eyes widened, unable to conceal her surprise. Is this Alan?" Trish's voice held an unmistakable surprise. "You've successfully undergone bloodline modulation." She remembered that the last time she saw Alan, she was just an ordinary forest spirit. Though she had gained some intelligence, her form was still more plant-like, far from humanoid. Now, the elegant female figure before her completely overturned her preconceived notions of tree spirits. Alan smiled faintly, her smile both gentle and slightly proud. "Yes, Miss Trish. Thanks to my master's bloodline modulation techniques, I have been able to restore myself to a form akin to our ancient ancestors." Trish looked at Ron again with a newfound seriousness, having to reassess the capabilities and talents of her peer. "Your bloodline modulation skills are indeed well-deserved. To modulate an ordinary tree spirit to this extent is nearly at the level of a professional modulator." Having an official wizard as a master, her knowledge was quite extensive. Thus, Trish was more aware of the challenges of bloodline modulation. Even for professional modulators, it's very difficult to elevate an ordinary tree spirit to this level. Such a success requires not only a solid theoretical foundation, but also an extremely deep understanding of the essence of life and terrifyingly precise operational skills. Trish set down her teacup with a smile on her face. "Your workshop is flourishing, and the harvest from the Bloodline altar is indeed rich. It shows that you've been in great shape lately." Without needing additional words, Alan, who was standing by not far away, had already used vines to serve her master tea. As for Lily, who used to help him frequently, she had been so nervously exhausted these days that she completely relaxed yesterday and fell asleep, not yet awake even now. Thanks to the Bloodline altar, Ron sat opposite her, observing the changes in Trish. The girl's demeanor was more mature and stable than before, her brown hair neatly coiled at the back of her head, revealing a beautifully lined neck. The most noticeable change was her skin, originally fair, now it was even more crystal clear, with faint green patterns visible. These were signs of the further activation of her forest elf bloodline. Trish exuded a fresh aura, akin to morning dew in a forest, carrying a vibrant and lively vigor. This change was apparent to Ron, who was familiar with bloodline traits. Trish's forest elf bloodline had been purified by at least 20%, which was quite a considerable advancement for someone who already possessed forest elf heritage. It seemed even without the one-time metamorphosis brought by the bloodline altar, she had made astonishing progress every day. "Did you come by for a specific reason?" Ron asked, his voice calm, carrying just the right hint of curiosity. There was a flicker of complex emotion in Trish's eyes, as if she hesitated to speak. Her fingers gently traced the rim of her teacup, a habit when she pondered. I'm here to say goodbye this time. The day after tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Crystal Tower with my master, taking Master Valen's gargoyle. There was a touch of reluctance in the girl's voice, but she made efforts to maintain the composure expected of a wizard. In that instant, something seemed to flash in her eyes, deeper than friendship, yet quickly suppressed. It's decided so soon. Ron was somewhat surprised, instinctively sitting up straighter. I thought you would at least have some time left to prepare. Valen was scheduled to leave in 2 days, and Corina seemed eager to take her student away from the Black Mist jungle. The original plan was to leave several months later. Trish nodded, her slender fingers still lingering at the teacup rim, as if seeking some sense of security from the simple motion. But the event with the Bloodline altar changed my master's mind. She thinks that the Black Mist School is no longer safe, especially for an apprentice like me with such a unique bloodline. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming resolute. My master said that the activities of the Eye of the Abyss have already infiltrated the core area of the school, and more awakened ones like Oliver and Cynthia might appear in the future. For my master, my safety seems more important than anything else. Speaking of Corina, Trish's tone carried an undeniable closeness, making Ron somewhat curious. After all, in his impression, the silver-haired wizard was a cold and ruthless figure. Hard to imagine her caring so much about an apprentice's safety. After a brief silence, Trish seemed to recall something and suddenly chuckled softly. Speaking of which, you might not know, Master Corina is completely different in private from the aloof image she presents. Oh, Ron raised his eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Trish's eyes brightened with a rare ease, her lips curving with a gentle smile. She usually appears as cold as an iceberg, always with that white mask, but privately. She's practically a life idiot. Seeing Ron's surprised expression, Trish's smile grew deeper. Don't doubt it, she doesn't even know how to brew a proper cup of tea, always boiling the water too hot and then pouring it directly over the tea leaves, making it bitter and astringent. Once I couldn't help but complain a little, and she actually got upset, saying she despised studying such low-level techniques. Trish mimicked Corina's tone, the deliberately exaggerated arrogance making Ron involuntarily smile. Moreover, she particularly enjoys playing tricks on people, Trish continued, her voice tinged with helplessness. Sometimes she suddenly appears in my room in the middle of the night, scaring me almost to the point of casting defense magic. But the next second, she'd hand me a cup of hot milk, saying it's to check my alertness. She shook her head. Yet the smile in her eyes deepened. These little anecdotes between master and apprentice gave Ron a glimpse of a completely different Corina. Distinct from the intimidating silver-haired wizard she was known to be. Speaking of which, the girl's expression suddenly turned somewhat complex, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. I previously signed a 10-year service contract with the school in exchange for resource allocation, but my master directly paid off the remaining debt, freeing me from the school's contract entirely. Ron raised an eyebrow. This was something he had already learned about during his time as an elementary apprentice. The school typically provides resource support to talented apprentices, but in return, apprentices need to sign a service contract, committing to work for the school for a period. Once such a contract is signed, it is nearly impossible to terminate unless someone is willing to assume the remaining contractual obligations. Of course, this also means I am now completely bound to her, Trish said with a wry smile, her gaze falling on the ripples in her teacup. However, considering that the relationship with my master is quite pleasant, it's not a bad thing after all. She looked up, meeting Ron's eyes. The Crystal Tower has broader resources and knowledge, offering more possibilities for people like us. Ron could detect a hint of something else in her tone, as if implying that he too should consider heading to the Crystal Tower. But he merely smiled subtly, neither agreeing nor opposing. So, since you're about to head to the Crystal Tower, you should have some understanding of the situations over there, right? He asked tentatively, trying to steer the conversation in a direction of his interest. Of course, Trish put down her teacup, a look of yearning in her eyes. My master has shown me many images and memory fragments about the Crystal Tower. The scale and grandeur of the place far exceed my imagination. Her voice became filled with enthusiasm. It is said that the resources and knowledge there surpass the Black Mist School by several times, especially in the field of extraordinary biology, where cutting-edge research is conducted. My master said that the recently completed library houses detailed information on tens of thousands of extraordinary creatures. From appearance and structure to internal organs, habits, to bloodline traits, everything is covered. Trish paused for a moment, her gaze turning profound. Besides that, the Crystal Tower also has a complete branch of enchantment studies, which is almost unheard of in other schools. It is said that only by mastering the core secrets of enchantment can one embark on the path of the ancient alchemist. Ancient alchemist. Ron repeated softly, as the legendary career path had always been one of his pursuits. Legend has it that only those who are simultaneously proficient in magic potion making, alchemy, and enchantment can attempt to study the two forbidden topics of Philosopher's Stone and life refining. But now, these are nearly just legends, Trish added somewhat regretfully. The last true ancient alchemist died more than 1,000 years ago. And now very few people can be proficient in all three subjects, not even in the Crystal Tower. Ron took a sip of his tea, masking his slightly tumultuous emotions. These were pieces of information he could indeed find. But his true interest lay with the information more intimately connected with the Crystal Tower, rather than those elusive legends. What is the power structure like within the Crystal Tower? He continued to inquire, a faint plan forming in his mind. Trish glanced around cautiously and saw that Alan had already activated the vine barrier before lowering her voice. Within the Crystal Tower, there are several major wizard clans and some independent wizards. The most powerful of these is the Crown Clan, which is said to have once produced a Great One in its ancestry. A Great One is a respectful title for the Witch King. Ron's eyes widened. This existence surpasses even a great wizard, and such beings are rare in the history of the entire Ring Abyss continent group. In the world of wizards, above Morning Star mages are Moonlight wizards, then Dark Sun wizards, followed by Great Wizards, with the Witch King being the highest known realm. At the level of a Witch King, they've entirely transcended the realm of ordinary life, and dimension, time, destiny, along with other rules and concepts, are mere playthings in their hands. Even some native gods of different planes are no match for a Witch King, which is why each Witch King is honored as a Great One. As for demon gods, they're too ethereal to even mention. Don't be so surprised. Trish smiled slightly at Ron's expression, a little satisfied to have brought him such shocking information. Although it sounds unbelievable, according to my master, it's true. However, the presence of a Witch King is too powerful and typically wouldn't linger in the main world. It's said that their life levels are so high that the mere presence of their energy waves significantly disrupts and twists the ecosystem of the world. Her eyes became more focused, as if recounting a treasured story long held. Therefore, after becoming a Witch King, most would venture beyond the Star Gate into the endless worlds to conquer planes. They only maintain a faint connection to the real world through some special link from time to time. Trish slowly sipped her tea and continued explaining. Nevertheless, the inheritance of a wizard's bloodline cannot be ignored. From the time one becomes an official wizard, the probability of descendants inheriting aptitude and special talents is much higher than that of ordinary people. By the time one reaches great wizard status, close kin are almost certain to inherit some of the aptitude and talents, producing at least a few official wizards each generation. This is also why wizard clans form. Ron nodded thoughtfully. The pattern of bloodline inheritance is common among various extraordinary professions. So, despite being separated by countless generations from the ancestor Witch King, the offspring of the Crown Clan can still produce far more exceptional talents than ordinary great wizard clans. Trish's tone carried deep envy. It's said that the most outstanding members of the Crown Clan can receive the attention and blessing of the Witch King, making their position in the Crystal Tower unshakable. I never expected there to be such legends behind the Crystal Tower. Ron sighed softly, filled with longing for this extraordinary center of the Central Lands. Speaking of which, Trish gave a slight smile, a trace of cunning flashing in her eyes. I've seen a few ancient enchantment tomes on my master's bookshelf. If you're interested in that subject, maybe I could try to secretly copy some for you in the future. The suggestion made Ron amused. He certainly didn't need Trish's help in that way. No need to take such risks. He said casually, if I'm genuinely interested in enchantment, I will naturally seek out the related books myself. Trish nodded, a hint of admiration in her eyes. If Ron had agreed just now, that wouldn't have been like him at all. After a moment of silence, the brown-haired girl's expression suddenly became somewhat playful, a side Ron rarely saw. What proposal? Ron's curiosity was piqued by her expression. How about we make a friendly wager? Trish tucked her brown hair behind her ear and lazily leaned back on the sofa, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Let's bet on who will become an official wizard first. Ron's eyebrows rose in surprise at this sudden challenge, but it quickly stirred his competitive spirit. Oh. What's the wager? Whoever becomes an official wizard last agrees to one condition from the person who becomes one. First, Trish proposed, her lips curving in a confident smile. How about it, dare to accept? Ron squinted his eyes, gently stroking his chin, considering the possible motivations behind this proposal. Trish has always been a savvy person. She must have her reasons for proposing such a bet. But regardless, the bet itself is intriguing and could motivate both of them to strive harder. You have quite a bit of confidence in both me and yourself. After a moment of thought, Ron chuckled softly. I accept, but since we're each on different paths now, how do we confirm who reaches the goal first? Trish's smile deepened, as if she had anticipated he would accept. She pulled a small crystal orb from her pocket and placed it gently on the table. This is a pair of magic resonance balls, given to me by Master Corina. Each of us will hold one. Once someone becomes an official wizard, the magic power fluctuations will automatically trigger a resonance, allowing the other side to sense it. Ron reached out and picked up the crystal ball, examining it carefully. The crystal ball's surface was smooth as a mirror. The mass of silver mist gently swirling inside. He used extraordinary recognition to conduct a detailed check, ensuring there were no hidden malicious effects. Satisfied, he nodded. A very fair proposal, I accept the wager. The design of this resonance ball is quite exquisite. Made by the master herself, Trish's voice carried a hint of pride. Once the magic power fluctuations reach the standard of an official wizard, it will immediately activate. The two exchanged smiles, the spark of competition in their eyes. After a moment of silence, Ron got up and walked over to a cabinet, retrieving a delicate box. The box was made of dark brown wood, carved with intricate leaf patterns on its surface, its edges inlaid with a circle of silver thread, exuding a faint wave of magic power. I have a gift for you too, Ron said, his voice deep. I originally planned to give it to you according to our initial plans, a few months later before your departure, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. He opened the box, revealing a short magic wand of about 30 centimeters lying inside. The wand was made of emerald green vines with a translucent green leaf embedded at the top, emitting a gentle glow. As the box opened, a refreshing scent of greenery wafted out, evoking the fragrance of a forest after rain. This is? Trish's eyes widened, her breathing noticeably quickening, clearly astonished by this exquisite gift. Your farewell gift. Ron placed the box in front of her. The main materials are Elan's leaf of life and a few major vines, which can amplify the effects of natural magic. Your forest elf bloodline should resonate well with it. Trish reached out to touch the wand but hesitated just before contact, withdrawing her hand with a slight frown. This is too precious, I can't accept it. The leaf of life, even if Elan has advanced to an ancient tree fairy, should still be quite rare, right? And the creation process must be extremely complex. Her eyes lingered on the wand, filled with both longing and hesitation. Ron understood her feelings. Gifts in a wizard's world often come with certain expectations or exchanges, especially such a valuable gift. Don't worry, it's all about making the most of it. Ron smiled and pushed the box a little closer. Elan is very happy that a part of herself can help you, and for me right now, creating this level of alchemy item isn't too difficult. He paused slightly, adding with a hint of regret. It's just a pity that the Black Mist School doesn't have an enchanter. Otherwise, imprinting enhancement runes on it would make the effect even greater. Perhaps when you reach the Crystal Tower, you might have the chance to ask an enchanter to add some runes for it. Trish carefully took the box, a trace of emotion flashing in her eyes. She gently stroked the vine-patterned staff body. When her fingertip touched the green leaf, the leaf glowed faintly, responding to the forest power within her bloodline. "It's truly perfect," she murmured in admiration, her voice carrying undisguised joy. "It feels tailor-made for me. I can sense its resonance with my bloodline. However, I have a small request." Ron smiled, watching as Trish looked up in surprise. He hesitated for a moment. He originally intended to mention Trish's blood sample, but swallowed his words back down. In the wizard world, blood is the most private and dangerous existence. It not only contains the essence of life, but is also the ideal medium for curses. Even between blood relatives or close companions, they wouldn't easily let their blood fall into another's hands. This is the most basic caution in the wizard world. You never know when someone might turn into an enemy. And possessing your blood is equivalent to holding the key to your life. This is why almost all clients of bloodline modifiers are extraordinary slaves or non-human creatures. Ron had never heard of any wizard asking a bloodline modifier to enhance their own bloodline, as it would be tantamount to handing one's fate into someone else's control. Thinking of this, his gaze flickered slightly, and he said instead, "I hope to collect more of Lai Yu's blood samples for my bloodline experiment. The previous sample is already used up, and my bloodline research is at a critical stage." Ron thought to himself, although Trish's forest elf bloodline was more valuable to his research, that line could not be crossed. Even in a farewell gift situation, making such a request would instantly destroy the hard-earned trust between the two. Moreover, Corina must have already warned Trish about this aspect. Under no circumstances should her blood fall into anyone else's hands, not even a very close friend. Trish blinked and then suddenly understood. "That's why you prepared such a valuable gift." She chuckled softly, but there was no displeasure in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Ron caught a fleeting moment of relaxation in her gaze. Evidently, she too worried that he would make a more offensive request, which could have ruined the still friendly atmosphere. "That's easy. Lai Yu is waiting for me outside." Trish agreed casually, her tone a bit more relaxed. The blood of a servant is merely a consumable and wouldn't cause any taboo. Moreover, with Trish's keen observation, she could also tell Ron's keen interest in non-human bloodlines. Such a request was reasonable enough. "Thank you then." Ron nodded in gratitude, inwardly delighted. This exchange was beneficial for both sides. He acquired valuable research material, and Trish received a magic wand highly compatible with her bloodline. He didn't get the most ideal forest elf blood sample. The blood of the leopardess was valuable enough, especially with the special lineage of the monarch bloodline flowing through it. Trish carefully placed the wand along with the box into her spatial bag, her movements gentle, as though handling a treasure. "In that case, I will accept this gift and I will cherish it." She looked up, a subtle glow in her eyes, an emotion caught between gratitude and reluctance. "This wand will always remind me of our agreement and our friendship." The last word she said so softly, it was almost a sigh. At that moment, Trish seemed to shed her usual calm and composed facade, revealing her true self. A young girl about to leave a familiar environment, filled with both anticipation and apprehension for the unknown future. Ron could feel her inner turmoil, but did not lay it bare. In the wizard world, showing too much emotion is often seen as a weakness, especially for those who aspire to become stronger. After a few simple words, Trish turned and walked out the door, leading Lai Yu in shortly after. The leopardess still wore her tight leather attire, the intricate patterns visible in the sunlight. But a closer look showed her claws were even sharper, with a faint purple sheen visible, proof of successfully integrating the scorpion poison. "Master said you need my blood sample." Lai Yu's voice was low, with no trace of emotion in her tone. Ron nodded, taking out several specially made blood collection tubes and a small silver knife from the workbench. "Yes, I need to collect a few vials. It shouldn't trouble you too much." "No need to worry, Master Ralph." The leopardess extended her arm, rolling up her sleeve to reveal skin covered in light brown spots. "Please go ahead." Ron picked up the silver knife and gently drew it across the leopardess's arm. The moment the blade cut the skin, fresh red blood surged out immediately. But Lai Yu's expression didn't change at all. Not even a slight furrow of the brow. "It seems your pain perception has been somewhat weakened." Ron skillfully guided the blood into a collection vial while observing her reaction. "Yes," Lai Yu answered softly, her gaze resting on her bleeding arm. "Ever since you helped me fuse the scorpion poison, my senses have changed a lot. I can freely control whether my sense of pain is weakened, which also gives me an advantage in battle." Ron filled the first vial and switched to a second one. "That tissue fused well. It seems your bloodline is fairly compatible with it." "Thanks to your expertise." Lai Yu uncharacteristically showed a hint of gratitude. "These days, I can clearly feel an increase in strength. Not just the poison ability, but my overall combat power is much stronger than before." "This is the third vial. It will be done soon." He carefully controlled the blood flow. The Panther girl nodded, her gaze respectfully staying on her own arm, not daring to look around at the various facilities in the workshop. Once the blood collection was finished, Ron took out a small vial of light green ointment and handed it to the Panther girl. "Apply it on the wound. It will accelerate healing and leave no scars." Lai Yu took the vial and gently applied it to the wound. The moment the ointment touched the skin, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon leaving only a faint red line. "It's getting late. I should also go back and prepare my gear." Trish, who was sitting nearby, stood up, adjusted her robes, and put on her mask of calm composure again. "Master Valen said the gargoyles will take off early the day after tomorrow, and I have many things to prepare." "No problem, I'll see you out." Ron also stood up, and the two walked toward the door together. "I look forward to the next time we meet. Both of us as official wizards." Trish stood at the door, looking back at Ron, a faint smile on her face but with an imperceptible hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Of course." Ron nodded lightly to her, saying softly, "I wish you all the best at the Crystal Tower. Don't forget our wager. I don't want an easy victory." Trish smiled slightly with a touch of playfulness. "You're always so confident, but I won't easily lose to you." She paused, her expression turning serious, and her tone was more somber. "Take care of yourself, Ron. Whatever you plan to do, remember, only by staying alive can you continue to move forward." This remark made Ron feel a bit unusual. Did Trish sense some of his plans, or was it just a casual farewell blessing? But regardless, the concern was real, which warmed Ron's heart. "I will," he solemnly replied. "You too, the competition at the Crystal Tower is likely more intense than here." Trish nodded slightly, as if wanting to say something more, but finally just turned and left. Her silhouette stood tall in the morning light, her brown hair shimmering in the sunlight like a sunflower. Ron stood at the door, quietly watching her depart. This kind of self-restraint is almost a required course for all wizards, with emotions seen as noise interfering with rational judgment, needing to be effectively controlled. "Master, I can feel that Miss Trish." Alan's voice came from behind, interrupting Ron's thoughts. He turned around, seeing the tree spirit standing not far away, her emerald eyes glowing with insight. "Seems to care about you very much." Alan's perception was as keen as ever, always able to discern hidden emotions in humans. "Perhaps." Ron did not deny it, merely responded softly. "She has her own path and I have mine. We may be friends or perhaps rivals, but ultimately we're both pursuing our own strength." Alan nodded slightly, her tendrils swaying gently like she was thinking. "Wherever the master goes, we'll follow." Ron smiled and nodded, his gaze looking off into the distance. As Trish said, only by staying alive can one continue moving forward. Only by constantly moving forward can one ultimately reach that supreme realm. Complete the charging of the stand-in puppet. Demon Hunter job activation, becoming an official wizard, magic sword creation. Ron planned quietly. "In any case, I must quickly enhance my own power to deal with all possible dangers." The sunset gradually sank below the horizon, cloaking the black mist jungle in a layer of golden-red glory as another day came to an end. After sending off Trish and Lai Yu, Ron returned to the depths of his workshop's laboratory. Sitting at the lab bench, he gazed at the row of neatly arranged reagent bottles before him, deep in thought. My magic system is gradually taking shape, but something seems to be missing. Ron muttered to himself, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Since becoming an advanced apprentice, he had gradually begun to construct a fairly stable thought circuit. Sound wave vibration as the primary attack method, ring of brilliance for versatile tactical support, and the ring of magic flowing shield wall providing solid defense. But Ron was not satisfied with just this. The true path of a wizard lies not only in mastering existing magic, but also in continuous innovation and improvement. His thoughts turned to the first magic he ever encountered. Slime Splash. This basic magic that had once accompanied him through several crises had now gradually faded from his combat system. The attack range is too close, the flight speed too slow. The control effect is not as good as sound wave vibration and spiritual interference. Ron listed many flaws of this magic, but the basic construction is very stable. Perhaps it can be used as a blueprint to develop new variants. He recalled the records he had seen in The Apprentice's Ladder. Many powerful spells are actually evolved from basic magic. The key is to discover and utilize the potential of the basic structure. If we change the slime to acid, increase the corrosiveness, and simultaneously enhance the ejection speed and range. Ron stood up and walked to a wooden humanoid target in the center of the laboratory. This target was specifically used by him to test attack. Magic, its surface covered with special magic sensory material, able to record detailed data of the magic impact. He took a deep breath, concentrated his spiritual power, and constructed the magic model of Slime Splash. But this time, he did not follow the standard structure completely and tried to adjust a few key nodes. Change the liquid density, reduce viscosity, enhance fluidity. Ron adjusted the magic parameters in his mind. The proficient level of magic construction skills and multiple professions related to spiritual power were functioning, aiding him in quickly completing this basic improvement. As the spiritual power poured in, a faint green glow emerged from his palm, a blob of liquid slowly forming in his hand. Unlike the original version, this blob of liquid appeared clearer, with greater fluidity. Ron softly commanded, swinging his palm towards the wooden dummy. The blob of liquid shot out like an arrow, its speed at least double that of the original Slime Splash. The liquid hit the wooden dummy and quickly spread out. A moment later, white smoke began to rise from the wooden surface, the area covered by the liquid being slowly corroded. The basic direction is correct, but the effect is still not ideal. Ron frowned and evaluated. The attack speed increased, but the corrosiveness was far from expected. He walked back to the workbench and opened a heavy ancient tome, Theory of Spellcasting Medium. This book detailed various media substances used to amplify magic throughout the history of wizards. Spellcasting medium, Ron murmured, excitement flashing in his eyes. In the construction of magic models, integrating external substances can significantly amplify the magic effect. This is an extremely ancient technique. From the most junior apprentice to the top Witch King, they have been constantly exploring the possibilities of this field. The most basic spellcasting medium is the energy crystal, usually crafted by alchemists. These crystals store pure magic power internally, which can provide additional energy during casting, enhancing the magic's potency. Although energy crystals are the most convenient to use, the effect is quite limited. Ron flipped through the pages, calculating in his mind. Moreover, the utilization efficiency is extremely low. After injecting a spell with a standard quality energy crystal, it can only enhance the power by about 20%. Consuming the entire crystal's energy, compared to various magic wands, it's a complete resource waste. More advanced spellcasting mediums are substances with special effects. For example, Fire Dragon Heart Blood can significantly increase the temperature and duration of fire magic. Sky Serpent Scales can provide more precise guidance for thunder magic. Moon Shadow Flower Pollen can enhance the bewildering effect of illusion techniques. Ron's gaze fixed on a particularly noteworthy record. As for liquid magic, biological secretions are often the most ideal spellcasting medium. These fluids process through special glands within the biological body, inherently carry unique magic marks, which can produce effects far surpassing pure construction when combined with the caster's spiritual power. Biological secretions. Ron's eyes brightened, a clear idea appearing in his mind. Ever since Dale refined herself at the Bloodline altar to become a golden ring pure-blooded sea siren, her physical capabilities have significantly evolved. One significant feature is that the special corrosive liquid she could initially secrete has now also been enhanced. Perhaps Dale's secretion can be tried as a spellcasting medium. Ron pondered, then stood up and walked out towards the workshop. He found Dale in the small training ground in the backyard, practicing water element control. The little sea siren was focused on controlling a water ball, transforming it into various shapes in the air. From simple geometric forms to complex animal contours, showcasing her increasingly refined control. Dale, Ron called out. The little sea siren turned upon hearing the sound, her eyes flashing with surprise. The water ball instantly transformed into a delicate water flower, blooming in the air before disappearing without a trace. Master, is there anything I can help you with? She eagerly ran over, her silver hair sparkling with metallic luster under the sunlight. Since returning from the Bloodline altar, Dale's changes are not only reflected in her strength, but also in her temperament. Her demeanor has become more elegant, and her voice carries an indescribable allure. This is the innate talent unique to a pure-blooded sea siren starting to manifest. I need some of your special secretions, Ron said directly, that kind of highly corrosive liquid. Dale was taken aback and then blushed slightly. You mean my saliva? To be precise, it's that highly acidic liquid secreted deep within your salivary glands. Ron explained, as far as I know, a pure-blooded sea siren can control the properties of their saliva, freely switching from regular saliva to strong acid. Dale lowered her head, her fingers twisting nervously. This is a bit embarrassing. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but Ron still heard it clearly. This secretion is something very private for us sea sirens, usually used only for predation or. She didn't continue, but her face was flushed to her ears. Ron raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing he might have touched some taboo or custom related to the sea siren race. But the research at hand was obviously more important. It's for an important magic study. He said calmly, if you truly feel uncomfortable, I can consider other ways. Dale took a deep breath and looked up. No, I'm willing to do anything for the master, of course. She asked cautiously, how much do you need? About this much. Ron gestured the size of a small bottle, just enough to fill this capacity. Dale nodded, her face still flushed. Please give me a container I need to be alone for a while. Ron took a specially made small glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to Dale. This bottle was made of special materials, capable of resisting strong acid corrosion. Thank you, he said softly. This is very important for my research. Dale took the bottle and quickly walked to a corner of the training field. A few minutes later, she returned holding a glass bottle half filled with a transparent viscous liquid, her gaze wandering, avoiding direct eye contact with Ron. Here you go, this is my secretion. She handed the bottle to Ron, her head lowered almost to her chest. Ron took the bottle and carefully observed the liquid. Inside, in the sunlight, the liquid emitted a faint blue light, appearing much more viscous than ordinary liquids, yet still had good fluidity. Thank you very much, Dale, Ron said sincerely. The little sea siren nodded rapidly. You're welcome, Master. If you need more, I can provide it anytime. Ron smiled slightly and turned back to the laboratory. Dale breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze complex as she watched her master's departing figure. Back in the laboratory, Ron immediately began his experiments. He carefully dropped a single drop of Dale's secretion onto a piece of wood. Upon contact with the wood, the liquid made a sizzling sound. The surface of the wood was quickly corroded to form a deep pit, the edges turning charred black. The corrosiveness far exceeds my expectations, Ron murmured in amazement. The corrosion speed and strength of this acidic liquid even surpassed most of the strong acids he had encountered in the school's laboratory. Even more magically, this liquid seemed to have certain magical traits, not only corroding physical structures, but also interfering with magical structures. Ron began experimenting to integrate this acidic liquid into a magic model, unlike simply injecting the substance into an already constructed spell. True application as a casting medium involves integrating the characteristics of the medium substance into the construction of the magic model, creating perfect resonance between the two. He first constructed the basic framework of slime splash in the spiritual world, then integrated the understanding of the acidic properties at key nodes. This was a delicate and complex process, requiring deep understanding of both the magic structure and the medium's traits. With the infusion of spiritual power, a group of liquid emitting a ghostly blue light gradually formed in Ron's palm. Compared to the original slime, this liquid was more condensed, the luster more sharp, as if it contained some dangerous power. With a wave of his hand, the liquid shot towards the wooden dummy like an arrow leaving the string. Upon hitting the target, the liquid made a tooth-aching sound. The surface of the wooden dummy quickly corroded into a bowl-sized pit, with pale blue smoke rising from the edges, the air filled with a pungent smell. "The effect is much better than anticipated," Ron lightly praised. This improved magic not only attacked faster, but its corrosive power also leaped forward substantially. But he was not satisfied with this. If the magic structure could be further adjusted, perhaps range attack variants could be developed. Ron opened his notes and started sketching new magic models. His idea was to divide the acidic magic into 3 forms. The first was the tried acidic liquid ball, featuring high speed and strong corrosiveness, suitable for precision attacks on a single target. The second was acid rain, diffusing the magic energy to form an acidic drizzle over a certain area. The moderately concentrated acidic liquid would corrode the enemy's skin and equipment, reducing their combat capabilities. The third was acidic fog, completely vaporizing the liquid to form a toxic mist, thereby obstructing the enemy's vision while causing continuous damage. In the following hours, Ron immersed himself in magic enhancement. He adjusted the magic structure time and time again, fine-tuning the energy distribution, and tried different casting methods. The development of the acid rain form proceeded relatively smoothly. Ron only needed to add a diffusion node at the end of the magic, which would disperse the condensed acidic liquid into countless tiny droplets that fell from the sky. Tests showed that this form's attack range could cover a circular area with a diameter of about 5 to 6 meters. Although the corrosion power at a single point wasn't as strong as the acidic liquid ball, the area effect was considerable. The development of the acidic fog form, however, encountered some difficulties. Fully vaporizing the liquid required additional energy conversion nodes, and controlling gaseous substances was far more complex than controlling liquids. After many attempts, Ron finally found a relatively stable structure that could maintain the acidic fog effect for about a minute after casting. When the final test was completed, he looked at his results with satisfaction. The wooden dummy post was almost completely corroded, with only the base barely holding up. The 3 new forms of slime splash, acidic liquid bowl, acid rain, and acidic fog, Ron mused to himself. Each has its specific application scenario. What satisfied him the most was that these 3 forms shared the same basic magic structure and could be flexibly switched with slight adjustments during casting. Skill improved. Slime SPLSH Japanese symbol ADVANCED. Proficient max. The translucence of the panel prompted a slight smile from Ron. An inconspicuous basic magic, upon integrating a special casting medium, had evolved into 3 powerful variants. This was precisely the essence of the wizard's path: endless exploration and innovation. Perhaps the next step is to try more types of casting mediums, Ron pondered, his gaze falling on the various materials on the shelf. The poison glands of those terrifying poisons, abyssal material collected from the Bloodline altar, and even his own red blood flying dragon bloodline. Each could potentially serve as a medium to enhance magic. This success also gave Ron a lot of insight. The application of casting mediums not only enhanced existing spells, but also endowed spells with entirely new traits. Mastering this technique is crucial for developing a personal magic system in the future of becoming an official wizard. As night fell, only the faint glow of a few magic crystal lamps remained in the workshop. Ron finished organizing today's research data and placed it into a dedicated experimental log. These experiences would become the cornerstone of his further progress in the future. Once completely stored in the Library of Consciousness, he would destroy them directly. Walking out of the laboratory, Ron looked up at the starry sky. Those distant points of light seemed to whisper to him, like the mysterious whispers in Star Eater's ravings. There's still a long way to go. On the third morning, Ron got up early and completed his daily practice. As he walked into the dining room, Lilia had already prepared a hearty breakfast, clearly having recovered her spirit. A plate of golden and crispy bread slices, evenly spread with peanut butter. A few eggs fried to perfection, the yolks slightly solidified yet retaining a bit of flow. And a few slices of aromatic roasted meat, with edges slightly crisp, while the center remained juicy and pink. A cup of steaming hot tea was placed next to Ron's. Usual seat, the tea a deep amber, exuding a subtle fragrance. "Good morning, teacher." Lilia gave a slight bow, her purple-black hair neatly coiled at the back of her head. Though her eyes still carried a trace of fatigue, they had regained their liveliness, no longer filled with the exhaustion and anxiety of the past few days. Ron nodded and took a seat at the table. "How are you feeling today?" His tone was flat, but Lilia heard concern in it. "Very well, thank you for your concern," Lilia answered softly, a slight blush on her face. Her slender fingers slightly twisted together, evidently still a bit embarrassed about her lapse a few days ago. Ron observed her without showing any emotion. Lilia's diligence can make up for incompetence. Talent was indeed an extraordinary gift. Like an unremarkable vine, quietly growing stronger with day-to-day cultivation. Recently, her progress had become increasingly evident, transforming from the initially timid candidate apprentice into a seasoned one capable of independently completing complex magic potion refining, a truly remarkable transformation. Especially in the more focused fields of meditation and magic potion making, she had undoubtedly surpassed her peers. "Today there's something. I'm planning to go to Lady Allen's herb store." Ron took a sip of tea, the aroma carrying a hint of sweetness, precisely the taste he preferred. He calmly looked at Lilia. "You will come with me." Lilia was startled by the words. The teacup in her hand quivered slightly, and the tea almost spilled out. Since becoming Ron's apprentice, Lilia had already been to the herb store on his behalf a few times. But each time it was merely to deliver items or messages, never having the opportunity for in-depth interaction. To her, although the old lady's words were harsh, she had provided her shelter in the most critical moments. "Is there a problem?" Ron asked calmly, his gaze as placid as a still lake without any ripples. Lilia looked into her teacher's deep eyes and realized that this was not a casual suggestion, but a decision already made. She quickly adjusted her emotions, straightened her back and nodded. "No, teacher. I would be happy to accompany you." Her voice returned to calm, but internally, turmoil brewed. What did returning to the herb store mean? Was her teacher intending to return her to Lady Allen? Has she done something recently that made the teacher dissatisfied or? Ron nodded slightly, continuing to enjoy his breakfast as if he had not noticed her unease. In actuality, he could clearly sense the change in Lilia's emotions. Those often downcast eyes were now flickering with unease and confusion. But bringing her along this time was indeed necessary. If he decided to try that dangerous, yet freer path of advancement, a lot of preparation needed to be arranged in advance. And Lilia, whether as his first official student or as a potential holder of special talent, needed to plan for the future early on. After breakfast, Ron and Lilia set off for the market. Last night's drizzle had washed away the perpetual dust of the black mist jungle, leaving the air filled with a damp and fresh breath. The market was bustling as usual, vendors loudly touting a variety of goods, from ordinary daily necessities to rare materials. A goblin merchant was demonstrating a set of gleaming alchemy tools to a group of apprentices. A few alien race women in linen robes were selling all sorts of unheard-of spices and herbs, while another alien race merchant, almost indistinguishable from a human except for his pale blue skin, he was carefully extracting a crystal stone that pulsed, with a faint light from a box, drawing a gaze from those around. Several members of the law enforcement team, clad in dark robes, patrolled the crowd. Their stern faces and magic wands at their waists silently asserted their authority, maintaining basic order yet also lending the market a slightly tense atmosphere. "It's been a long time since I've been to this market," Lilia whispered, her gaze sweeping over the familiar stalls, a look of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Before coming to Ron Workshop, she used to visit the market almost every day to procure various supplies for Lady Allen. Most of the stall owners knew her, and some would even set aside fresh goods just for her. "Do you find it busier in the workshop?" Ron asked casually, his eyes scanning the crowd. Since the Bloodline altar incident, he had become more vigilant. Though all seemed calm on the surface, who knew if the influence of the Eye of the Abyss had already infiltrated into every corner of the school? "No, teacher, I really enjoy my time in the workshop." Lilia's voice softened, her eyes reflecting a hint of warmth. "Learning new knowledge, helping you organize experiment records, and taking care of little Dale with Sister Alan. All of these keep me very fulfilled." As she said this, genuine joy graced her face, a sense of fulfillment that seemed to make her glow with a gentle light. Weaving through the bustling crowd, they arrived at the unassuming herb store. The exterior walls of the shop were already a bit mottled, and the bronze wind chime hanging on the doorframe swayed gently in the breeze, producing a crisp sound. The dust accumulated on the window obscured the view inside, adding to the shop's aura of mystery. As the door was pushed open, a familiar scent of herbs rushed out to meet them, mingled with a subtle note of sweet and sour bitterness. The dim light and densely packed shelves inside remained unchanged, with various bottles and jars neatly arrayed on the shelves. Some were filled with brightly colored liquids, others held dried herbs or powders. Lady Allen was hunched over, sitting behind the counter, flipping through a thick ledger at great speed. Her typically sharp green eyes focused intently on the numbers and symbols, seemingly immersed in her world. Hearing the doorbell, the old woman didn't lift her head, her voice gruff. "Closed today, come back tomorrow if you have business." "Madam, it's me," Ron said calmly, his voice not loud yet exuding an undeniable presence. Lady Allen jerked her head up, a peculiar light flickering in her green eyes the moment she saw him. Her gaze then shifted to Lilia beside him, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, you brought your little student with you." "Madam," Lilia also lowered her head in greeting, her voice gentle. "HMPH, don't just stand there foolishly." Lady Allen snorted coldly, but her eyes softened imperceptibly. Leaning on her cane, she struggled to her feet and, as usual, headed towards the inner room. "Follow along, too many ears and mouths outside." Ron and Lilia exchanged a glance and quickly followed. The young girl was momentarily lost in memory at the threshold, revisiting the path she had walked countless times, only it felt different today. Passing the counter, Lilia habitually reached out to take the teapot and the tea canister set aside. Her movements were natural and fluid, actions she had repeated countless times. "Is Madam still the same?" she softly inquired of Lady Allen, her voice familiar. Lady Allen didn't seem surprised by her proficiency, simply nodding. "The little girl has a good memory, but today there's no rush to make tea, there's a more important matter to discuss." Lilia obediently set down the tea set and continued following the two. Yet a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, like a traveler returning to a place once familiar, only to find everything had changed. Passing through a narrow corridor, Lady Allen led them to an inner room that was never open to outsiders. This was a simple sitting room, with a rosewood round table and several ornate chairs that looked old arranged at the center. The bookshelf along the wall was filled with various ancient texts and herbal tomes. Some of the gilt letters on the spines were already indistinct, attesting to their age. In the corner of the room, a delicate alchemy device was operating slowly, emitting a faint humming sound. Blue liquid flowed slowly through the transparent pipes, with a drop of solution falling into the central collection bottle every few seconds, like the pulse of some kind of life. On the windowsill were several pots of strangely shaped plants, their leaves an unnatural deep purple, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. Lady Allen made sure the doors and windows were closed before casually snapping her fingers. Faint energy fluctuation rose from every corner of the room, forming an almost invisible energy barrier, isolating the entire room from the outside world. "Now we can speak freely." Lady Allen's voice suddenly became much younger. her originally old and hunched figure began to transform before Ron and Lilia's eyes. Wrinkles gradually smoothed out, like ice melting under the sun. The hunched back straightened, and the thin body became full. The face that was once covered in age spots regained its glow. The hooked nose became small and turned up. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with long powder purple hair replaced the original old woman, standing in front of them. Ron had long seen this form of Lady Allen many times, but Lilia was too shocked to speak, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't make a sound. The girl instinctively took a step back, almost bumping into the bookshelf behind her. Madam," Lilia's voice trembled, uncertain if she should believe what she was seeing. Her brain raced, trying to connect the beautiful woman in front of her with the cranky old lady she knew. "What scared?" Lady Allen said with a smile, her voice pleasant and unlike her usual hoarse tone. "Didn't expect your harsh landlady to have such a side, did you?" "Is this your true form, madam?" Lilia asked cautiously. The trembling in her voice had lessened significantly, replaced by a hint of curiosity. The purple-haired witch raised an elegant eyebrow. "Not entirely, this is just the state during the peak of magic power fluctuations, a kind of reversion, it won't last long." She showed an almost imperceptible regret in her eyes as she said this, but quickly regained her composure. Lady Allen gestured for both of them to take a seat, and then sat gracefully at the head of the table, a far cry from her usual roughness. "Come, let's have a good talk." Lilia instinctively sprang into action. The girl quickly walked to the cabinet in the corner, took out a set of exquisite tea sets, and skillfully began preparing tea. She knew what kind of tea Lady Allen liked, at what time, and how much sugar to add, all engraved in her memory. "Lilia, go to the backyard and help me sort out the herb garden." Lady Allen suddenly said, her voice gentle yet irrefutable, "Those night glow herbs need trimming, you should remember how to handle them." Lilia's hands paused for a moment, then she realized this was a sign that the other wanted to speak to Ron alone. She nodded obediently, putting down the freshly brewed tea and walked towards the door. "I'll go right away." When she reached the door, she paused, looking back at Ron with a hint of unease and confusion in her eyes. Ron noticed her gaze, nodded slightly, signaling that she could leave with peace of mind. Only then did Lilia breathe a sigh of relief and turn to leave the room. After Lilia left, the room fell into silence for a moment. Lady Allen picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Even after so long apart, Lilia still remembered her taste preferences. This detail, for some reason, brought a touch of warmth to her heart. "A good student," she suddenly said, her fingers unconsciously intertwined, a habitual motion when she's thinking. "She likely has some kind of growth-related special talent, and combined with your guidance, her progress rate is pleasantly surprising." Ron nodded slightly. "Indeed, the grace I felt from her is quite pure." He acknowledged this straightforwardly, not needing to pretend in front of Lady Allen. "It's not just pure, it has a rare persistence as well," Lady Allen said thoughtfully, her fingers gently twirling a strand of pink-purple curls. "Her talent seems to have a cumulative effect. In the long run, this grace will only become stronger and more stable, almost like an inexhaustible source." Ron raised an eyebrow. "You mean she might become an outstanding official wizard in the future?" Lady Allen said directly, with a rare seriousness in her tone. "Of course, the premise is having the right guide. Only with correct guidance can her talent be fully realized." A subtle atmosphere flowed between the two of them. However, now is not the time to discuss this. Lady Allen interrupted the extension of the topic, a flash of solemnity passing through her emerald eyes. "You came for the keyless potion advancement path, didn't you?" Ron nodded frankly. "Yes, I hope to understand more details." He no longer disguised, directly looking into Lady Allen's eyes, as his foremost priority was always the thirst for knowledge and power. Lady Allen took a deep breath. A complex expression appeared on her face, both reminiscent and vigilant, with a hint of barely perceptible pain. The witch with pink hair stood up, walked to a bookshelf in the corner of the room, and reached out to take down an ancient manuscript. The cover of the book had faded due to age, with only a few blurred gilt runes faintly visible. "This is Path of Oblivion, recording a long-lost path of advancement, the path of truth. Lady Allen's voice was low and filled with reverence, as if she were discussing some forbidden object. Ron's gaze was drawn to the ancient book. He could feel the faint energy fluctuation emanating from its surface. It was not ordinary magic power, but a more ancient, deeper force. In the early First Epoch, when the profession of wizards was just born, there was no so-called key potion. Lady Allen gently stroked the book's cover. At that time, cultivators completely relied on meditation to establish a direct connection with the power they envisioned, triggering transformation and opening the gate of wisdom. A flicker of surprise crossed Ron's eyes. Directly establish a connection without a medium. Lady Allen slowly opened the ancient book, turning to a page. On it was a complex star map, with a huge unsettling shadow in the center. The Star Eater's ravings you practice is one of the rare crown-level meditation initiations capable of opening the path of truth. Crown level? Ron raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this ranking from Corina before but hadn't delved deeply into it. Meditation techniques have strict levels, each corresponding to different objects of visualization and power strata. Lady Allen explained, gently brushing a page with her fingers. The most basic is the basic meditation technique you used during your elementary upper entice period without any level classification. Merely a tool to guide the flow of spiritual power. Above that are advanced meditation techniques, visualizing relatively simple spirits of nature, elemental essences, etc. When cultivated to the extreme, one may reach the level of a morning star mage. Higher still are gem-level meditation techniques, visualizing those ancient entities or the unconscious remnants of great beings, capable of breaking through to the great wizard level. And crown-level meditation techniques, which directly visualize the most powerful entities, can reach the Witch-King realm. Lady Allen's voice lowered, a flicker of reverence flashing in her eyes. It's said that there are even higher levels of cultivation methods, but those are beyond what we can touch. The knowledge of such levels carries weight itself, and even mentioning them might trigger disasters. Ron nodded thoughtfully, gaining a new understanding of the Star Eater's ravings he practiced. So from gem-level meditation techniques onward, can one obtain meditation technique traits upon promotion? Exactly so. Lady Allen gave Ron an approving glance. Meditation technique traits are the embodiment of spiritual transformation, and a key point distinguishing ordinary wizards from powerful ones. The traits obtained through the path of truth are often purer and more potent than those acquired through key potions. This is one reason why some wizards, despite having the same advancement path, differ vastly in strength. Lady Allen continued to peruse the ancient book, pointing to an unsettling illustration. A human figure entangled by countless tendrils, face twisted into an expression of agony. The core of meditation techniques is essentially to establish a connection with the envisioned entity through spiritual power, absorbing the essence of its strength. The stronger the envisioned entity, the higher the level of the meditation technique, and the greater the power it brings, but the cost is equally larger. Ron recalled the great entity devouring stars he saw during his meditation, his body shivering involuntarily. So the Star Eater's ravings has me envisioning. Exactly that entity referred to as the Devourer in ancient texts. Lady Allen's voice got lower. Legend says it roams between galaxies, devouring star after star, drawing energy to sustain its existence. No one knows its true purpose, nor its limits. Shouldn't such an existence have surpassed the level of the Witch-King? Ron couldn't help but ask. Lady Allen shook her head. No, the Devourer envisioned in the Star Eater's ravings may be far stronger than most Witch-Kings, but it is still roughly at the same level. Higher up, there are demon gods that transcend everything. Ron was silent for a moment, digesting the vast flow of information. Then he raised his head and asked the most critical question. So, how does one ascend to an official wizard via the path of truth? Lady Allen smiled slightly and flipped the ancient book to another page. This page was almost entirely occupied by a complex rune with a grand star gate pattern at its center. The traditional way of ascension involves using the key potion as a medium, allowing the apprentice to slowly and safely unlock the gate of wisdom. The key potion is like well, it really is just a key capable of slowly opening the portal to a higher level. This method has a high success rate, with nearly 70 to 80% of candidate wizards passing smoothly. The path of truth, however, is different. It involves directly contacting the envisioned existence through the meditation technique. At the moment of breaking the critical point, allowing that ancient existences will fragment to directly imprint on one's mental structure, forming higher-level meditation technique traits, thereby triggering transformation. At this point, Lady Allen's gaze turned extremely serious. This method is far more dangerous without buffers, without a safety net. Once it begins, you either succeed in breakthrough or... She made a throat-slitting gesture. In ancient times, less than 1 in 10 who took this path survived. But the power gained after succeeding is stronger, Ron asked keenly. Of course. A hint of approval flashed in Lady Allen's eyes. Wizards who ascend via the path of truth have a similarity in their mental structure with the envisioned existence, enabling them to acquire purer and stronger meditation technique traits. Such wizards often possess strength beyond common imagination at the same level. Ron pondered for a moment. Do you know the specific method of breakthrough? Lady Allen seemed to have been waiting for this question. She took out a small crystal bottle from her bosom. Inside it contained a silver-blue liquid, shimmering with subtle light under the lamp. Do you remember those materials I asked you to help me collect earlier? Ron nodded, surely recalling that strange list. Those materials, coupled with several rare herbs I've cherished for years, are just enough to refine this Star-Dew Morning Glow, an extremely rare auxiliary potion. It's not a key potion. It can't directly help you open the gate of wisdom, but it can enhance your connection with the envisioned existence, increasing your success rate when hitting the critical point. She carefully handed the crystal bottle to Ron. When your spiritual power reaches the critical point, take this potion, then proceed with the deepest level of meditation. If all goes well, you will directly establish a connection with the Devourer, acquire meditation technique traits, and complete the transformation. Ron took the crystal bottle, feeling the faintly pulsating energy inside, like a miniature star tumbling within the bottle. How high is the success rate? With your talent and the compatibility of Star Eater's ravings, Lady Allen paused thoughtfully, about 50%. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly, higher than I imagined. Don't get too excited yet, Lady Allen warned. Once you embark on the path of truth, there's no turning back. If you fail in the attempt, it not only means death, but could lead to a fate more terrifying than death, mental shattering. Soul swallowed by those great existences. Ron took a deep breath, carefully placing the crystal bottle into his bosom. Sounds worth a try. Lady Allen gave a meaningful smile. I knew you'd be interested, but don't rush to decide. First listen to the experiences and lessons of predecessors. She turned the ancient book again, pointing to a page with several recorded cases. Grim Oster, born in an ordinary fishing village during the early Third Era, was discovered at 15 by an itinerant wizard for his rare 4th-class star spiritual talent, and taken back to the school for training. He performed mediocrely in the school, but had an unusual obsession with astrology, often observing the starry sky all night. At 20, he inadvertently came across an ancient book documenting the dark sun, and started researching this mysterious celestial body. 3 years later, he chose to directly ascend by envisioning the dark sun. No one in the school believed in him at the time, and even some masters advised him to abandon this suicidal attempt. Lady Allen's tone gradually took on a mysterious air. But Oster stuck to his guns, climbing alone to the school's highest observatory for that astonishing attempt. For 3 whole days, the tower echoed with his screams of agony and manic laughter, and no one dared to approach. On the 4th morning, when the school's masters opened the tower door, they found Oster sitting quietly, his eyes completely black, no whites, no irises, only endless darkness. Yet he had succeeded. After enduring 3 days of madness. He acquired the meditation technique trait called eternal night vision. After this, Oster's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Within 30 years, he reached the level of a moonlight wizard, took another 80 years to become a dark wizard, and eventually broke through to a great wizard before 300 years old. Ron listened, captivated. This detailed account of predecessors' feats was far more convincing than dry theory. seeing him listening attentively. Lady Allen continued to turn the page. Look at this again, Eleanor Hell, one of the most renowned geniuses of the Crystal Tower's last era. She determined a second-class star spiritual talent at the age of 12 and completed improvements on 3 complex magics before the age of 16, earning the reputation of a prospective great wizard. Her master had high expectations for her and planned for her ascension through the key magic potion. But Eleanor sneered at the traditional path, believing that only the path of truth could create a true wizard. On her 16th birthday, she chose to envision the Abyssal touch, attempting to ascend directly. The school dispatched 2 official wizards to supervise the process to prevent any mishaps. Lady Allen's voice grew somber. During the attempt, she failed not with death, but something worse. Her spirit was occupied by a trace of will from that existence, turning her into a walking shell in the world, no longer herself. In the first few days, the change was not apparent. She would occasionally speak in a strange tone or stare blankly in a certain direction. However, as time passed, the abnormalities became more evident. She began to become nocturnal, scales grew finely on her skin, and her eyes turned into vertical pupils. Most terrifying of all, she started hunting and devouring living beings, even including other apprentices within the school. The Crystal Tower sent 3 official wizards to utterly eliminate her, and that battle resulted in a moon-level wizard being severely injured and ultimately dying due to triggered spiritual contamination. After hearing the story, Ron felt a chill but did not show any sign of retreat on his face. Lady Allen nodded in satisfaction and continued. The last one, Victor Reinhardt, have you heard of this name? Ron nodded, one of the relatively young great wizards in history. Indeed, a hint of awe flashed in Lady Allen's eyes. Victor was born into a declining wizard clan, with mediocre talent, and was once thought unlikely to become an official wizard. But he possessed extraordinary perseverance and wisdom, never easily giving up. At the age of 25, the family's last official wizard, his grandfather, passed away, plunging the family into an unprecedented crisis. The young Victor decided to take a desperate gamble, choosing to directly envision the star convergence, an entity on the same level as the Devourer. Lady Allen's voice carried a touch of admiration. At that time, no one believed he would succeed, not even his own family, who thought it was an act of self-destruction. But to everyone's shock, Victor not only succeeded, but also acquired an unprecedented trait during the ascension, the line of destiny, enabling him to briefly see future branching paths. A glint of reverence shone in Lady Allen's eyes. With this ability, Victor could make the optimal decision in every critical choice, leaping from a morning star mage to a great wizard in just over 100 years, creating one of the most astonishing ascension speeds in wizard history. But what was the cost? Ron asked keenly, knowing that such powerful abilities must come with equally heavy costs. Lady Allen let out a bitter smile. Smart. Indeed, the cost was enormous. After passing the initial phase of power surge, every month Victor would fall into a state akin to madness for 3 days. And as time went on, the duration of this state increased. It is said that, in the last few years of his life, the time he spent sane was less than the time he spent in madness. She sighed, a hint of compassion flashing in her eyes. Once that great wizard, feared across the wizard world, ultimately had to secretly imprison himself in a chamber to prevent disaster in his state of madness. It is said that during his last moment of clarity before he died, he said to his descendants, "Power is never given freely, it always reclaims its due." Ron nodded thoughtfully, slowly digesting this information. In the world of wizards, power and cost are forever proportional, seemingly an eternal law. Do you understand now? Lady Allen's voice was serious and low. The path of truth offers immense power, but it also comes with equally immense risks. This is not a path suitable for everyone. Only those willing to sacrifice comfort, even risking their life and sanity, would choose this path. Ron was silent for a moment, then raised his head. I understand the risks, and am willing to bear the consequences. But I need to know more details. What level of spiritual power is considered the critical point? Moreover, are there any methods other than auxiliary magic potions that can improve the breakthrough success rate? What specific meditation should be performed after taking Star Dew Morning Glow? What are the key indicators for success? The critical point is 4.9 on the spiritual scale, the same as the traditional method. Lady Allen lightly tapped her fingertips on the table with a deep gaze. Once the spiritual power reaches this critical point, it's like a door has been knocked on, waiting for the final key to open it. He had long anticipated this, as the essence of advancement, whether by the traditional path or the path of truth, is the same, a qualitative transformation of spiritual power and a leap to a higher level. As for specific meditation techniques and other methods to improve the success rate of breakthroughs, Lady Allen pondered for a moment, seemingly considering how to articulate this ancient and complex knowledge. She stood up and walked to the window, her lavender hair gently swaying in the breeze. Sunlight shone through the window, casting a hazy silhouette of her, as if she were a ghost from ancient times. Among all the wizards I've seen who tried the path of truth. Her voice was light yet steady. There is one key factor that greatly influences the success rate: special talent. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He recalled his dual soul and sun's protection. A hint of anticipation crossing his mind. These unique talents might just be his greatest assets in daring to attempt the path of truth. More special talents or stronger ones lead to a higher success rate. Lady Allen turned around, her emerald eyes staring straight at Ron. It's not just the abilities these talents bring, but the mysterious resonance between talents and the characteristics of the meditation technique. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of the slightly cool tea, continuing to explain. It's like a peculiar harmony, and the special talents resonate with the meditations. Visualization object, making the advancement process smoother. Like water finding the best river channel. Ron pondered for a moment, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. This also explains why some who seem to have average spiritual talent achieve astonishing success during breakthroughs. He quickly processed this crucial information, comparing it with all the theories he knew, seeking logical connections. Exactly so, Lady Allen nodded affirmatively. And more crucially, special talents not only increase the breakthrough success rate, but also significantly reduce the post-breakthrough contamination and spiritual chaos. Her fingers traced a complex symbol in the air. This gesture felt somewhat familiar to Ron. It was a core rune from the Star Eater's ravings, symbolizing accommodation. Those without special talents forcing a breakthrough, even if lucky enough to succeed, will inevitably suffer severe spiritual contamination and madness. But those with strong special talents can often smoothly get through this process, reducing contamination by at least 50%. A flash of contemplation appeared in Ron's eyes. So that's why Victor Reinhardt periodically fell into madness, because he lacked sufficiently powerful special talents. He deliberately asked this question, seeking to further verify his hypothesis. "You're very smart." Lady Allen gave him an approving look. Victor's success can almost be called a miracle, because he actually possesses no confirmed special talents. His success relied entirely on an exceptionally strong willpower and unparalleled courage. But the price is the kind of periodic madness you know of. Research shows that the star convergence shard of will Victor received during his advancement was actually always in an unstable state within his spiritual world, like a foreign object implanted inside, never fully assimilated. Ron secretly noted this down. Using the pocket watch before had already proven he could completely clear spiritual contamination. Let me give you a few more examples. These are wizards with extremely strong or even multiple talents who suffered almost no side effects after breaking through via the path of truth, but instead were empowered greatly. Lady Allen sat back down and turned to a page in the ancient tome, pointing to a spine-chilling illustration. A woman wrapped in countless tendrils, their ends linked to various twisted and deformed organs, looked both terrifying and fascinating. The great witch Selena, Lady of Blood, born at the beginning of the Third Era, possessed formless transformation and organ adaptation as two special talents. The latter allows her to transplant any creature's organs into her body without rejection, while the former lets her change the shape and function of these organs at will. Lady Allen's voice became deep and solemn, as if recounting a forbidden history. At 22, she chose to visualize 1,000 transformations, an ancient entity existing in the dimensional crevice, able to change its form and attributes at will, seen as a symbol of chaos and mutation. Most wizards attempting to visualize such an entity are often assimilated into its chaotic essence instantly, turning into a constantly writhing, shapeless mass of meat. But Selena not only succeeded in establishing a connection, but also acquired the trait of form transformation in the meditation technique, allowing her to freely alter her biological structure, even transforming into non-carbon-based life forms. Ron imagined the terrifying yet powerful scene. A peculiar sense of fear mingled with yearning surged within him. The ability to change form at will implies almost infinite adaptability and survival capability. Selena later became a top great wizard with significant achievements in biology and mutation studies. It is said she created countless unique life forms, some of which still thrive in certain hidden realms. Despite her outward appearance becoming extremely distorted and horrifying, her spirit and consciousness remained clear and stable, never descending into madness or chaos. Lady Allen turned to the next page, pointing to a silhouette composed of countless black threads, which no longer bore any human characteristics. Those threads extended beyond the image, as if they could connect to every corner of the real world. Elder Calyx, born in the middle to late Third Era, possesses two special talents: result preview and causality severance. The first allows him to simulate the detailed process of future possible outcomes in the spiritual world. The second enables him to sever specific chains of causality, preventing certain events from occurring. At 29, Calyx chose to envision the Weaver, a legendary extra-dimensional being controlling the lines of causality. Ordinary people, and even ordinary wizards, attempting to contact such beings are often overwhelmed by infinite possible outcomes, their spirit completely collapsing. But Calyx not only succeeded, he also gained the meditation technique trait of cause and effect inversion, allowing him to reverse causality relations under specific conditions, causing results to precede causes. Reverse causality relations. This truly exceeds all his imagination of power. If one could master such an ability, it would be akin to possessing some degree of control over fate. Calyx advanced to become a Dark Sun wizard, and after transplanting the Elder Eye Demon Star Ring bloodline, he became nearly invincible. He always knew every step of his opponent's actions in advance, and formulated the optimal response strategy accordingly. On one occasion, an enemy of the same level prepared to launch an attack on him, only to find themselves already trapped in a preset trap by Calyx before making a move. Ron felt a stir in his heart, but did not interrupt Lady Allen's account. Researchers in the wizard world have yet to fully explain why special talents can significantly improve the success rate of the path of truth. Lady Allen shook her head, seemingly feeling a slight regret over this lack of knowledge. The most mainstream theory suggests that special talents are essentially unique points of soul alignment with the cosmic laws, like a key opening a specific door lock. When a person possesses multiple special talents, their soul has more languages to dialogue with the deep structure of the universe, enabling better understanding and acceptance of the fragments of great beings' will. In reality, Lady Allen suddenly lowered her voice, her expression becoming unusually solemn. About 2,500 years ago, Master Gwerd of the School of the Stars conducted a secret research project attempting to parse the intrinsic connections between different special talents. He proposed the talent lineage theory, arguing that all special talents actually originate from a few original talents, manifesting differently in various individuals. She leaned forward slightly, her voice so low it was almost indistinct. This research was later forcibly halted by the School Alliance, with all data sealed, and Gwerd himself mysteriously disappeared. Rumor has it, his research touched upon secrets that should not be revealed, threatening some foundation of the wizard world. Ron listened quietly, gaining an entirely new understanding of the special talents he possessed. Actually, there is also a very ancient legend. Lady Allen continued, her expression growing more stern. Believe that all special talents are in fact bestowed by the initial demon god. Those demon gods, in order to observe and understand various possibilities in the multiverse, transformed parts of their traits into talents, granting them to mortal beings. This viewpoint suggests that special talents are indeed anchors of the demon gods, allowing them to indirectly perceive and influence the physical world through those gifted with talents. She shook her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Of course, this is just one of the oldest legends, with no concrete evidence to support it. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that those with multiple special talents are often able to tread further and higher on the path of the extraordinary, as if some invisible force is propelling them. Ron silently absorbed this information, weighing various possibilities in his heart. If talents are indeed some sort of anchors of higher beings, does utilizing talents to gain power mean accepting some unknown connection or influence? This is a question that requires careful consideration. And just at this moment, the semi-transparent panel appeared again. Detected knowledge unlocked for path of truth advancement. New advancement direction confirmed. Wizard original 3 stars. Advancement conditions. 1. Spiritual power reaching 4.9. 2. Crown level meditation technique reaching mastery. 3. At least 1 second-tier special talent. 4. At least 3 magic reaching mastery. 5. Complete qualitative change through path of truth. Traits: origin circuit, radiation field, super magic techniques, spiritual shock. Special node. Wizard original 3 stars. WIZ, a RD Japanese symbol, UNKNOWN directi. On 2.5 stars, can only advance 1 path. Subsequently, they can be expanded in different directions, but cannot be simultaneously employed. Current talent and trait assessment. Special talent, dual soul sun's protection remnant. Skill trait quantity, 9. Breakthrough success rate assessment, 74.3%. Using star dew morning glow and fully purifying spiritual contamination. Ron's heart involuntarily accelerated. Seeing the information displayed on the panel, he suddenly realized something. The various additional traits and advanced traits he had obtained from the profession panel through exhausting his skill. In terms of function, they might share the same essence as those innate special talents. Whether it is extensive knowledge and records, conception, or boiling blood brought by the Bloodline Knight. Even the professional synergy effects, all these might essentially be no different from innate special talents. Now the panel's prompt confirms that these traits obtained through the panel can also resonate with the meditation technique, improving the success rate of the breakthrough. Ron's thoughts began to expand, and a bolder conjecture emerged in his mind. If those special talents were the anchor points gifted by the demon god, then might this panel of mine, capable of infinitely stacking professions, be a more fundamental original talent beyond all current special talents? This golden finger might be more unfathomable than I imagined. Ron thought to himself, both excited and cautious. If his guess was correct, then his potential far surpassed his imagination. But it also meant that deep within his soul, there might exist an unknown connection to those legendary, higher existences. In any case, the current priority is to continue accumulating traits and improving the breakthrough success rate. Ron reminded himself to temporarily seal this conjecture within his heart and continue focusing on the present tasks. Lady Allen had unknowingly stopped speaking, quietly observing him, as if waiting for him to awaken from some kind of contemplation. In her deep green eyes, a probing light flickered, seemingly able to see through Ron's inner thoughts. "What are you thinking about so intently?" she asked softly, with a hint of curiosity in her voice. Ron came back to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. "Just pondering the value of special talents. It seems I might have underestimated my potential." Before, Lady Allen sharply noticed something, a knowing glint flashing in her eyes. "Have you made a new discovery?" Ron cautiously nodded, his expression still maintaining that restrained calm. "I think I have sufficient reasons to attempt the path of truth." This decision was not impulsive, but based on a calm assessment and rational calculation of various factors. At least a 70% success rate, and potentially increasing through skill trait development in the coming months, was enough for him to make this decision. Lady Allen gave him a deep look, leaning slightly forward. "Then, regarding the specific meditation method, you need to listen more carefully. This is not child's play. Once it starts, there's no turning back." Her voice became extremely serious. "When your spiritual power reaches the critical point, you need to find a quiet and isolated place, preferably in a region with high magic power fluctuations. Then, take Star Do Morning Glow and enter the deepest meditation state. Unlike usual meditation, you don't just conceptualize the image of the devourer, but actively try to establish a connection with it, like reaching out a hand, waiting for its response. Lady Allen's expression turned exceptionally grave, a rare worry showing between her brows. This process is extremely dangerous. When your spirit touches that existence, countless illusions and voices will try to distract your attention. Some are your innermost fears, while others are probes from that existence itself. There are also amalgamations of all your past psychological traumas, manifesting in the most terrifying forms right before you. Ron thought of the terrifying scenes he had seen during the meditation in the Star Eater's ravings, and he was secretly vigilant. The key is no matter what you see or hear, do not waver, do not fear, and hold steadfast to your will against erosion. Lady Allen's voice was low and firm. Only when your will is strong enough will that existence acknowledge you, imprinting a fragment of its will into your spiritual world, forming the meditation technique trait, achieving transformation. Ron nodded, firmly committing these key pieces of information to memory. In his view, while this process was dangerous, logically, it was very straightforward to maintain unwavering will, unaffected by illusions. Until gaining acknowledgement. One last thing, Lady Allen added, a stern glint in her eyes. Before attempting, it's best to completely purge the spiritual contamination in your body. Even the slightest mental instability could be magnified during the advancement process, leading to loss of control. Seemingly harmless small cracks could instantly expand into the abyss of the soul under the will impact from higher existences. She looked into Ron's eyes, her gaze piercing. I know you have a way to clear spiritual contamination. Whatever it is, make sure to use it thoroughly before advancing. Ron's heart was shocked, but his face remained calm and unchanged. All right, there's no need to be so cautious when speaking. Lady Allen raised her teacup and took a light sip. I am merely fulfilling the duty of a guide, but the true path is one you must tread on your own. Her gaze became deep and distant, as if seeing a horizon visible only to her. Every true wizard needs to find their own path. Whether it's the traditional path or the path of truth, the ultimate goal is to transcend the mundane and touch true knowledge. I believe with your talent and perseverance, you can forge a path of your own. Ron was silent for a moment, then raised his head. Then, in terms of astrology and timing, is there anything in particular I should watch out for? Indeed, there is. Lady Allen nodded, her expression turning serious. A breakthrough in the meditation technique is not something that can be attempted at any time, especially the path of truth, which requires a specific astrological alignment. She waved her hand gently in the air, and a star map appeared out of thin air, composed of countless points of light, slowly rotating. According to the astrological calendar, there are 3 star ring convergences each year, which happen every 4 months, marking peaks of magic power. During these times, not only does the concentration of magic power reach its peak, but the channels connecting higher beings also slightly open. On the star map, several specific points suddenly lit up, forming a peculiar ring structure. The last convergence was over half a month ago, and the next one will be 3 months later, exactly 97 days from now at midnight. At that moment, the Hermit Star will align with the Oblivion Star cluster, creating a unique configuration, making it the best time to attempt the path of truth. As Ron listened, he mentally calculated the time, a gleam of calculation in his eyes. 3 months. With his current cultivation speed, plus the boost from the Star Eater's ravings, along with the high-efficiency meditation after the time Guardian Pocket Watch clears the pollution, there should be enough time. And if everything goes smoothly, he could complete the Demon Hunter class change before then, gaining some extra spirit attribute bonuses. This value might not be much, but it is an essential key support for reaching the 4.9 critical point. Currently, he's a little over 4.5, still quite a bit away from the critical point. The improvement of the meditation technique slows down as it progresses. The attribute bonuses from the Demon Hunter class change are undoubtedly the most reliable way to enhance it. The timing should suffice. He nodded slightly, his face calm and composed, yet his mind already calculating the specifics of his subsequent actions. The pink-haired witch gave him a meaningful glance, a trace of understanding flashing in her deep green eyes. I don't know what special methods you have, but every shortcut has its limits and costs. I hope you fully understand what you're doing. And there's one more thing I must warn you about. Her voice suddenly turned solemn and icy, like frost scratching across glass. Once you enter the advancement environment of the path of truth, all the challenges you face are real. What do you mean? Ron frowned slightly. Just as it sounds, Lady Allen said with eyes as sharp as daggers. If you die in that spiritual environment, your physical body will also be destroyed. This is not an ordinary spiritual test nor an illusion realm in meditation. It's a battle with a real higher being. Her voice was low, but each word was as heavy as a hammer. Countless geniuses have underestimated this and remained forever at the threshold of advancement. Higher beings do not spare the failures, they only absorb them as an energy supplement, leaving not a shred of soul behind. Ron did not immediately respond, his features as calm as still water. Lady Allen's warning was not mere alarmism. The path of truth is dangerous precisely because the cost of failure is too heavy, not just simple death, but the complete annihilation of existence. I will be extremely cautious, he finally said, his tone a mix of certainty and caution. If I detect anything amiss, I will immediately stop the attempt. Lady Allen shook her head, seemingly not fully satisfied with his response, but she said nothing more. She knew that this choice ultimately had to be made by Ron himself. Outside the door came soft footsteps, and Lilia gently knocked on the door. "Madam, the nightglow grass in the backyard has been pruned. Can I come in?" The girl's voice was full of careful probing, afraid to disturb the conversation inside. Lady Allen glanced at Ron, seeing him nod slightly. She replied, "Come in, little girl, we've finished discussing the important matters." Lilia pushed open the door, her gaze wandering between Ron and Lady Allen, her hands nervously twisted together. Her eyes finally rested on Lady Allen, clearly still not quite used to that youthful and beautiful face. Lady Allen looked at her, a subtle glint flashed in her eyes. "Speaking of which, I have a question for you." She turned to Ron. "Have you considered this little girl's placement?" The sudden question caught Ron slightly off guard. He had indeed been pondering this issue, but he didn't expect Lady Allen to bring it up directly. "I plan to go to the Crystal Tower," he said frankly, without concealment or need for concealment. "With Lilia's current abilities, I'm afraid she might struggle to adapt to the environment and pace there." Upon hearing this, Lilia's face turned pale instantly. But she quickly controlled her expression, merely lowering her head, standing silently. Such a subtle reaction certainly did not escape the eyes of the two present. "So you're planning to just hand over a well-trained student to me like this?" Lady Allen raised an eyebrow with a hint of teasing in her tone. "That's quite a bargain for me. I can just enjoy the fruits of your labor." Lilia was evidently confused by this statement, looking uncertainly at the two of them. She didn't understand why the conversation suddenly involved her again, nor did she dare to interject. "I know this is somewhat abrupt," Ron said softly, "but I believe, madam, you can provide her with more appropriate guidance than I can." Lady Allen gave a soft hum, her gaze shifting to Lilia, and in those deep green eyes there appeared a rare trace of gentleness. "To be honest, I've grown quite fond of this little girl. She knows what tea I like, remembers all my eccentricities, and understands to stay quiet when I'm in a bad mood." She reached out to tidy Lilia's stray strands of hair, her actions tinged with an imperceptible touch of pity. Compared to those who only boast about their talents, this kind of steady character is far more reassuring. Lilia looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never thought that the once stern manager would evaluate her this way. If the idea of sending her away before had left her heart ashen, then Lady Allen's words at this moment gave her at least a glimmer of hope to cling to. "So, Lilia staying here with you. Do you have no objections?" Ron asked, his voice as calm as if he were discussing some trivial technical detail. "Objections?" Lady Allen chuckled softly. "To have such a diligent apprentice helping me manage the herb store, I could only wish for. Moreover, her special talent will undoubtedly be an important asset in the future." She said this while glancing at Ron. "You know, favor is something that the purer it is, the more enduring it becomes. Although this girl's talent seems ordinary on the surface, its strength lies in its longevity and stability, which in the long term is far superior to some flashy, yet insubstantial talents. Observing the interaction between Lady Allen and Lilia, a burden in Ron's heart was finally lifted. Arranging Lilia's future had always been a matter he needed to handle properly, and now it seemed that this might actually be the best arrangement for her. Although he had a degree of appreciation for this diligent apprentice, he was rational enough to understand that the path he was about to embark on was fraught with danger and uncertainty. Lilia's abilities limited her potential to follow. Rather than placing her in danger, it was better to leave her with Lady Allen, who could provide a more stable environment. "It's getting late." Ron stood up, his face showing little expression, his voice flat. "Madam, thank you for your guidance and help." Lady Allen nodded. "Remember what I've said, be cautious and don't rush things." The two of them bid farewell to Lady Allen and stepped out of the herb store. The sky was dark, and the clouds signaled the imminent arrival of rain. The street was sparsely populated, lending a particularly oppressive atmosphere. On their way back, Ron could sense Lilia's silence. The girl walked half a step behind him, her gaze always cast down, clearly deep in thought. Between them lingered a wordless awkwardness, as if there was something unsaid suspended in the air, yet neither dared to be the first to speak. "Lilia," finally, Ron broke the silence. "I need to talk to you." The girl stopped in her tracks, quietly waiting for his next words. Ron turned to look at her, wanting to explain his decision but not knowing where to begin. A hesitation he had never felt before made him frown slightly. Unexpectedly, Lilia spoke first. "Teacher, you don't have to explain." Her voice was soft, yet surprisingly calm, different from her usual cautious tone. "I had long guessed that you planned to leave me with Lady Allen, and I understand why you're doing this." Ron was slightly taken aback. "You've already guessed." Lilia nodded, a somewhat forced smile appearing on her face. "Given your rate of growth, a student like me indeed can't keep up. I would only become a burden to you." She raised her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a bit of stubbornness rather than the disappointment Ron had expected. "Actually, I had long anticipated this day. From the moment I first entered the workshop and you displayed those astonishing magics, I knew that the gap between us would only grow larger." Ron quietly watched the tall girl before him, a rare sense of complex emotions welling up inside. When he had prepared numerous explanations and words of comfort, she had already seen through everything. This understanding and acceptance instead stirred a subtle sense of guilt in him, but he swiftly suppressed it. "I don't want you to feel guilty or troubled because of me," Lilia continued, her voice growing firmer. "Staying with Lady Allen is probably indeed the best choice for me. She is a remarkable master of magical potions, and she doesn't seem as cold and stern as she appears on the surface." Though her words reflected the girl's openness, Ron could still catch a slight wetness at the corner of her eye and her tightly clenched fists. At this moment, the clouds in the sky seemed unable to hold the moisture any longer and began to release fine rain. Ron took out 2 raincoats from his storage bag and handed one to Lilia. "Put it on, it seems the rain is going to get heavier." Lilia took the raincoat, adeptly draping it over herself. On many such days, the girl had always quietly stood by his side. Her presence wasn't strong, yet she always filled various needs just right, like a shadow blending into the background. "Do you remember the weather the first time we met at the workshop?" Lilia suddenly asked, her voice almost drowned out by the sound of the rain. Ron was slightly taken aback, then recalled the scene from that day. The sky was clear. "Yes, the sky was clear," Lilia softly repeated, looking up at the gray sky. "That day the sun was bright, and it was my first time stepping into the workshop, full of expectations and anxiety. But whenever I return to the herb store, it's always raining, just like now." Ron didn't know how to respond and could only walk alongside her. The rain grew heavier, making a dull sound on the raincoat, as if pouring out some unspeakable emotion. "I want to tell you," the girl's voice was particularly vague amidst the rain, "I won't give up." She stopped, turned around, and looked straight into Ron's eyes. Raindrops slowly slid down the edge of her raincoat, forming a small puddle at her feet. "I know I'm too weak, that's why I'm a burden. But I will work harder until one day I can catch Up with you. At that moment, Ron saw a kind of obsessive determination in the girl's eyes. No longer the always submissive girl with lowered eyes, but a pathfinder who has found her path. This transformation of will was surprising, as if a long-hidden spark had finally begun to burn. "Let's head back," he eventually said simply. "The rain is getting heavier." Lilia nodded and kept pace with him. The rain formed a blurry curtain around them, blurring and making uncertain the boundaries between the past and future. After returning to the workshop, Ron didn't stop to rest. Instead, he went directly to the training ground to start intensive magic practice. Time waits for no one. He must complete all preparations before the star ring convergence arrives. Mastery of magic is crucial to becoming an official wizard, especially since he chose the path of truth, which requires at least 3 magics to reach the master level. Currently, his sound wave vibration and ring of brilliance are both close to breaking through, just a few experience points away. I must conquer the final obstacle. Ron frowned slightly, his eyes gleaming with calm determination. He stood in the center of the training ground, took a deep breath, and began constructing the sound wave vibration magic model. Spiritual power flowed like mercury in his consciousness space, forming an extremely complex energy structure. When released, sound wave vibration appears effortless, with a wave of the hand producing sound wave ripples, but internally its magical construction is extraordinarily intricate. It is required to create invisible yet substantial damage, causing vibration ripples in the air. He must also precisely inject spiritual power into each node at specific frequencies and intensities. Ron adjusted the parameters of the magic model again and again, trying to find the best energy distribution method. Every fine adjustment demanded a high level of spiritual control. A slight mistake could mean the loss of all previous efforts. Sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his collar, but his gaze remained focused, not daring to relax for a moment. After many attempts, the semi-transparent panel finally gave a hint of feedback. Sound wave vibration, proficient, experience points +1. Current progress, sound wave vibration, proficient 98/100. Outside the training ground, Lilia saw the red sign hanging on the door, sighed softly and walked back. She prepared to put the already cooked meal back into the warming compartment. During a few days of intense focus training, Ron closed his eyes, with spiritual power circulating in his body like a trickling stream. "Concentrate," he whispered to himself, constructing the magic model with his hands in front of his chest. A spiritual power was injected, the surrounding air subtly distorted, with nearly invisible ripples spreading from his hands. Ron controlled the ripples' frequency and intensity, letting them intersect in complex ways to form specific interference patterns. "Just a little more," he murmured, frowning slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. The continuous output of spiritual power made him feel slightly fatigued, but he didn't stop to rest, instead attempting more complex frequency combinations. The ripples no longer spread in a single direction, but formed a stereo sound field structure that could attack from multiple angles simultaneously. An entire hour passed, yet the progress bar remained stuck at those last 2 points. This bottleneck was quite common, especially in the critical moments of skill breakthroughs. Ron wasn't impatient, continuing to try various different frequency combinations in hopes of finding breakthrough. After countless attempts, the semi-transparent panel finally provided feedback. Sound wave vibration experience points +1. Current progress, sound wave vibration, proficient 99/100. Just one last point, Ron whispered to himself, a mix of excitement and pressure in his voice. The last step is often the hardest. Just like his basic swordsmanship, also stuck at 99/100 experience points. Unable to Chinese letter, the final bottleneck. In such cases, mere repetitive practice could no longer bring progress. Comprehension and innovation of the magic essence were needed. He closed his eyes, starting to sort through all his understandings of sound waves. Sound wave is a form of energy transmission, propagating through the vibration of molecules in a medium, such as air. Normal sound waves can only exert weak pressure on the surface of objects. But sound wave vibration can interfere with material structure at the micro level, causing substantial damage. This is because the sound waves in the magic are infused with special magic frequencies capable of resonating with the natural frequency of matter, amplifying the amplitude to achieve destructive effect. Ron's thought suddenly froze on this keyword. Resonance is a physical phenomenon where the amplitude of vibration dramatically increases, and the energy transfer efficiency greatly improves when an external force's frequency approaches a body's natural frequency. However, his previous sound wave vibration seemed not to have fully utilized this principle. He had been trying to increase destructive power by increasing energy input, yet ignored the possibility of tuning frequency to achieve the best resonance effect. Once this thought emerged, it took root and sprouted rapidly like a seed in fertile soil. However, to verify this idea, he needed to observe a real resonance phenomenon as a reference. Suddenly, he recalled Dale's charm song ability, a special sound wave that could directly affect the target's mind. Dale, Ron called through the spiritual link with rare urgency in his voice. Soon, the little sea siren stepped lightly into the training ground. Her golden eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. "Master, are you looking for me? I need you to demonstrate your charm song ability." Ron said directly, his voice calm and focused, "Not targeting me but at that stone." Dale looked puzzled at the solid stone Ron pointed to, but still nodded obediently. "Okay, Master, but what's the point? The stone has no mind to be bewitched." "Just consider it an experiment," Ron answered briefly, his eyes flashing with a cold, calculating glow. Dale took a deep breath and began to sing. The sound wasn't describable by any human language. It was some ancient sea siren spell. The voice contained subtle rhythm and tempo, like the ebb and flow of tides, orderly yet full of changes. As the singing continued, fine vibrations appeared on the surface of the stone, as if countless tiny ripples flowed across it. Ron watched intently while using spiritual perception to sense those vibration patterns invisible to the naked eye. Through this dual perception, he discovered that the sound waves emitted by Dale indeed resonated with the stone at some level, although the effect was limited. This discovery was like a lightning bolt, instantly lighting up inspiration in his mind. So this is it. The reason sea sirens' charm songs can affect material and mind is that they can precisely capture the natural frequency of the target, and then adjust the frequency of the sound waves they emit to achieve the best resonance effect. It's like a key perfectly fitting its lock. When the frequency matches completely, the energy transfer efficiency increases exponentially. Ron nodded in gratitude, a rare smile appearing on his lips. "You can go back now." Dale looked curiously at the stone and then at Ron, her golden eyes full of confusion. But she still nodded obediently and left the training ground. Ron sat down cross-legged on the ground again, closed his eyes, and began to completely reconstruct the sound wave vibration magic model. There's still a key point he hasn't touched, a core mechanism that can fully realize the resonance effect. He recalls the records of the Chorus Sea Star in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas. This peculiar creature residing in the Abyss fifth layer, the Sea of Eternal Night, can use collective chorus to overlay sound waves of different frequencies, producing geometrically growing destructive effects. A single Chorus Sea Star, a morning star-level wizard could easily erase. However, if there are dozens gathered together, even a dark sun-level wizard would retreat. This is the qualitative change after sound wave superposition. Overlapping. Ron suddenly opened his eyes, a light of understanding flashing in his pupils. If he could design a mechanism that doesn't just let the sound waves dissipate upon hitting the target, but overlay themselves to produce multiple resonances. He quickly refines the magic model, adding a completely new energy circuit. This circuit allows the already released sound waves to form a faint echo after initial impact. Even though this echo is weak, if the frequency resonates with the target, it can trigger a secondary impact. In this way, a single casting can produce multiple strikes, not only enhancing strength, but fundamentally shaking the structural stability of the target. With the final adjustment of the energy node completed, Ron felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. The magic model shone with perfect brilliance in his spiritual world, every element fitting seamlessly without any excess or deficiency. Sound wave vibration experience points +1 breakthrough. Sound wave vibration. Proficient 100/100, right arrow sound wave vibration, mastery max. Microwave pattern, right arrow harmonized wave pattern. While maintaining hard to detect traits, hitting a target will cause an echo effect, multiplying damage effects through repeated sound wave overlay. Wonderful feeling welled up inside him, and Ron sensed a certain area in his spiritual world was completely opened up. The magic model of sound wave vibration was no longer external knowledge, but had become part of his soul. Succeeded, Ron said softly, a rare smile emerging on his face. He couldn't wait to test the effects of the magic. Breakthrough. Extending his right hand, spiritual power flowed along the new path. With a gentle command, a wave pattern almost invisible to the naked eye spread out from his palm, striking the wooden dummy on the opposite side of the training ground. After a brief silence, a thin crack began to spread from the surface of the dummy, rapidly expanding. Eventually, the entire wooden dummy crumbled from within, scattering into a pile of wood chips. Harmonized wave pattern. Ron murmured to himself, a satisfied light flickering in his eyes. This completely new trait transformed sound wave vibration from a mere impact into a terrifying weapon capable of accumulating damage. The initial impact might not cause noticeable harm, but as the wave patterns resonate and overlay within the target, the ultimate destructive power increases exponentially. More dreadfully, this attack exhibits almost no visible external sign. The target might even disintegrate internally without perceiving the danger. Ron's thoughts rapidly extended what effect would combining erosion chapter with this new harmonized wave pattern have. He took a deep breath and started reconstructing the magic model. This time, not only did he incorporate the basic structure of sound wave vibration, but he also added the special frequency of erosion chapter. The two types of sound waves interwoven and fused in his spiritual world, forming a brand new composite waveform. Sound wave oscillation erosion state. The moment the magic construction was completed, Ron felt a tremendous power unprecedented in strength. This power made him excited, but also vigilant. It seemed to have already surpassed the range an advanced apprentice should have. Carefully controlling output intensity, he released the composite wave pattern toward the second wooden dummy. The results were astonishing. The surface of the wooden dummy instantly showed black lines, as if eroded by some unknown virus. Within seconds, the entire wooden structure began to dissolve, eventually turning into a puddle of black liquid, emitting an unpleasant odor. This power, surprise flashed in Ron's eyes but soon returned to calm. Through spiritual perception and calculation, he estimated that this strike's penetration power might even threaten the safety of a Morning Star-level wizard. Of course, provided it can hit a target. Morning Star-level wizards' reaction speed and defense means are never easy for an advanced apprentice to break through. Yet undeniable is, this composite attack already possesses cross-level killing power, becoming a crucial card when facing formidable foes. Ron tried casting again, wanting to verify the effects of consecutive use. However, this time he immediately felt noticeable spiritual power consumption and spiritual contamination. It seems the second overlay is the current limit, while higher-level overlay is theoretically feasible. With his current level of spiritual power and control ability, it would likely lead to magic out of control or damage to his spiritual structure. Detection of acquiring evolved trait harmonized wave pattern. Advancement success rate increased by 5%. Current path of truth breakthrough success rate, 79.3%. The panel prompt brought delight to Ron's heart. The mastery of magic not only enhanced his combat ability, but directly increased his promotion success rate to official wizard. Next, I need to push Ring of Brilliance to Mastery 2. Ron was planning secretly, according to the system's prompt, to become an official wizard through the path of truth. At least 3 magics must reach the master level. Currently, he had completed sound wave vibration. The Ring of Brilliance, as his second core skill about to break through, would become the focus of the next stage. He crouched down, gently touching the puddle of black liquid that the wooden puppet had turned into, and felt the weak energy fluctuation within it. Sound wave oscillation erosion state. Ron whispered the name softly, a barely detectable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This idea of combining different magic elements might be the key to pioneering his personal magic system in the future. What effect would combining the light element with sound waves produce? Can spiritual interference be combined with the flowing shield wall to form an absolute defense on a spiritual level? Can the core frequency of the erosion chapter be applied to other elemental magic? Countless possibilities surged in his mind, each containing immense potential. But Ron knew that real power does not lie in how many fancy skills one can master. Real power lies in honing a few core abilities to the extreme, forming a truly unique and irreplaceable combat method. He stood up and surveyed the training field, damaged by spell experiments, shaking his head slightly. Looks like I'll need to make a few more wooden puppets. The success rate number on the panel appeared again 79.3%, nearly an 80% success rate, enough to support his ambition to try the path of truth. But Ron was not someone who liked taking risks, especially when the risk involved the complete disappearance of his existence. At least break through 85%, ideally reaching over 90%. This was the bottom line he set for himself, a critical point he deemed worth betting everything on. Ron looked up at the night sky outside the window, his gaze piercing through the darkness, seemingly able to reach the depths of those distant stars. There, a great and terrifying presence was overlooking this small world, waiting for a brave or foolish conqueror to establish a connection with it. The atmosphere in the workshop turned unusually dull over the next few days. Ron was immersed in the cultivation of mastering magic, spending most of his time locked in the training field, only appearing before others when necessary. Lilia continued to prepare 3 meals as usual, though her culinary skills were steadily improving. The conversation around the dinner table was becoming increasingly rare. She was always the first to finish, hurriedly cleaning the dishes, then returning to her room to continue studying the books and notes Ron left her, seemingly filling the impending separation with knowledge. Alan mostly took care of Dale, teaching the young sea siren some botanical knowledge. When there was no training, they would sit quietly in the courtyard, engaging in silent communication, as if enjoying the last period of peaceful time. This subtle atmosphere was like the calm before the storm. Everyone knew change was about to come, yet nobody was willing to bring it up. The silence at the dining table was particularly noticeable. "The soup is delicious," Dale said softly, breaking the slightly awkward silence. "Thank you," Lilia responded gently, her gaze still lowered, seemingly intensely interested in the food on her plate. Ron ate quietly, occasionally raising his head to glance around, quickly refocusing his attention back on the plate in front of him. His thoughts had already flown to the next experiment project. Today's table conversation was merely a brief stop in his daily routine. Alan's gaze lingered among the 3, finally sighing softly. "Summer is almost here." The tree spirit spoke gently, trying to ease the atmosphere. "The black-topped flowers in the courtyard are about to bloom. Their blooming period is very short but breathtakingly beautiful. Yes, soon it will be the rainy season, with reasonably high emotional intelligence." Lilia quickly followed up on the topic. "When I was young, my favorite thing was waiting for the first rain of the rainy season, the fresh smell of the earth always lifting one's spirits." Ron nodded but did not join the conversation. He quickly finished the last bite of food, wiped his mouth. "Today's soup is indeed very delicious, but I have some matters to attend to, excuse me." After speaking, he stood up and left, leaving behind a subtle silence at the dinner table. Lilia watched Ron's departing back, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes, yet quickly returning to calm. "Dale, would you like some more soup?" She turned to the little sea siren, squeezing out a gentle smile. Alan's branches swayed gently, a hint of worry on her face. Ron returned to the laboratory, gently closed the door, as if shutting out all external emotional interference. At this moment, his attention was fully focused on the upcoming critical experiment, utilizing the monarch bloodline in combination with abyssal material to further advance the charging progress of the stand-in puppet. He walked towards a locked cabinet in the corner of the laboratory and took out a small black suitcase from it. This was a specially prepared toolset for abyssal research. Each tool within had undergone special treatment to safely contact and handle Abyssal. Material. From the suitcase, he took out a series of specially designed tools: energy isolation clamp, spiritual shield gloves, a special cutting knife, and most importantly, a purification system. This purification system was designed by Ron recently, consisting of 3 core components: energy extractor, impurity separator, and stabilization device. He spent a large amount of magic stone and time perfecting this system just for moments like these. Through this system, he could extract useful energy and traits from abyssal materials, while filtering out harmful contaminants and unstable factors, much like refining pure metals from ore. Let's start with the lower-risk bone fragments first. Ron put on gloves and carefully took out a piece of crystallized bone. This wasn't his first time handling abyssal materials, but each time he needed to remain highly vigilant. The unpredictability of abyssal energy is one of its most dangerous traits. Under the light, the bone fragment appeared semi-transparent blue-purple, with complex crystal structures flowing slowly inside, pulsating as if alive. Placing the bone fragment into the energy extractor, Ron activated the device. The device emitted a faint humming sound, and a blue energy beam began to slowly scan the surface of the bone fragment. As the scan proceeded, a faint purple energy was extracted, flowing through the glass tubes before finally being guided into the separator. The way this energy flowed was quite peculiar, not simply flowing like ordinary liquid, but rather exhibiting a pulsating pattern, as if possessing some faint consciousness. Abyssal energy, indeed, fundamentally differs from ordinary energy, Ron remarked, observing the energy flow in the tube. It's not just a form of energy, but more like something between matter and energy, even carrying a certain consciousness. The solidified, twisted fragments mentioned in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas is indeed an appropriate description. In the separator, abyssal energy was further filtered. The parts with strong corrosive and unstable traits was separated out and stored in a special sealed container, while the relatively stable and usable parts were guided into the stabilization device. The functioning principle of the separator was similar to a complex chemical filtration system, but dealing with different energy states instead of ordinary material. Every filtration layer was composed of different energy barriers, allowing only energies of specific wavelengths and frequencies to pass through. This design was the innovative result of Ron combining alchemy, magic potion making, and elemental theory. The stabilization device, however, was more intricate. It employed a series of energy tuners to readjust the separated energy into a more harmonious state, reducing its volatility and tendency for spontaneous change. After processing the bone fragments, Ron proceeded to deal with the molting essence and plant seeds in turn. Finally, it came time for the sample from the swamp assembler, which was the most dangerous kind. Ron specifically activated the lab's extra protective barriers for this. Using specially made tongs, he carefully extracted the active tissue and placed it into a larger processing tank. The tissue immediately began to wriggle violently, as if sensing danger. Its surface revealed blurry faces, emitting weak murmurs that sounded like some sort of plea or threat. Ron ignored these anomalies and activated the energy extractor at maximum power. A powerful energy beam shot directly into the center of the tissue, more intense than when processing the previous materials. The tissue emitted an indescribable screech, twisting violently, trying to escape. This sound was not transmitted through the air, but resonated directly in Ron's spirit, making him feel a bit of discomfort. Interesting, even such a small piece of tissue retains complete survival instincts and escape responses. Surprise flashed across Ron's eyes. Such a level of autonomy is extremely rare in separated tissues. Perhaps this is one of the traits of abyssal creatures. Each part maintains certain traits of the whole, even when disassembled. As the energy extraction proceeded, the tissue gradually lost vitality, eventually becoming a gray-white solid mass. The extracted energy, on the other hand, was a thick dark purple liquid, emitting a faint glow. The way this liquid flowed was extremely bizarre, not adhering to gravity like ordinary liquids, but seemingly having its own will, forming various abstract patterns within the container. This especially dangerous. Ron looked at the bottle of dark purple liquid with a grave expression. It still retained some traits of the original organism, and must undergo deeper processing. He placed this bottle of liquid into a special alchemy device and added several stabilizers. These stabilizers were specifically proportioned elemental mixtures capable of slowing the fluctuations of abyssal energy, making it more stable. The device operated for nearly half an hour, emitting various strange sounds and light effects, ultimately producing a small bottle of transparent pale purple liquid. Basically safe now. Ron breathed a sigh of relief and arranged the 4 bottles of processed liquids in order. On the workbench, each emitted a different glow. The bone extract emitted a cold blue light. The molting essence was light green with a certain metallic texture. The plant seed extract was a warm golden yellow. And the essence of the swamp assembler was a transparent pale purple. However, when viewed from certain angles, it seemed as if tiny particles were swimming inside, like a swarm of microscopic organisms swimming in some unknown liquid. Now it's time to witness a miracle. Ron took a deep breath, took out the stand-in puppet, and gently placed it at the center of these 4 bottles of abyssal essence. Then he took out a 5th bottle of liquid from a specially made insulated container. This was the Monarch Bloodline sample obtained from Trish's contact from Lai Yu. The blood appeared unusually vivid red. Even after being set aside for some time, it still maintained an astounding vitality, as if it had just been drawn from a vein. The Monarch Bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Ron was amazed by its vitality. Not only does it possess incredible adaptability, but also outstanding stability. Ron recalled the previous experiment, where he helped Lai Yu successfully transplant the scorpion venom gland. The key to that success lay in the special blood flowing through the leopard woman's body. In theory, this blood should also be able to tame the abyssal energy, making it easier to absorb and utilize. He carefully divided Lai Yu's blood into 4 parts, adding each to a different abyssal essence. The moment they mixed, each bottle produced a different reaction. The bone extract mixed with the blood began to boil violently, with a layer of crystalline foam appearing on the surface. The molting essence turned into a metallic texture, with strange patterns flowing across its surface. The plant seed extract emitted a faint buzzing sound upon contact with the blood, turning the liquid into a semi-transparent gel. And the most dangerous, the swamp assembler essence, emitted a piercing shriek the moment it touched the blood, the liquid spinning violently, forming a tiny vortex. Ron quickly stepped back but remained unflustered. He had already anticipated various possible reactions and prepared for them. Perfect, he praised in his heart, the Monarch Bloodline can indeed stabilize abyssal energy. Now it's time for the final fusion. Ron retrieved several tools, including a specially made syringe and a set of miniature guiding arrays. Drawing the 4 mixed liquids into the syringe one by one, he began sketching complex rune patterns on the surface of the stand-in puppet, each stroke precise to the micron level. These runes were not just channels for energy, but a protective measure as well, to ensure that the energy could be safely absorbed by the puppet without causing unforeseen dangerous reactions. After finishing the last rune, Ron aimed the syringe at a specific point on the puppet's chest. He took a deep breath and pressed the syringe plunger. The mixed liquid slowly injected into the puppet, and the rune patterns lit up, blooming into dazzling multicolored lights. The puppet began to tremble slightly, its wooden texture wriggling like a living thing, seemingly adapting to the newly injected energy. This process lasted about 10 minutes, during which Ron maintained high vigilance, closely observing every minor change. When the last drop of mixed liquid was completely absorbed, the glow of the runes on the puppet faded gradually until it completely disappeared. It seemed as if everything had returned to calm, but Ron knew that the real transformation had just begun. Let's see the results. Ron focused his spirit and sent a simple mental command to the puppet. The puppet immediately responded, and its body began to undergo astonishing changes. Its arms became semi-transparent, covered with thin metallic textured scales. The plant seed energy granted the puppet a special regeneration ability. Most astonishing was the energy manifestation of the swamp assembler. The puppet's chest revealed a tiny vortex. The center of the vortex constantly absorbed and emitted faint purple light, seemingly able to draw in the surrounding energy flow. Success, a rare excitement flashed in Ron's eyes. The stand-in puppet not only perfectly absorbed the 4 types of abyssal energy, but also achieved perfect fusion through the medium of the monarch bloodline. Each type of energy could independently manifest its traits while also working cooperatively. Stand-in puppet charging progress plus 7%. Current charge 50%/100%. Reached first stage qualitative change standard. Stand-in puppet form update. Basic form right arrow active form. Unlocked dual transmission capability. The panel's notifications made Ron nod in satisfaction. Not only did the charging progress reach the critical 50% milestone, but this charge also propelled the stand-in puppet to its first stage qualitative change. From the basic form evolved into the active form. In this form, the puppet was more agile and more responsive to commands. It was no longer a simple control puppet, but began to exhibit a certain degree of autonomy. And that so-called dual transmission capability. Ron reached out to touch the puppet, sensing an unusual resonance. This feeling was akin to establishing a deeper connection with a part of himself, as if the right hand could sense the presence of the left hand, separate yet part of the same entity. At 50% charging progress, it's now possible to attempt Demon Hunter transformation. In his plan, the Demon Hunter transformation was a pivotal point. Now this plan could finally be set in motion. The puppet trembled slightly on the laboratory bench, its semi-mechanical, semi-organic writhing appearing particularly eerie under the dim laboratory light. Ron took a deep breath and calmly gazed at the stand-in puppet that had absorbed a substantial amount of abyssal energy and integrated monarch bloodline. Reaching the critical point of 50% charging progress meant that the long-awaited switch to the Demon Hunter profession could finally be attempted. The key is the precision of will projection, Ron muttered to himself, lightly touching the complex patterns on the puppet's surface and sensing the energy flowing within. Initially, his plan was to traditionally perform a sewn transplant of demon beast organs on the stand. In puppet, for this, he had already prepared a series of precision tools and valuable demon beast organ samples. However, when he began to delve deeply into perceiving the energy composition of the stand-in puppet, a shocking discovery made him halt his work. Interesting, those abyssal materials have already formed organ-like structures within the puppet. A hint of delight flashed in Ron's eyes. Bone extract has formed a structure resembling skeletal reinforcement. Molting essence has created a protective membrane, and even the swamp assembler's tissue has constructed a primitive circulatory system. The absorbed scorpion, snake demon, and clones are all playing their roles. He swiftly adjusted his mindset and set aside the scalpel in his hand. Instead, he activated spiritual perception to probe into the puppet's internal energy network. This is an unexpected delight, Ron murmured to himself. These active abyssal material have not only formed substitutes for sewn organs, but there's also no risk of rejection reactions, forming a perfect symbiotic system among themselves. This discovery significantly simplified the transition process and reduced risk. Ron immediately revised his plan, deciding to attempt will projection directly, using the puppet as a medium for the Demon Hunter transformation. Start the timer. Ron glanced at the crystal clock, a light of determination flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, letting his thoughts sink into that calm mental lake. He was fully aware of the risks of the Demon Hunter transformation records from the school clearly indicated a mere 30% success rate through conventional means. Furthermore, even if successful, there was a substantial risk of post-mutation and mental disorder. This was also why Demon Hunters was so rare and often behaved oddly, but he had chosen a different path. The stand-in puppet, as an intermediary, would assume all the risks of transformation, while he himself would only need to supply the guidance of spiritual power and bloodline energy. Theoretically, this should circumvent most dangers while capturing the essence of Demon Hunter abilities. Everything is ready. He took out a small bottle of pale blue liquid, an excellent quality amber thought liquid, a spiritual power enhancer specially prepared for this ritual. He gently unscrewed the cap. The potion exuded a fresh minty aroma with faint waves of magic power. Ron drank the potion in one go, feeling a cool energy spread from his throat throughout his body, like a chilly stream flowing through every nerve, washing away all distractions. His thoughts instantly became exceptionally clear, and the flow of spiritual power smoother, like polished crystal, pure and powerful. Ron took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly infused his spiritual power. Unlike before, this time he was not simply controlling the puppet's actions, but deeply projecting a part of his consciousness into it. This process was extremely delicate, like tearing off a corner of his soul and carefully implanting it into another vessel. The bidirectional transfer function at this moment revealed its true value. The puppet was no longer just an external tool, but an extension of his will. Establishing connection, maintaining stability. His voice was calm and low, but beads of sweat already dotted his forehead. As his spirit continued to invest, the stand-in puppet began to change. The originally rigid wooden structure became soft and elastic, and even the surface began to exhibit skin-like textures. Warning: attempt to separate will detected. Do you wish to continue? The panel prompt suddenly appeared in Ron's consciousness, and he chose to confirm without hesitation. Verification in progress. The stand-in puppet has been recognized by the profession panel as a primary extension, meeting the conditions for demon hunter transformation. Abyssal material active structures have been identified as effective sewn organs. Initializing transformation process. A sudden stinging sensation emerged from the spiritual core, and Ron gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. This pain did not come from the body, but was a tearing sensation on the soul level, like being forced to give up a part of oneself. Although mentally prepared, the experience of will separation was still unnerving. Ron could feel a part of himself flowing into the stand-in puppet, integrating with those abyssal energy structures to form new connections. The process lasted about 10 minutes, much shorter than he had anticipated. When the pain finally subsided, Ron felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. It was as if his perception had suddenly expanded, allowing him to feel the existence of two bodies simultaneously. Demon Hunter transformation, ritual completed. Profession acquired, Demon Hunter 2 stars. Basic attributes enhanced. Constitution 2.8, right arrow 2.99, plus 0.2. Spirit 4.55, right arrow 4.65, plus 0.1. Magic power 2.9, right arrow 2.99, plus 0.1. Abnormal status resistance. Significantly increased resistance to toxins, diseases, curses, and other abnormal statuses. 2. Perception enhancement. Comprehensive enhancement of the 5 senses, especially night vision and auditory sensitivity. Unlocking professional skills, hunting evil. Ron carefully read through the panel prompts, paying special attention to the detailed descriptions of those special abilities. Abnormal status resistance, capable of resisting physical toxins and diseases. To his surprise, the added effects brought by perception enhancement. The enhancement was not only reflected in the senses, but also extended to the spiritual level, making magic construction more precise and magic power control more delicate. This will directly enhance my magical efficiency. Whether it's the frequency control of sound wave vibration or the energy distribution of Ring of Brilliance, both can achieve higher precision. As for hunting evil, its application is limited in the current environment. But considering the inevitable future abyss exploration and potential encounters with abyssal creatures, the value of this ability cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the improvements in various basic attributes, although for physical attribute and magic attribute, 3.0 seems to have reached a certain threshold. However, as he was sorting through these gains, new information appeared on the panel. Detecting career synergy. Trigger condition. Simultaneously possess Bloodline Knight 2 stars and Demon Hunter 2 stars. Analyzing potential fusion path. Fusion path confirmed. Bloodline Knight plus Demon Hunter right arrow Demon Hunter Knight 2.5 stars. A look of surprise flashed in Ron's eyes. This was an unexpected change. He was not unfamiliar with career synergy, but such a direct profession fusion was the first he had encountered. He chose to confirm without hesitation. Career fusion initiating. The fusion process will bring temporary, but intense dual pain in spirit and body. Please be prepared. As soon as the words fell, a tearing pain swept through Ron's entire body. This pain was indescribable, as if someone was simultaneously twisting his bones and tearing his soul. Ron gritted his teeth, his fingers gripping the edge of the lab bench so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the exertion. The pain lasted for about 10 seconds, and when everything calmed down, Ron felt a subtle change in his body. Career fusion complete. New career acquired, Demon Hunter Knight 2.5 stars. Basic attributes improved. Constitution 2.99, Right Arrow 3.2, plus 0.2. Spirit 4.65, Right Arrow 4.75, plus 0.1. Magic Power 2.99, Right Arrow 3.1, plus 0.1. Skill Fusion, Bloodline Activation, plus Surgical Modification, Right Physical Awakening, besides the basic effects of Bloodline and physical training. By activating the magical Beast Bloodline and Demon Hunting modification within the body can temporarily enter a semi-awakened state. Combat power greatly increases, gaining abilities similar to Black Wizard Awakening. Each use increases deformation tendency. The more frequent and longer the usage, the deeper the deformation, irreversible. Career Synergy Enhancement Details. 1. Abnormal Resistance Enhancement, enhancing spirit contamination carrying capacity to a certain extent. 2. Perception Enhancement extends to bloodline perception field, making it easier to detect and analyze different bloodline traits. 3. Hunting Evil Skills Evil Insight Enhancement, further increasing damage to deformed creatures. Great, the attribute improvements brought by Career Fusion have broken through the 3.0 barrier in one fell swoop. Ron took a deep breath, feeling the new power flowing within him. This power was unlike any previous enhancement, more primal, more wild, yet filled with infinite possibilities. The details of those synergy enhancements delighted him even more. The enhancement of spirit contamination carrying capacity implies increased efficiency in meditation. This is exactly what he needs most now, as it means he can approach the critical point of becoming an official wizard faster. The enhancement of bloodline perception ability will greatly aid his future bloodline research and alchemy exploration. What surprised him most was the new skill Physical Awakening. Showed Ron a completely new path, a middle road that allows gaining extraordinary power like a black wizard, yet not completely falling into madness. Of course, the warning of irreversible deformation also made him cautious. Need to test this new ability. Ron looked at the stand-in puppet, deciding to try this dangerous power on the puppet first. Through the spiritual link, Ron transmitted an instruction to the stand-in puppet: activate Physical Awakening. Upon receiving the instruction, the puppet underwent an astonishing transformation. The previously humanoid appearance quickly distorted, with scale-like patterns on the skin surface becoming more pronounced. Gleaming with a metallic cold light, unnatural protrusions appeared at the joints of its limbs, as if the bones were reorganizing. The most horrifying was its face, originally hollow eye sockets. The pair of green compound eyes now gleamed with ferocious brilliance. Pupils turned into vertical slits, sharp as knives. The mouth area tore open, forming an opening far larger than normal, filled with teeth as sharp as saws. A pair of short horn-like protrusions even grew on both sides of the head, resembling a budding demon. The scales on the back and spine fused into a row of sharp spines, stretching from the neck to the tailbone, ending in a sting similar to a scorpion. The puppet's form had diverged far from human, more resembling some horrific hybrid of human and beast, exuding an overwhelming frenzy aura. An astonishing transformation, Ron observed calmly, carefully using measurement devices, recording the various data of the stand-in puppet in this state. From the data, the puppet's overall physical strength increased by nearly half. Even the energy fluctuation became more active and aggressive. The enhancements were so significant that Ron had to recalibrate the measurement devices to ensure there were no erroneous readings. Purely in terms of physical combat power, it has risen at least above an advanced apprentice, even close to Morning Star-level wizard standard. Ron calculated in his mind, if I can solve the deformation problem or find a way to limit deformation. He instinctively reached out to touch his cheek and arms, confirming that his body was unaffected. As he had anticipated, testing this skill through a stand-in puppet allowed him to avoid directly facing deformation. Risks. Just as he was about to disengage the puppet's awakened state, an unexpected event occurred. The awakened stand-in puppet suddenly went out of control, emitting a deep roar. The sound was not coming from the mouth, but seeping from every pore of its body, as if another consciousness was struggling to seize control. Consciousness riot. Ron instantly realized what had happened and immediately strengthened the spiritual control. Physical awakening not only altered the body structure but also awakened the primal consciousness hidden in the abyssal material. These fragmented wild consciousnesses were attempting to merge into a new personality, breaking free from Ron's control. Fortunately, the design of the stand-in puppet prevented this rebellion from succeeding fully. Ron quickly regained control, forcefully suppressed those chaotic consciousness fragments. Indeed dangerous, Ron frowned in thought. In real combat, if such a situation occurs, the consequences would be unimaginable. He slowly and carefully disengaged the puppet's awakened state. Most of the deformed features faded, but did not completely revert to the original state. The scales on the skin became more pronounced, the pupils remained vertical, and the spines on the back, although reduced, did not completely disappear. More worrying was that Ron could feel those suppressed consciousness fragments did not vanish. They simply slept, ready to awaken again in the next awakening, and would become even stronger. Each use will increase deformation degree. The panel's warning was indeed valid. Ron calmly concluded, this power must be used cautiously, best regarded as the last trump card. However, even knowing the risks, he was still drawn by this power, as it offers a tremendous boost to surpass the enemy's level. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the panel again. Current charging progress of stand-in puppet, 50%/100%. Requirement for next stage unlock, charging to 100%. Next stage form, Glory Legacy Calamity Incarnation. Abilities acquired upon unlocking. 1. Incarnation form, temporarily fuse the stand-in puppet with the main body, stacking all abilities and gaining additional enhancement. 2. Energy isolation. In the fused state, deformation and contamination will be isolated in the incarnation part. The main body remains unaffected. This new information plunged Ron into contemplation. Incarnation form. The fusion of the body and the stand-in. This sounds like the ideal solution he has been searching for. If I can achieve 100% charge, I can obtain the power of the Black Wizard's awakened form while avoiding permanent distortion and contamination. A trace of barely noticeable excitement flashed in Ron's eyes. This will be a perfect recycling system, gaining power while avoiding risks. Perhaps after obtaining the Calamity Incarnation form, it could even be used as a terminal for processing spiritual contamination, forming a self-sufficient energy recycling system. Ron's thoughts expanded rapidly, almost able to see a complete path. He carefully put away the stand-in puppet and placed it in an especially made energy-sealed box. The experiment has come to an end, but his mind is still revolving around these new discoveries. Upon leaving the laboratory, Ron immediately noticed changes in his senses. The faint footsteps in the hallway, the rustling of leaves in the distance, even the scurrying sounds of mice within the walls were all clearly heard. The night was deep, but in his eyes the darkness was no longer a barrier. Every object was clearly visible, only the colors became cooler, as if shrouded in a faint blue light. As he passed by the workshop's backyard, a pungent smell suddenly entered his nostrils. It was a smell mixed with decay and mold, hardly noticeable to ordinary people, but exceptionally clear to Ron now. Following the scent, he found a corner of the wall with a moldy area that hadn't been cleaned for days. Such details might have been completely overlooked by him in the past. My senses have certainly become extraordinarily sharp. Ron evaluated his new abilities. This is an invaluable advantage for exploring unknown areas and early warnings. He also noticed an interesting phenomenon. Whenever he approached objects evidently containing dark or distorted energy, the skin would have a slight tingling sensation, like a kind of instinctual warning system. The hunting evil ability of the demon hunter. It seems to not only enhance perception of specific creatures, but also includes intuitive sensing of inorganic targets. Back in his room, Ron stood before the full-length mirror, carefully checking for any changes in his appearance. To his satisfaction, except for his eyes appearing slightly deeper in color, there were no noticeable differences. This was exactly what he hoped for the enhancement of inner strength, not an external distortion. He then began to try casting some simple magic spell to test the changes in his spiritual power. Sound wave vibration. An invisible ripple spread from his palm, more precise and powerful than ever before. The echo effect produced when the ripple hit the target was more apparent, causing more sustainable damage. The enhancement in perception allowed him to control the frequency and energy distribution of the ripple more precisely. He could even make fine adjustments after the ripple was released, an unimaginable precise control in the past. A dazzling halo appeared around him, the light more intense than usual, illuminating the entire room. The radius and stability of the halo also showed significant improvement. What excited him more was that he could now control the temperature and spectrum of the halo simultaneously. Making it exhibit different traits in different areas greatly enhanced the practicality and flexibility of this magic. Spiritual interference. This time he could even feel the spiritual power stretching out like fine threads, more clearly capturing the target's mental fluctuations. The enhanced perception made him more sensitive to the subtle differences in spiritual waves. He could more accurately find the weak points in the target's thoughts, making the interference more precise and effective. The power and control precision of the magic have significantly improved. Ron nodded in satisfaction. This should be the dual benefit of enhanced spirit attribute and perception. He sat by the bed, closed his eyes, and began a deep meditation, comprehensively examining his changes. He could clearly feel two different energy flows intertwining within him, one originating from the Bloodline Knight and the Demon Hunter's Bloodline power, and the other was the basic magic power flow. These two energies did not merely coexist in parallel, but formed an exquisite recycling system. The Bloodline power enhanced physical qualities and provided special perception and resistance, while the magic power connected the two, enabling harmonious coexistence. At the core of this cycle, Ron discovered a new energy node, the source of the physical awakening ability. It was a semi-transparent dark purple vortex, containing a heart-pounding power. Even in a meditative state, he could feel the temptation of that power. So powerful, so direct, enough to propel him to a higher level of power in an instant. But just as the panel warned, this power carried an undeniable danger. Deep within the vortex, Ron caught some uncontrollable energy fluctuations, like a caged beast eager to break free, waiting for the moment of release. Hayek's office is located on the top floor of the school central tower, with an excellent view, where large floor-to-ceiling windows capture the scenery of the entire Black Mist jungle. At the moment, the sunset cast its afterglow on the distant mountains, gilding them with a layer of pale gold outlines. Inside, the three most core official wizards of the school was sitting around a quaint round table. The tabletop was carved from a whole piece of abyssal black wood, its surface flowing with intricate patterns, capable of blocking any prying and eavesdropping. Sauron sat to the left of Hayek, wearing his usual gray robe and his face calm as water. Today, however, his eyes, usually weary and bloodshot, were unusually bright and clear, as if some mysterious force had washed away the dust of years. Uni was seated to the right. Her silver hair was now intertwined with a few strands of pale purple, like a flowing galaxy. Different from usual, today she looked remarkably spirited. The wrinkles on her face seemed to have faded significantly, making her appear at least 10 years younger. Hayek gently swirled the amber liquid in his glass, gazing thoughtfully out the window before speaking casually. "Old friends, it seems Alan has finally made a move." Sauron picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and raised an eyebrow. "Yes, just a few days ago." She told him about that path. Uni's body stiffened slightly, her gaze wandering into the distance as if she saw some ancient image. Her thoughts drifted back to memories over 100 years ago. The pink-haired girl, always dressed in a sapphire dress, with eyes forever gleaming with confidence, darting through the corridors of the crystal tower like a whirlwind. Wherever she went drew envious glances from countless apprentices. At that time Alan was so dazzling, so arrogant. Another one unwilling to be ordinary. Uni murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet full of complex emotions. Hayek shook his head, took a sip of wine, and his expression softened slightly with the memories. Ron, that kid, is indeed somewhat special, bears some resemblance to her back then. Resemblance? Sauron raised his eyebrows, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. You mean he also has more special talents? Hayek did not answer directly, but turned to Uni on the other side. You taught him elemental magic, how does it feel? Uni's fingers gently caressed the rim of the cup, her eyes slightly closed, as if reminiscing. That kid truly stands out, rare in the school over the years, and has that peculiar affinity. She carefully chose her words, avoiding saying too much. Sauron nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've never seen a student who grasped things so easily, as if he was born knowing those complex principles of magic construction. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice. His spiritual structure is somewhat special, very solid. Hayek took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, his gaze becoming deep. Even so, I am still worried that history might repeat itself. That path is too dangerous. Uni lightly shook her head, looking out the window at the forest, gradually devoured by darkness. Her thoughts once again drifted back to the past. After the failed impact, Alan's face full of pain, yet her eyes remained stubborn. Even with half of her body submerged in the river of death, she still showed no sign of regret. She did indeed succeed halfway, Uni said softly, with a barely audible hint of envy. Were it not for that, she didn't finish, but those present understood the implication. Precisely because she succeeded halfway, it caused her even greater sacrifice. Hayek's expression became grave, his voice deep. Half her body stepped into that realm, yet unable to fully cross the threshold. That pain, I'm afraid, is even harder to bear than outright failure. Sauron sighed softly, and then there's that accident. He carefully chose his words. Had she chosen the conventional path, signed that contract, she wouldn't have. She was too proud. Uni interrupted, her voice carrying a faint trace of pain. In her eyes appeared the scene again. Alan returned from the abyss exploration, covered in blood. One arm was nearly torn apart, and her waist and abdomen had a spine-chilling large hole, with internal organs clearly visible. Yet those eyes remained filled with stubbornness and discontent. Hayek gently nodded, pride indeed, but what true genius is not proud? A brief silence enveloped the room. The three wizards, each immersed in their memories, as the darkness outside swallowed the last trace of sunlight. Now the question is, Hayek finally broke the silence. How should we deal with this situation? No matter what, it's too late to discuss these now, Sauron said calmly. Since Alan has already informed Ron about the path of truth, according to the Witch King's mandate, we can no longer interfere with his decision. The Witch King's mandate, Hayek muttered, his gaze turning profound. The three fell into silence again. In the world of the wizards, the Witch King's mandate is the highest level of restraint. Formed in the Court of Truth, which is collectively composed of some Witch Kings. Not even great wizards dare to violate it lightly. Mandate Article 7. Any cultivators intending to attempt the path of truth must not be subjected to any form of interference or coercion, including but not limited to surveillance, contract enforcement, will manipulation, etc. Violators will face the sanction of the Court of Truth. Sauron quoted word by word. Not only that, Uni supplemented, the mandate also requires us to, within our capabilities, ensure that the ritual process of the attempter is not disturbed by outside interference, and provide necessary protection. Hayek let out a long sigh. I certainly understand the mandate's requirements. With Ron's talents, if he truly succeeds, he may very well become a great wizard in the future, or even higher. Such a genius naturally deserves special attention and protection from the Court of Truth. They care not only about the growth potential of a genius, Sauron said meaningfully. It's also about the value of that pure blessing, which only a primordial wizard promoted through the path of truth can grant, having an effect even on great wizards and higher beings. Hayek nodded, a flash of understanding in his eyes. This is the true reason behind the decrees made by the Witch Kings. Throughout the entire Ring Abyss continent group, there's little power that can affect those of their level, and pure blessing is one of them. Speaking of blessings, Hayek's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Sauron and Uni. I've noticed the two of you seem to be doing much better than before recently. Sauron and Uni exchanged a smile, not responding immediately. Hayek observed the two closely. Sauron's skin was healthier than usual, his eyes clearer and sharper. Moreover, he exuded a pure aura from inside out, as if the spiritual contamination accumulated over the years had been swept away. Uni's changes were even more evident. She looked at least 10 years younger, with a few purple strands among her silver-white hair. The wrinkles on her face had reduced significantly, and the brilliance in her eyes was more vibrant than before. You've both received Ron's blessing, Hayek almost asserted, his tone carrying a hint of disguised amazement. Faced with the direct question, Sauron and Uni maintained their mysterious smiles, neither confirming nor denying. There's no need to hide it. Uni eventually spoke, her voice tinged with a trace of delight. That child's blessing is indeed very special, with a purity far exceeding regular, and its effect lasts longer than those of ordinary apprentices. Sauron nodded in agreement. The most incredible part is the purification effect. The spiritual contamination accumulated in me over the years has reduced by nearly 30% after coming into contact with his blessing. And we didn't even intentionally guide it. This was merely the natural effect. Uni added, her eyes sparkling with amazement. If he succeeds in advancing to primordial wizard, the effect of the blessing will be even more astounding. Hayek's expression became complex, with both surprise and a tinge of regret. It seems I have indeed underestimated his value. Had I known, I should have paid more attention and provided more guidance when he first came to the school. What's done is done, regretting is useless now, Sauron said calmly. Moreover, knowing that child's character, your deliberate approach might only arouse his caution. You're right, Hayek sighed lightly. Ron Ralph, this name might one day shake the entire wizard world. Whether he ultimately succeeds in advancing to primordial wizard or fails in the attempt, we will witness the birth or fall of a legend. What we can do now is to ensure his advancement attempt remains undisturbed. See according to the decrees, Uni said solemnly. I've already begun laying out the surrounding guardian arrays, monitoring any potential sources of interference. I'll work on strengthening the school's energy barriers. Sauron added, ensuring no external powers disturb the school's operation, especially at the crucial time of the star ring convergence. Hayek pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. I will personally check the sealing status of the Bloodline altar, ensuring that abyssal energy doesn't leak at a critical moment. I'll also delay Valen and their investigation to avoid excessive interference from Crystal Tower's personnel. The three official wizards exchanged a solemn gaze, silently affirming their responsibilities and determination to each other. If Alan's judgment is correct, then at the Star Ring Convergence 3 months from now, we will witness the birth of a primordial wizard, marking the most glorious moment in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Black Mist School. Uni gently raised her cup to the future of the school. Sauron and Hayek also raised their own cups, and the 3 cups clinked together, producing a clear sound. To that brave young man, Sauron softly added, regardless of success or failure, to the time gone by and the changes to come. Hayek said finally, silently drinking the liquid in his cup. Ron looked at the tall tower, gilded with a layer of pale gold by the morning light. As one of the top 10 candidate wizards, he had a certain priority in consulting any master, but he rarely used this opportunity. Although he always comforted himself that relying too much on the guidance of a master was not as solid as exploring on his own. Every inch of knowledge gained through self-exploration was always more ingrained than direct instruction. But in reality, the things he researched before were always too unconventional, and only directions that he himself could attempt. And for the flowing shield wall, although its plasticity and potential far exceeded his expectations. But after all, it was a mature magic model with exemplary references, so he certainly couldn't waste the opportunity to consult predecessors. Take it one step at a time. Ron sighed slightly and stepped into the tower. The apprentice on duty at the entrance saw the badge on his chest, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. He quickly and respectfully saluted. "Master Ralph, are you here to see the Vice Dean?" "Yes, please report my arrival." Ron nodded, his tone peaceful yet carrying a bit of authority. Unknowingly, he had already become accustomed to this superior tone and demeanor. "No need, I already know," a deep voice came from above. Ron looked up to see Hayek standing on the second-floor gallery, holding a tome with a look of slight surprise and joy. "Come up, young man, I happen to have a bit of free time." Ron bowed slightly and followed the spiral staircase up to the second floor. "Follow me?" Hayek said little and directly led Ron through a hallway adorned with various ancient tapestries into a spacious reception room. The room was simply yet tastefully furnished, with an ebony long table and a few carved chairs. Several landscape paintings hung on the walls, depicting scenes seemingly from an exotic realm. Under a pale sky, countless massive rock formations floated, each graced with peculiar vegetation, and in the distance a blood-red sun was slowly setting. Ron's gaze lingered on the paintings for a moment before he withdrew it, refocusing on Hayek. Hayek motioned for Ron to sit on one side of the long table, while he took a seat across from him. "You missed the last sequence assessment meeting. How do you have time to come to me now?" Hayek was actually quite delighted at heart. Due to the recent restrictions of the equal opportunity policy, he couldn't give Ron special attention, which frustrated him somewhat. After all, a genius like Ron was unparalleled in the history of the Black Mist School. If not for the restrictions, he would even be willing to make Ron his last disciple and train him with full effort. Not just for the future of the school, but also for that precious grace. Since their last brief interaction, he clearly felt the years of accumulated spiritual contamination within him had significantly lessened. This purity of grace was extremely rare even in the Crystal Tower. Now Ron earnestly sought his guidance, which was undoubtedly a win-win opportunity. It neither violated the equal opportunity policy rules, nor did it deny him the chance to closely engage with this young genius, gaining more grace. "Vice Dean, I would like to inquire about the advanced application of the flowing shield wall." Ron spoke frankly, his voice calm and respectful, recently in practical exercises. "I found the potential of this magic far exceeds my imagination, but there seem to be many application directions I have not yet touched." Hayek's eyes lit up. This was precisely his field of expertise. The flowing shield wall is indeed an underestimated magic. He nodded slightly, a look of approval in his eyes. Most wizards view it as a simple means of protection, but in reality, its range and depth of applications extend far beyond that. He stood up and moved to the center of the room. "Since you came to inquire, let me demonstrate for you." Hayek's movements were calm, devoid of any showy flair. He simply raised his right hand lightly, palm facing upwards. Massive silver powder appeared out of nowhere in his palm, dispersing into the air to form a translucent barrier about 2 meters in diameter. This barrier was unlike any flowing shield wall Ron had seen before. Its surface was not of simple uniform texture, but displayed wave-like ripples that continuously flowed and changed, giving off a strong sense of life. The first level of application, multiple media integration. This shield wall merges silver powder, quartz sand, and a trace of crystal stone powder, each medium responsible for specific defensive functions. Silver powder resists energy erosion. Quartz sand provides physical defense. And crystal stone powder is responsible for energy conversion and redistribution. Ron observed intently, quietly activating the recording ability of the 1,000 transformations. He could sense that this multimedia integrated shield wall had a much higher intensity than single media walls, and the energy flow was more harmonious and stable. Hayek did not notice Ron's small action, continuing with his demonstration. He snapped his fingers lightly, and complex energy patterns immediately appeared on the surface of the shield wall, like an intricate network. The second level of application, structural differentiation. The shield wall's interior is no longer homogeneous, but forms a multi-layered defense system. The outer layer absorbs impact. The middle layer performs energy conversion. The inner layer serves as the final line of defense. In this way, even if the outer layer is breached, the inner layer can still provide protection. Ron nodded to show understanding, but quickly analyzed the construction method of this structure in his mind. This layered defense is not merely a simple stack. It's more like an organic cooperative system, with the layers supporting and complementing each other through specific energy channels. Third floor application, active counterattack. Hayek's eyes flashed with sharpness, and dozens of spikes suddenly extended outward from the surface of the shield wall, resembling the defense mechanism of some dangerous creature. The shield wall shouldn't just be a passive defense, it can also serve as a means of attack. When an enemy touches the shield wall, these spikes can immediately pierce into the opponent's body, injecting specific energy to cause internal damage. As he explained, the spikes slowly retracted, merging back into the main body of the shield wall. Fourth floor application, space distortion. This is more advanced, but since you're here, I might as well show it to you first. Hayek concealed his inward impatience, eager to impart all his knowledge. With another motion, the surface of the shield wall immediately produced strange fluctuations. As if the mirror had been distorted, the entire shield wall seemed to become more three-dimensional, even giving an illusion of being larger than its actual size. This application requires a deep understanding of space magic. Through specific energy distribution, a weak spatial distortion field is formed around the shield wall. In this way, the enemy's attack can be partially guided to other spaces, reducing the pressure on the shield wall itself. Ron's eyes squinted slightly. This was far beyond the common application range of a flowing shield wall, almost transforming it into a small space magic. He tried to record the energy structure but found its complexity approaching the limit of 1,000 transformations. Hayek, seemingly unaware of Ron's attempt at recording, continued his demonstration. Fifth floor application, perception extension. Countless tiny points of light appeared on the surface of the shield wall, flickering like a starry sky. These points of light are actually the perception nodes of the shield wall, capable of capturing changes in the surrounding environment and the enemy's movements. In this way, you can not only defend passively, but also proactively predict the enemy's attack routes. He waved his hand lightly, and the shield wall immediately shrank back, reconsolidating into a cluster of silver powder that fell back into his palm. Of course, these are just basic applications. Hayek returned to his seat, his gaze sharp as it rested on Ron. The real master can develop more unique variants of the flowing shield wall, even forming a complete defense system of their own. Ron nodded respectfully, his eyes flickering with thoughtful light. The Vice Dean's demonstration was greatly beneficial to me. I'm particularly interested in the applications of structural differentiation and perception extension. They seem to perfectly address the shortcomings in my current shield wall construction. Hayek nodded satisfied, impressed by Ron's learning attitude and keen insight. Well then, let me explain the key points of these applications in detail. Over the next 2 hours, Hayek elaborated on the advanced construction methods and theoretical foundations of the flowing shield wall. From principles of energy distribution, choices and ratios of different mediums, to how to adjust the structure and functions of the shield wall according to practical needs, all were filled with valuable information. Ron listened with full concentration, occasionally asking sharp and in-depth questions, demonstrating an insight far beyond his peers. Just as the lecture was nearing its end, Hayek suddenly changed the topic. By the way, I have good news to tell you. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting calmly for what was next. Considering your recent excellent performance in various aspects, coupled with Master Valen's high evaluation, the school has decided to elevate your sequence ranking to the top position. Ron was slightly stunned. Although he had long anticipated that he would eventually obtain this position, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. It's my honor, he responded cautiously. Hayek chuckled lightly, recalling the scene from not long ago at the sequence meeting. During the sequence meeting, when he proposed to elevate Ron to the top position, the entire meeting room fell into silence. Holt sat at the head seat, his expression calm, but a hint of indescribable dimness flashed in his eyes. As a genius who held the top position in the sequence for years, being suddenly surpassed by a newcomer who had only joined for a few months was a significant blow. Ralph indeed showed amazing talent and progress speed. Uni said calmly from the side, her purple eyes glimmering with agreement. His recent progress in elemental magic is remarkable, especially his almost morning star level control over the light element. Sauron nodded in agreement. His spiritual power's improvement rate is far beyond ordinary, and his precision in magic construction is perfect, exceptionally rare among young apprentices. I have no objections. To everyone's surprise, Holt himself spoke calmly, without a trace of dissatisfaction or jealousy, only a sense of transcendent openness. Ralph is indeed worthy. Hayek looked at this young advanced apprentice, feeling a trace of regret in his heart. Holt's talent in the Black Mist School was considered top-notch and his diligence unmatched. If in normal times, with his aptitude and effort, he would definitely be a star of attention. It's a pity that he encountered a monster like Ron. Such a peerless genius had never appeared since the establishment of the Black Mist School. As if born to align with the path of transcendence, every step as smooth as walking on flat ground, without any hindrance. Faced with such a prodigy, even a genius like Holt could only look dull in comparison. However, what Hayek admired was that Holt did not fall into depression or resentment because of this, but chose to accept the fact, drawing motivation from it to keep moving forward. This mindset, perhaps, is more precious than talent itself. Then it is decided, Hayek announced, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Ron Ralph will officially become the first in the candidate wizard sequence. No need to be overly modest. Hayek withdrew his thoughts, looking at the young man in front of him. You completely deserve this position. In fact, with your talent and speed of progress, many masters believe that you are likely to reach the level of an official wizard in the future, possibly even higher. Ron nodded slightly, neither too modest nor appearing arrogant. I will continue to work hard, not to disappoint the school's expectations. All right, let's get back to business. Hayek stood up, walked to a cabinet on the other side of the room, and took out a metal box glimmering with faint light. This is a special media material I have prepared for you, to be used in practice and experimentation with the flowing shield wall. It includes some rare metal powders and crystal stone fragments, each with its unique energy traits. He handed the box to Ron. Make good use of them. I look forward to seeing your unique interpretation of the flowing shield wall. Ron accepted the box with a slight stir in his heart, as these rare materials was something that could not be purchased on the ordinary market. Thank you, Vice Dean. So with these materials, how much do I owe for this consultation? 2 magic stones will do, no need to be so polite, we each take what we need. The old man nonchalantly quoted a number. Combining the consultation and material costs, it only took 2 magic stones. Ron was not unaware of the market and knew that he was given a bargain price. Hayek took the magic stones, then seemed to remember something. By the way, there's something about the special application of the flowing shield wall that I haven't mentioned. Ron looked up, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If you can find suitable abyssal material as a medium. Hayek's voice suddenly turned low and mysterious. The shield wall will gain a new trait activation. It will no longer be merely a defensive tool, but a semi-living entity, capable of autonomous defense and flow, even possessing simple erosion abilities. Ron's eyes widened slightly, abyssal material as a medium. Hayek nodded, suddenly extending his right hand, where a peculiar energy fluctuation flowed from his sleeve, forming a miniature vortex in his palm. At the center of the vortex was a mass of inkai black material, exuding an unsettling aura. Under his control, this black mass rapidly expanded, forming a thin shield wall around him. This shield wall was completely different from before. It seemed to have its own will, constantly changing shape, with strange patterns flowing on the surface, like the skin of some otherworldly creature. Ron held his breath. The aura emanating from this shield wall made him feel a trace of unease, yet simultaneously he was attracted by the terrifying power contained within. Secretion of the gazing giant frog from the abyss 5th layer. Hayek explained calmly while dissolving the shield wall. At this moment, Ron noticed an obvious mark of mutation on the Vice Dean's right arm. His skin appeared an unnatural blue-gray, covered with tiny scale-like bumps. These scales seemed alive, pulsing slightly like breathing. Vice Dean is also an abyssal explorer. That's right, Hayek admitted candidly, seemingly unperturbed by displaying his aberration marks in front of Ron. In fact, most wizards who reach the moon level and above have explored the abyss. There is knowledge and power that cannot be obtained through conventional means, tempting every cultivator who pursues the extreme. He pulled down his sleeve again, covering those marks of aberration. Of course, the cost is equally significant. Many wizards have paid dearly, and some have even become completely lost in the abyss, never to return. Ron listened quietly, his mind filled with countless thoughts. To wizards, the abyss is both a source of power and a treacherous mire. You seem very interested in the abyss. Hayek keenly observed Ron's reaction, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. The harvest from your journey to the Bloodline altar should be quite substantial, I presume. Ron was slightly startled but quickly composed himself. I gained some small insights, but it is far from enough. No need to rush with your Lent. There will be ample opportunities for deep exploration in the future, Hayek said meaningfully. Valen thinks highly of you as well, you know. We used to be a team. Master Valen. Ron was slightly surprised, not expecting this connection between the two of them. Yes, in the early years at the Crystal Tower, we formed a team specifically responsible for abyss exploration missions. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Hayek's eyes. During that time, Valen was a few years younger than me but incredibly gifted, and fortunately, he married his mentor's grandniece, gaining more resources and guidance. At this point, Hayek's voice carried a barely detectable complex emotion. In the end, he successfully broke through to the Dark Sun level, while I remained at the peak of the Moon level. Ron did not respond, simply continued to listen silently. He was not foolish enough to express an opinion on these matters. It's getting late. Hayek glanced at the twilight outside the window, ending the topic. I hope today's exchange has been helpful to you. I have benefited tremendously. Ron stood up and bowed deeply to Hayek. Thank you, Vice Dean, for your guidance and generosity. Hayek nodded slightly, watching Ron leave. As the door closed, he took a deep breath, feeling the pure force of grace within his body. This power was far stronger and more enduring than he had anticipated, almost instantly purifying some of the spiritual contamination he had accumulated recently. No wonder he has the potential of a primordial wizard's seed. Hayek muttered to himself, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. If he truly succeeds in advancing to a primordial wizard, the Black Mist School will usher in an unprecedented glorious era. He walked to the window, gazing at the black mist jungle gradually being swallowed by darkness, silently praying in his heart. Hope history does not repeat itself. Hope that this time, the dangerous path can indeed bring success rather than another tragedy. Leaving Hayek's office, Ron's mind was still resonating with those advanced theories and application methods about the flowing shield wall. He glanced down at the metal box in his hand, containing the precious medium materials Hayek had traded to him, feeling somewhat tempted. These rare materials would provide ample substance for his experiments, especially for advanced research on the flowing shield wall. But what excited him even more was that, through 1,000 transformations, he had successfully recorded several variants of the flowing shield wall demonstrated by Hayek. Though limited by the complexity of magic, he could only record the first 3 applications: multiple media integration, structural differentiation, and active counterattack. Yet this was already enough to surprise and delight. It seems there is a payoff after all. Ron silently calculated the gains and losses in his heart. The advantages of being first in the sequence are obvious. Aside from higher prestige and influence, there is more resource allocation and freedom. This is undoubtedly a strong guarantee for the upcoming path of truth impact he will attempt. The information Hayek revealed about using abyssal material as a medium made him envision new possibilities for the flowing shield wall. Activation, autonomous defense and flow, even possessing erosion abilities. Ron murmured, already beginning to ponder how to apply these traits to his shield wall. The abyssal material he acquired earlier was mostly used for charging the stand-in puppet, but he still retained some unused samples. Perhaps he could consider using part of it for the flowing shield wall experiment. However, with the abyssal material being so active, Ensuring it doesn't lose control or cause self-pollution during use is a question worth pondering deeply. Ron frowned, contemplating this thorny problem. Exiting the central tower, Ron decided to head straight back to the workshop to begin the experiment. With only 2 months left until the star ring convergence, he must seize every minute for preparation. Inside the workshop, Lilia was organizing a batch of newly arrived herbs. Seeing Ron return, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to calmness. "Teacher, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." "No hurry yet." Ron shook his head, heading straight to the laboratory. "I need to conduct some new experiments which may take some time. If I don't come out, start dinner without me." Lilia nodded silently, without asking further questions. Since the meeting with Lady Allen, she became even more silent, but also more focused and diligent. It seemed she wanted to learn as much as possible from Ron in the limited time available. Ron entered the laboratory, carefully locked the door, and then retrieved the metal box gifted by Hayek, inspecting its contents. The materials inside were far more abundant than he had anticipated: various colors and textures of metal powders, crystal clear crystal stone fragments, and even a few unknown materials emitting a strange aura. Each medium was contained in a separate small bottle, with the bottle labeled with concise names and main traits. Iridium gold powder, very high physical defense, able to resist most direct impacts. Starlight crystal energy absorption and conversion traits, suitable for resisting energy attacks. Spiritual sand high perceptiveness, able to capture subtle energy fluctuations and changes. Ron examined each medium, and his experimental plan gradually became clear. "Start with the most basic multiple media integration," he mumbled inwardly. Taking out iridium gold powder, starlight crystal, and spiritual sand, preparing for the first group of experiments. Actually, in his own previous explorations, he had already mastered some essentials of multimedia. But consulting with Hayek inspired him further and provided specific configuration ratios. Following Hayek's teaching methods, Ron began attempting to mix these 3 media in specific proportions. This process requires extreme precision. Any slight deviation in the proportion of each medium could lead to significantly different shield wall effects. Iridium gold powder serves as the main body, providing basic defense. Starlight crystal is auxiliary, responsible for energy conversion. Spiritual sand acts as the perceptive medium, enhancing the reaction speed of the shield wall. He carefully mixed these materials, while simultaneously injecting spiritual power for initial fusion. This preprocessing allows the energy traits of different media to adapt to each other, laying the foundation for subsequent magic construction. When the 3 media were fully mixed, Ron took a deep breath and began constructing the magic model for the flowing shield wall. The skilled level magic construction skill allowed him to easily control this process. Spiritual power like fine threads, precisely guided energy flow, weaving the hybrid media into a perfect protective network. With his soft command, the hybrid media flew out from his palm, quickly expanding around him to form a semi-transparent shield wall. This shield wall exhibited a peculiar flowing texture, with a faint glow on its surface, the result of the interaction of the 3 media's traits. Ron carefully sensed the energy flow of the shield wall. Compared to an ordinary flowing shield wall, this multiple media version had significant improvements in both stability and strength. More importantly, its energy efficiency was higher, allowing for a longer duration with the same amount of spiritual power input. "Now test the defense effect." He took out a specially crafted small crossbow, shooting a series of arrows at the shield wall. An ordinary shield wall might fluctuate under such intensive attacks, but this enhanced version remained almost motionless. The arrows were immediately deflected upon touching the shield wall's surface. The physical defense effect meets expectations. Ron nodded in satisfaction, then took out an energy emitter, setting it to middle strength, and fired an energy beam at the shield wall. The result was equally satisfying. The shield wall not only absorbed this energy attack, but the beam's energy formed a graceful ripple on the shield wall's surface, which was then evenly distributed throughout the entire shield wall structure, without causing any fluctuations or unstable points. Energy conversion efficiency exceeds expectations. Ron wrote down this discovery in the experiment record. Perhaps the proportion of starlight crystal can be adjusted a bit higher to further enhance energy absorption and conversion capabilities. Next, Ron attempted several different combinations of mediums, each tailored to different defense needs. Some reinforced physical defense, others enhanced magic resistance, and some improved perception ability or mobility. After a series of experiments, he gradually figured out a medium ratio scheme most suited to himself. Iridium gold powder accounts for 40%, providing basic physical defense. Starlight crystal accounts for 30%, responsible for energy conversion and magic resistance. Spiritual sand accounts for 30%, enhancing perception and reaction speed. First phase of the experiment is complete. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Flowing shield wall experience points +1. Current progress, flowing shield wall, proficient 69/100. Significant progress, but still a long way to mastery. Looking at the panel prompt, Ron began to plan the next stage of his training schedule. He carefully organized and recorded today's experimental results, then packed up the experimental equipment and left the laboratory. At dawn, Ron woke up early and set up a set of sophisticated astronomical observation equipment on the top floor observatory of the workshop. Today is an important node. 65 days from the star ring convergence. According to ancient astrology theory, the arrangement of stars on this day will reveal important information about the upcoming star ring convergence. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. Ron gazed skyward. As the dawn had not yet completely dispelled the night, a few bright stars were still clearly visible. The observatory housed a complex instrument made of copper and crystal. Ron spent a large amount of magic stone fragments borrowing it from an advanced apprentice specialized in astronomy. At the center of the instrument was a multifaceted prism capable of refracting starlight, surrounded by 12 copper rings engraved with ancient runes, and the outermost layer was a sapphire pointer recording star trajectories. This equipment not only recorded the positions and movement trajectories of stars, but could also capture energy fluctuations and connections between star patterns that were difficult for the naked eye to detect. For Ron, who was preparing to attempt the path of truth, this information was crucial. According to records in Path of Oblivion, the star pattern configuration during star ring convergence directly influences the strength and stability of the passage to higher existence. If this information can be understood in advance, it will be possible to better prepare appropriate defenses and enhancement measures. As the sun's rays are gradually swallowed by the horizon, the stars in the night sky become increasingly bright. Ron began to adjust the instrument, ensuring that each copper ring was aligned with specific star clusters, particularly those stars connected with the Hermit Star and Oblivion Star group. When the last copper ring was in place, Ron activated the energy core at the center of the instrument. Upon its activation, the entire set began to emit a faint humming sound. The copper rings slowly rotated, and the crystal prism refracted strange light. These light rays weren't just simple reflections of starlight, but more like a complex energy code carrying secret information from the depths of the universe. Ron focused intently on observing these lights and the movement patterns of the copper rings, while recording data on the parchment beside him. As time passed, a clear star pattern diagram gradually formed. "Interesting," Ron murmured softly, his fingertips gently touching the shimmering points of light. These trajectory patterns differ from Lady Allen's predictions. Records indicate that the upcoming star ring convergence will be more intense than usual, and its duration will also be longer. This means the passage connecting to higher existence will be more stable, theoretically increasing the success rate. However, there are also some unsettling signs. The energy fluctuations of the Oblivion Star group are exceptionally active, which often indicates stronger spiritual contamination and higher risk. Looks like I'll need to prepare additional purification measures, Ron pondered. After finishing these tasks, he continued the day's planned practice. Perhaps I can first verify some gains from that day. In the training room, he began by mobilizing spiritual power in his mind to activate the magic model recorded from Hayek in 1,000 transformations. When these spell memories are called up, Ron surprisingly found that replaying these records in his mind does not consume any energy, as effortlessly as recalling ordinary memories. Energy consumption only occurs during actual casting, a discovery which brightened his eyes. This means I can replay these records infinitely for analysis, Ron murmured softly, his eyes glinting with excitement. By repeatedly replaying the flowing shield wall magic model demonstrated by Hayek in his mind, Ron began to meticulously analyze its structural details. The distribution method of energy nodes, the cooperative path of various medium substances, and the automatic adjustment mechanism upon attack. With each playback, new details are perceived. With each round of analysis, new insights emerge. The multiple profession bonuses exhibit impressive synergistic effects at this moment. Extensive knowledge allows him to perfectly associate every detail observed with existing knowledge. Conception enables him to clearly foresee changes in spell structure trajectories, while the perception enhancements brought by Demon Hunter Knight allow him to detect subtle energy flows difficult to observe with the naked eye. There are more traits and bonuses. Interesting, if the medium is layered, it could form a multiple barrier effect. Ron immersed himself in a sea of knowledge. Those spell structures that were initially obscure and hard to understand now became so clear, like reading a book that has been revisited countless times. Then, he turned his attention to Uni's Phoenix Breath record. Unlike Flowing Shield Wall, this magic is more complex and intricate, with its core about the precise shaping of the Firebird form and high-energy compression. I see, Uni Master's Firebird is not simply decorative, but an extremely efficient way to distribute energy, Ron realized. The seemingly beautiful feathers are products of compressing destructive energy to its limits. Each feather contains enough heat to melt metal, and when the entire Firebird form launches an attack, this energy releases instantly, causing astonishing destructive power. Perhaps I can apply this shaping technique to Ring of Brilliance, Ron murmured to himself, standing up and deciding to practice immediately. Arriving at the training ground, Ron took a deep breath and began constructing the magic model for Ring of Brilliance. The skilled level skills allowed him to easily complete basic construction, but this time, he tried to incorporate the shaping philosophy he got from Phoenix Breath. The halo formed in his palm and under his control gradually changed not a simple ring anymore, but transformed into a light bird with spread wings. Compared to Uni's Firebird, this light bird appeared immature and rough, but already had its initial shape. Not detailed enough, Ron frowned, dismissing the magic and trying again. The second time, the wings of the light bird became clearer. The third time, the contours of the feathers began to emerge. The fourth time, the details of the eyes and beak improved. With each attempt, Ron refined his control precision over energy, bringing the light bird's shape closer to the ideal state. At the same time, he explored how to efficiently compress energy into various parts of the light bird, especially those energy lines representing feathers. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. With continuous practice, Ron felt that his mastery of Ring of Brilliance was nearing a critical point. The feeling was akin to climbing a tall mountain, already seeing the summit's outline, just one last stretch of climbing left. Something is still missing. He closed his eyes and replayed Hayek's Flowing Shield Wall and Uni's Phoenix Breath in his mind, trying to find inspiration from their comparison. After a moment, he suddenly realized the key lies in energy level compression. Uni's Firebird was so powerful not only due to its exquisite form, but also because each layer of energy was compressed to the extreme and then stacked with more levels. This level compression technique is similar to Hayek's structural differentiation, except the application direction differs, one for attack, the other for defense. With this insight, Ron reconstructed Ring of Brilliance, paying particular attention to energy level compression. After the halo formed, it didn't simply change shape, but first compressed the energy into several layers. Each layer has a specific energy density and flow pattern, then assembled into the light bird's shape according to the designed path. This method greatly exhausts spiritual power, requiring casters to possess extremely precise spiritual control. But the effect is astounding. The formed light bird is not only more vividly realistic, but its energy strength increased by at least 30%. When Ron controlled this new light bird to fly toward the target, he distinctly felt the difference. Where the light bird passed, the air slightly distorted due to the high-intensity energy. Even the metal targets in the training ground turned into a puddle of liquid metal upon contact. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. Current progress, Ring of Brilliance skilled 99 over 100. Just one step away, Ron's eyes flashed with excitement. He decided to attempt a further breakthrough, not just completing the light bird's shaping, but also enabling it with a similar directional burst. Ability to Phoenix Breath. This attempt posed a higher difficulty because it required the caster to precisely control the timing and direction of energy release while shaping. Once mastered, this technique would significantly enhance the precision and power of Ring of Brilliance's attacks. Ron focused completely, constructing a brand new light bird and carefully embedding a detonation point at its core. When the light bird was completed, Ron took a deep breath and issued the command, "Go." The light bird soared high, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky above the training ground, then swooping toward the target. At the moment of contact, Ron activated the buried detonation point. The light bird didn't simply collide with the target as usual, but exploded upon contact, transforming into countless light blades precisely piercing the target. The energy didn't disperse in all directions, but focused entirely within a range of less than 2 meters in diameter, causing astonishing destructive power. The target was not only melted, but completely vaporized by the concentrated energy, leaving only a smoking deep pit. Ring of Brilliance experience points +1. Breakthrough Ring of Brilliance, skilled 100 over 100, right arrow Ring of Brilliance mastery max. Traits advancement, light flame transformation right arrow compression burst. Maintaining the original shaping ability base, the compressed energy can be more easily focused within the shaped form, greatly enhancing destructive power. Succeeded, Ron softly exclaimed, feeling the surging power within him. Ring of Brilliance finally broke through to the master level, bringing not only an increase in power, but also a new understanding and control mode of energy. With the compression burst advancement from light flame transformation, the strategic value of this magic achieved a qualitative leap. Now Ron could not only shape Ring of Brilliance into various forms, but also embed compression burst mechanisms within these forms, releasing concentrated destructive energy at the critical moment. This capability is especially effective against targets with high defense, as no defense could completely resist such concentrated energy impacts. Meanwhile, Ron realized he was closer to the realm of the official wizard. Not just because of the skill breakthrough, but due to a deeper understanding of the essence of energy. The fundamental difference between an official wizard and an advanced apprentice, besides an absolute gap in spiritual power, lies in the perception, understanding, and control of energy. Ron could clearly feel that with the mastery of Ring of Brilliance, his affinity and control power over the light element greatly improved. Next, I should try to apply these new insights to other magic, forming a more complete combat system. Ron pondered, already starting to plan his next cultivation steps. But before that, he decided to return to consciousness and replay Hayek's flowing shield wall record again, to see if he could leverage the recent insights to find new ways to enhance this magic. Closing his eyes, Ron once again pulled up the record in the spiritual world, beginning frame-by-frame analysis. This time, leveraging the new perspective brought by compression burst, he noticed some previously overlooked details. Those seemingly simple media materials were actually mixed in specific ratios, forming a perfect energy guidance network. If this guidance network combines with my compression burst mechanism, perhaps it can create a brand new defense counterattack system. Ron thought excitedly, a bold idea already taking shape in his mind. One that could not only passively absorb attack energy, but also compress and bounce it back, a flowing shield wall variant. This would transform the shield wall from a purely defensive tool into a tactic for combined offense and defense. Worth a try, Ron made a decision, preparing to undertake this new project in the coming days. Checking the time, it was already late at night. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, but his heart was filled with the satisfaction brought by progress. Day after day of meditation is like ants gnawing at a tree seemingly insignificant, yet capable of creating miracles over time. In the dead of night, Ron sat cross-legged alone in the most secretive meditation room of the workshop. Two blue candle flames burned quietly before him, their flames motionless in the windless environment, emitting a faint glow. This was a meditation environment specially designed for the Star Eater's ravings, capable of maximizing the shielding of external disturbances and enhancing the spiritual resonance with the starry sky. The air in the room was fresh and pure, infused with special magic potions, aiding in the concentration and release of spiritual power. With a deep breath, Ron slowly closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual power to extend outward like threads. Star Eater's ravings had already become an important part of his daily cultivation. At least twice daily deep meditation had made him more and more familiar with the process, even beginning to look forward to the wondrous feeling of contact with the boundless starry sky. The meditation technique operated in his mind, with spiritual power flowing quietly and deeply like a dark river. This was already his third meditation today, each lasting an hour and over time. The speed of his spiritual power's enhancement showed a clear accelerating trend. As his spiritual power spread, Ron felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. The living stars that once quietly floated in the starry sky seemed to now have purpose, gently converging towards his spiritual core. This feeling, Ron's thoughts slightly wavered but soon returned to calmness. His spiritual consciousness had gradually left his body, floating in that familiar dark starry sky. Surrounding him were countless twinkling stars, their light brighter than ever, almost dazzling. Unlike the previous calm observation, these stars now seemed to tremble slightly, like living creatures writhing. Amidst the trembling, faint whispers could be heard. Star Eater's ravings experience points +1. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficient 291 over 300. Just one more. Ron's heart stirred slightly, but he maintained a calm meditative posture on the surface. Only 9 experience points away from a breakthrough, which meant in a few weeks, he could push the meditation technique to the next realm, laying the foundation for the ultimate breakthrough in truth. However, as the depth of meditation increased, these abnormal phenomena also became more evident. He knew this signified that he was about to break through to the next stage of Star Eater's ravings. According to Lady Allen's description, it should be an upgrade from proficiency to master level, a qualitative leap. As the experience points increasingly approached the critical point, those whispers grew clearer. They seemed like murmurings from the depths of the starry sky, both strange and carrying an indescribable sense of intimacy, as if they were revealing some ancient secret to Ron. At first, it was just sporadic whispers, akin to the rustle of wind through leaves, fleeting and intermittent. But now, those ravings had become clear and continuous, like dozens of voices whispering simultaneously, with content obscure yet bearing a kind of enticing rhythm. And that feeling of being watched, Ron could clearly perceive that in the depths of meditation, countless eyes were watching him, scrutinizing him, evaluating his worth. It wasn't ordinary observation, but a greedy, craving gaze, as if he were a delicacy about to be savored. When his consciousness delved into the depths of meditation, the vista of the starry sky would automatically unfold in his mind, an endless darkness dotted with countless stars. These stars were no longer static points of light but living entities. They pulsed, breathed, and even hungered. At times, Ron could even see the textures on the star surfaces, like the blood vessels or nerves of a gigantic creature, pulsating continuously, conveying some unknown information. Ron slowly opened his eyes, the cold sweat on his forehead already soaking his hairline. As the meditation technique gradually approached its peak, the gaze of those stars became increasingly undisguised, almost transforming into a tangible pressure. He could feel the trembling in the depths of his soul, a primal reaction when facing an existence far beyond his own level. Ron muttered softly to himself, wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead with his hand. Despite the discomfort during the process, he was still satisfied with the overall progress of his meditation. Star Eater's ravings is after all the prelude to a crown-level meditation technique, and its difficulty and risk are naturally extraordinary. However, this accumulation of spiritual contamination was already starting to affect his daily state. Even outside of meditation periods, Ron could often hear those faint whispers, as if they had left a permanent mark on his soul. Ron stood up, tidied his slightly disheveled robe, and walked toward the door. Leaving the meditation room, he came to the workshop's main hall. At this time, Lily should be studying in the library. Sure enough, when he gently pushed open the library door, he saw the girl sitting at the desk. She was diligently studying a heavy tome on magic potion making, her bangs appearing slightly disheveled from prolonged reading. Hearing the door open, Lily immediately raised her head. Seeing Ron, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly turned respectful. "Teacher, is there anything you need? I noticed you haven't rested yet, and wanted to ask if you've encountered any problems in your studies." Ron walked to her side, his tone calm. Lilia's eyes lit up, and she quickly flipped open the book to the pages she had marked. "There are a few places I don't quite understand, especially regarding the purification method of this jade liquid drops." For the next hour, Ron patiently explained various difficult problems in magic potion making for her. He provided detailed explanations from basic theory to practical operation, and even some rare exceptions. This was different from his usual straightforward teaching style. Today, Ron deliberately slowed down the pace, using more vivid language and imaginative metaphors to ensure Lilia could fully grasp each concept. He even took out pen and paper, personally drawing several complex reaction pathway diagrams to make the abstract theories more tangible. Seeing Lilia's expression of sudden realization due to understanding, a subtle sense of satisfaction rose within Ron. "I see," Lilia's eyes brightened. "So the reason jade liquid drops is difficult to purify is that it is a balance of multiple elements, and destroying any part will cause the overall traits to collapse." "Exactly, which is why the traditional method of thermal extraction is ineffective. A complex process of element separation rebalance must be used." "Teacher, you explained it so clearly," Lilia sincerely praised, her eyes full of admiration. "I read several books before but could not understand this principle. Now, I finally do." As the discussion deepened, Ron felt a warm and pure energy quietly flowing through his body. That was favor, a special power formed from the student's genuine gratitude and respect. Lilia's favor was as pure and enduring as always. Her trait of diligence can make up for incompetence, gave her favor an exceptionally strong purification property and sustainability, far exceeding ordinary talented individuals. With the flow of this power, Ron felt the contamination surrounding his spirit was gradually melting away. Like sunshine dispersing the haze, the whispers became fuzzy and distant, and the discomfort of being watched was significantly reduced. As the discussion concluded, Ron gave praise. "But you need to consider whether introducing centrifugal techniques in the secondary filtration could further enhance the stability of the magic potion." A flash of realization appeared in Lilia's eyes, and she immediately fell into thought. Indeed. In theory, secondary filtration could manage a wider range of amplitude changes. She paused for a moment, seemingly simulating the whole process in her mind, then added, "But this requires the producer to have real-time perception and feedback capabilities. Otherwise, adjustments will lag behind the energy fluctuations, causing more severe instability." Ron nodded in satisfaction, inwardly admiring. Initially accepting this student was mainly due to her pure favor brought by the trait, diligence, can make up for incompetence. But over time, the learning ability and depth of thought Lilia demonstrated far exceeded his expectations. "Extremely accurate analysis," Ron sincerely commented. "This is the core challenge most complex operations of this kind face." He stood up and handed a thin manuscript to Lilia. "This is some of my recent thoughts on this special technique, and maybe it could provide some inspiration for you." Lilia received the manuscript with both hands, her face brimming with joy and gratitude. For her, being able to access her teacher's thought processes was a tremendous honor and learning opportunity. "Thank you, teacher. I will study it carefully." After she left, Ron exhaled deeply, feeling the clarity of his spirit that had already been restored. Lilia's favor was indeed unusually precious, capable of effectively reducing spiritual contamination. This was indispensable assistance for Ron, who was about to attempt the path of authenticity. "Looks like I need to increase the frequency of teaching." Ron planned secretly, as this could both help Lilia grow faster and provide himself with a continuing source of purification against contamination. A win-win situation, without any reason not to pursue. Days passed by, and Ron's meditation practice progressed steadily. Apart from his daily 3 meditation sessions, he also increased his teaching interactions with Lilia. Not only covering magic potion making, but also expanding to multiple areas like basic magic construction and elemental theory. This high-intensity teaching benefited Lilia immensely and also provided Ron with a constant flow of pure favor, effectively offsetting the spiritual contamination brought by meditation. One evening, after training, Ron stood on the terrace of the workshop, gazing at the black mist jungle gradually being swallowed by night. Unconsciously, he realized he had been in this world for almost 2.5 years, and integrating his soul for nearly 2 years. His physical age was approaching 18, a time when on Earth he would be intensely preparing for his final high school exams. 2.5 years. In this time, he had risen from a borderline 6th-class star candidate apprentice to the head of the candidate wizard sequence. He mastered various master-level magic, developed various high-end magic potions, and even achieved impressive results in the field of bloodline modulation. If he were on Earth, at this age, he would likely be buried in a sea of study for college entrance exams. But here, he was already standing within the power pyramid of a whole new world, capable of at least overlooking the mortal realm. Still far from enough. Ron murmured softly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Despite the rapid progress, he knew he was still only an apprentice. In this perilous, extraordinary world, he couldn't even talk about the most basic self-protection capabilities. Without becoming an official wizard, he couldn't enter the mid to upper echelons of this world, nor obtain real speech power and security guarantees. The future path was still long, and becoming an official wizard was just the first step. Afterward, he still needed to steadily improve, strengthen his foundation, and expand his limits as much as possible. He didn't seek to soar like those top talented individuals, but aimed to go further and more steadily on this path. Only 1 month left. The time to the star ring convergence was nearing, and the goal of becoming an official wizard was just ahead. Ron took a deep breath, turned back indoors, and continued his preparation work. The morning workshop was filled with a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Alan busied herself in the backyard, trimming those rapidly growing herbs. Dale frolicked in the small pond, her golden tail shimmering charmingly under the sunlight. Lilia was in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous breakfast, the air filled with a tempting aroma. These scenes and sounds combined to create a harmonious daily picture. Ron sat in the study, holding a letter from the kingdom, the Pharaoh's crown family crest clearly visible on the wax seal. Andre finally has news. He murmured softly, carefully opening the envelope. Since Andre set off back home a few months ago, this was the first official reply. Before, there had only been a few brief demon crystal transmissions, relaying peace while also hinting at the tense situation in the kingdom. The letter was written in Andre's signature sharp handwriting, the strokes like swords, exuding a forceful sense of power. By the time you receive this letter, I have reorganized my father's forces and taken command of 1/3 of the military strength in the capital. Ron raised his brows slightly, quickly skimming the contents of the letter. A satisfied smile gradually curved at the corners of his mouth. Andre's journey back home was unsmooth. Faced with an assassination attempt by 2 trusted knights, sent by his elder brother as soon as he stepped into the kingdom's border. Those poor fools, the letter said. They probably never dreamed of whom they would face. They were used to bullying those weak noble children, but couldn't anticipate confronting a true knight, awakened with the red blood flying dragon bloodline. Andre casually mentioned the battle process. The opponent didn't even have time to shout a second phrase of threat before losing their heads. Afterward, he packed the heads of the 2 into a specially preserved bag and took them to the royal capital. And at the right moment, demonstrated them to those who needed to see a bloody but effective declaration. What surprised me the most was grandfather's reaction. The letter continued. Upon learning that I not only successfully awakened the red blood flying dragon bloodline, but also gained the support of Ron Ralph, ranked 6th in the Black Mist school sequence, that perpetually stern old face actually showed a rare smile. Andre's grandfather was one of the few advanced apprentices in the royal family, well aware of the true significance of sequence rankings, especially when he learned that Ron had reached this level. Just over a year, this old man instantly realized this was a person very likely to achieve official wizard status in the future. In the unspoken rules of the extraordinary world, being able to connect with such entities is far more valuable than possessing several armies. Grandfather immediately decided to support me, causing a dramatic shift in the situation. Subsequently, those old foxes who understood the workings of the wizard world began to change their stances and lean towards me. In the royal capital's power games, out of extraordinary power is always the strongest bargaining chip. Ron chuckled softly, not surprised by this change. In any world, power is the most straightforward pass. With the revelation of Andre's strength and background, those nobles who once looked down with disdain began to change their attitudes, trying to befriend this newly rising prince. The latter part of the letter describes a thrilling duel. Andre applied for a duel before the throne, a traditional way for royal members to resolve disputes, which no royal has the right to refuse. On the day of the duel, my good brother had obviously made thorough preparations. Andre wrote in the letter. He not only used precious alchemy tools to enhance his strength, but even took a forbidden potion to push himself into a kind of berserk state. However, all these preparations seemed pale and weak in the face of true power. Thank you for crafting the sword and armor for me. The letter said. They played a decisive role in the duel. When my brother's alchemy giant sword struck the chest armor, it only left a shallow mark, while my counterattack pierced the heart with one clean stroke. The duel before the throne ended with Andre's complete victory, establishing his new position within the royal family. Now no one regards me as that dispensable 13th prince anymore. Those siblings who once mocked me now walk cautiously in wide berths around me. Andre's letter shifted focus, beginning to discuss future plans. I have begun reorganizing the royal guard while expanding my influence in the military. Father's health fluctuates, and everyone knows he doesn't have much time left. When the time is ripe, I will initiate more actions to gradually control the kingdom's key resources. Most importantly, I have started to look into the higher-level secrets about the crown breathing technique in the royal treasure vault. At the end of the letter, Andre once again expressed gratitude and inquired about Ron's current affairs and plans. Old friend, how are things progressing on your side? I often think of those days of fighting side by side in the Black Mist jungle. Whatever your plans, remember my promise: once you set foot in the kingdom, you will receive the highest royal treatment. Yours faithfully, Andre Faruk. After reading the letter, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Ron's mouth. He took out paper and pen, beginning to write a reply. I am truly delighted to receive your letter. Your success did not surprise me, but the speed of it is indeed impressive. As for me here, everything proceeds according to plan. The current most important goal is to sprint towards the official wizard realm. Ron briefly described his recent achievements and plans, deliberately avoiding the details of the path of truth, only mentioning that he was attempting promotion. If all goes well, I will complete the promotion within 2 months. After becoming an official wizard, I plan to first head to the Central Lands, though I will first return to the kingdom to visit my family, and perhaps pay a visit to my old friend who might be His Majesty the King by then. Pausing for a moment, Ron contemplated how to express the next part. Regarding the crown breathing technique, handle with care. Those ancient extraordinary inheritances often accompany unforeseen risks. We can discuss the details when I return to the kingdom. The struggle for the throne is a marathon, not a sprint. Steadily build up strength and support, waiting for the optimal timing. Remember, a true king must have not only courage and strength, but also wisdom and patience. Send your reply to the Black Mist Jungle Council Hall. Someone will forward it to me. Your friend Ron Ralph. Having finished writing, Ron carefully sealed the letter with a special wax, placing it into a mailing bag. He planned to arrange for someone to send it to the post office later, where it would be conveyed to the kingdom through special channels. Andre's progress is going smoothly. Ron murmured to himself, calculating future plans in his mind. If Andre smoothly ascends the throne, it will provide the Ralph clan with a strong political backing. And once he becomes an official wizard, this alliance will become more solid. Then it will be time to visit home, while acquiring the final stage of the crown breathing technique, completely resolve matters of the kingdom, making final preparations for heading to the central lands. Just then, a gentle knock sounded from outside the door. "Teacher, breakfast is ready." Lilia's voice came through the door, warm and respectful. "Got it, I'll be right out." Ron properly stored the letter and got up to leave the study. In the dining room, a sumptuous breakfast had already been laid on the table. The golden omelet emanated a tempting aroma. Bacon cooked to perfection was neatly arranged on a white porcelain plate. Colorful vegetable salad was garnished with drops of special dressing oil. And a pot of fragrant black tea was steaming gently. All this was Lilia's masterpiece. She had become an indispensable part of the workshop. After Ron took his seat, Lilia began serving him, her movements skilled and graceful. Today's bacon was roasted a bit long. "I hope it won't affect the taste," she said softly, with a hint of apprehension in her tone. Ron tasted a bite and nodded in approval. "The timing is just right, crispy on the outside, tender inside, better than last time." Upon hearing this evaluation, Lilia's eyes lit up, and a delighted smile appeared on her face. This attention to detail and pursuit of perfection is precisely the most valuable trait of her character. "By the way, teacher," as Lilia poured tea for Ron, she asked, "is today's afternoon experiment proceeding as scheduled?" "I've prepared all the materials." "Yes, as planned." He nodded. "How's the practice of the purification technique going?" "The final inspection has been completed, and the error is within the acceptable range," Lilia answered briskly, and the professional training during this period made her increasingly adept in her role as an experimental assistant. Ron nodded in satisfaction and continued to enjoy his breakfast. After the meal, he took a tour around the workshop, inspecting the operation of various facilities. Each inspection like this would evoke a peculiar sense of satisfaction in his heart. This workshop is his first true home in this world, with every corner infused with his hard work and wisdom. From the precise instruments in the alchemy laboratory to the various distillation devices in the magic potion workshop. From the protective array of the small practice field to the flourishing herb garden in the backyard. Everywhere reflects its owner's ultimate pursuit of detail. Walking to the backyard, Ron saw Aylin watering those plants. The vines gently stroked each plant as if communicating with them. "Master?" Aylin noticed Ron's arrival, turned and greeted him, her emerald green eyes sparkling with joy. "How's the growth?" Ron inquired, his gaze sweeping over the herbs. "Very good, especially the seedlings you've modified. Their adaptation speed to the environment has exceeded expectations." Aylin pointed to an area specially isolated, where a few oddly colored plants were growing. Their leaves appeared unnaturally deep purple, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. "We need to strengthen monitoring, immediately isolate and handle any signs of abnormal mutation," Ron instructed. "Any runaway abyssal plant could potentially cause widespread pollution and destruction." "Understood, Master." "Have been closely monitoring their energy fluctuation," Aylin replied respectfully. Afterwards, Ron went to check on Dale's training progress. The little sea siren was practicing the water control technique in the pool. Her movements were becoming increasingly fluid, able to condense a large mass of water into various complex shapes, even imparting them simple motion paths. "Master," seeing Ron, Dale leaped excitedly from the water, her silver long hair glistening in the sunlight. "Look at my new skills." She swiped her hands through the air, and immediately dozens of water columns rose up from the water, then quickly condensed into a water wall, which finally broke down into countless water arrows, shooting towards the intended target. The whole process was smooth and fluid, showcasing the little sea siren's delicate control over the water element. "Nice progress," Ron nodded appreciatively. "But the movement during transformation could be more concise to reduce energy consumption." Dale nodded earnestly and immediately tried to adjust her actions according to Ron's suggestions. This is the daily life of the workshop, peaceful and fulfilling, with everyone persistently improving in their positions. Walking through the corridor, Ron silently contemplated the countdown to the star ring convergence. Everything is proceeding according to plan, with his preparations more than halfway completed, leaving only to await the arrival of that crucial moment. That will be the real starting point of his rise in this world, marking the beginning of a new phase. Abyss 6th layer, Maze domain. The sky here, if it can be called a sky, is exhibiting a nauseating dark purple color, occasionally slashed by glaring scarlet lightning, illuminating the intricate maze structure below. The maze is not static, but constantly writhing and transforming, resembling the innards of some massive creature. The walls are comprised of a substance seemingly like rock, yet soft as flesh, covered with tiny holes that sporadically emit a glowing gas. These gases form complex patterns in the air, which then swiftly dissipate. The ground is a sticky black substance, each step producing an unsettling sucking sound, as if something is attempting to devour the stomper's soul. At a corner of the maze, a cluster of black mist gradually condensed, forming a humanoid outline. That is the main body of Mr. Holy Disk, like the avatar killed by Lady Allen at the Bloodline altar. This body is stronger and more deformed. Half of his face has completely melted, transforming into a mass of writhing flesh, upon which dozens of varying-sized eyes opened, each one glimmering with a deranged light. The other half, however, retained human features, with pale skin and sharp eyes. The right side of his body had completely deformed, the arm elongated thrice over, with fingertips turning into sharp bone blades, while the left side barely maintained human form, but was covered with countless tiny black runes, like some parasitic creatures wriggling under the skin. The monster laboriously stood up from the ground, spitting a mouthful of filthy black liquid, a flash of pain in his eyes. Mr. Holy Disk cursed in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Didn't expect that half-wasted old hag still holds such formidable power. His voice was terribly raspy, and with each word spoken, those deformed eyes twitched violently. The avatar was completely annihilated, and the connection with the main body was severed. Fortunately, I was prepared, having dispersed part of my consciousness into the core. Otherwise, even the main body would have been severely damaged. Mr. Holy Disk looked around, trying to identify his exact location. But in the maze domain, direction and distance are relative concepts, and even the passage of time differs. I must find an exit quickly, return to the surface world. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with urgency. The plan cannot be interrupted like this. It was then that the surrounding space suddenly twisted. The walls rippled like water waves. The black substance beneath the ground began boiling, emitting a teeth-clenching hissing sound. Suffocating pressure attacked from all sides. Even the air became viscous, as difficult to flow as coagulated blood. Mr. Holy Disk's pupils shrank abruptly. A flash of fear etched deep in his soul appeared on his face. This was an energy fluctuation. He knew too well the presence, several layers stronger than him, was approaching. His voice trembled, those aberrant eyes spinning madly, seemingly searching for an escape route. Yet in the maze domain, escape was futile, especially when facing the true abyssal dominators. The space shattered like glass, revealing the endless void behind. A shadow gradually emerged from the rift. Its form was so immense that Mr. Holy Disk had to look up to see its outline. A voice echoed in his mind, not a language transmitted by sound waves, but a mark directly seared onto his soul. Mr. Holy Disk's knees bent uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the ground. He didn't even attempt to resist. In the core region of the abyss, facing the Supreme Apostle, any resistance was but an added joke. The space rift continued to expand, more figures emerged from within. They varied in form, but each exuded suffocating, oppressive power. The first to step out was a bizarre humanoid creature. Its body was made of countless slender black threads, which constantly wove, parted, and reformed, making its shape indefinable. The only constant was a pale spider mask, embedded at the center of its thread-woven head. The mask had no features, just 9 vertically aligned eyes, each a different color, glimmering with mysterious light like stars in the universe. The threads not only formed its body, but extended in all directions. They vanished into the darkness of the void, as if connecting to countless parallel worlds. Void Spider, Mags, the leader of the Supreme Apostles. Mr. Holy Disk dared not look directly at that mask, keeping his head lowered, awaiting judgment. Behind Mags, two more figures appeared from the space rift. One was a slender figure covered in silver scales, her entire body clad in intricate scale armor, with only half her face exposed. That half face was stunningly beautiful, an artwork of flawless perfection, yet emanating a beauty beyond human aesthetics. Her eyes were pure silver without pupils, yet able to see through all illusion. Daughter of metamorphosis, Isabella intelligence authority among the supreme apostles. The other defied all biological comprehension. It appeared as a constantly shape-shifting mist, with countless tiny starlights twinkling inside. The mist occasionally condensed into human form, sometimes dispersing into a nebula. Only the gray-black heart at its center remained constant. The heart's surface was covered with eyes of different races, different creatures, from humans to abyssal beings. It had them all. Those eyes blinked incessantly, as if observing the changes of countless worlds. Formless mist, Nas the Time Watcher among the Supreme Apostles. Mr. Holy Disk's body began to tremble uncontrollably. To simultaneously meet three Supreme Apostles, such honor usually meant a fate worse than death. Lift your head, Holy Disk. Mag's voice echoed again in his mind, calm as if discussing the weather. You need not fear. Today, we summoned you to assign an important mission. Mr. Holy Disk hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted his head, wisely avoiding direct eye contact with the 9 eyes on the spider mask. Your Eminence have already failed. The Avatar was completely defeated by that woman Allen. His voice was filled with remorse and fear. I failed the expectations of the Eye of the Abyss, failed the power granted to me. Mag's thread-woven body rippled slightly, the 9 eyes on the mask flickering with different lights. The plan was never interrupted, Holy Disk. Failure is merely a prelude to success. His voice carried a certain transcendent tranquility. Allen's interference was within my expectations. Though her power is damaged, her foundation remains. Facing her, you indeed appear insufficient. Isabella stepped forward, a slight smile emerging on her flawless half-face. You need not blame yourself, Holy Disk. Her voice was like the song of a nightingale, so melodious that it could make one forget all pain. The real game is just beginning. Mr. Holy Disk looked confusedly at the 3 Supreme Apostles, not understanding their true intention in summoning him at this moment. Nas' nebulous body slowly drifted forward, the heart at its center beating intensely a few times. The timeline has manifested, and the node of destiny is about to arrive. His voice was like the clash of hard objects, stabbing at Mr. Holy Disk's eardrums. That human named Ron Ralph, his soul has unimaginable potential. At that moment, the void spider's thread suddenly extended forward, weaving into a complex rune in mid-air. The rune rotated, twisted, and finally extracted a blood-red pearl the size of a fist. The blood pearl slowly floated in front of Mr. Holy Disk, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This is the throne seed, Mags calmly announced. I personally infused a strand of apostle-level power into it. Once activated, it can temporarily elevate your capability, granting you destructive force near that of a dark sun-level wizard for a short time. Mr. Holy Disk stared in shock at the floating pearl before him, unable to believe his ears. The throne seed, this was the most precious gift, usually bestowed only to those considered potential throne holders. I don't deserve it, he stammered, his flesh-distorted half-face twitching violently. Do you think this is for you, you humble crawling creature? Isabella said with a sneer, a hint of disdain on her beautiful half-face. You're just a tool, a courier. The seed's true target is Ron Ralph. Nas' heartbeat quickened, and the surrounding starlight flickered in turn. Deliver the seed to Ron Ralph, he commanded. If the opportunity arises, guide him to perform the awakening ritual. But do not force it, for the seed has its guiding force. Mr. Holy Disk trembled as he reached out, receiving the blood-red pearl. The surface of the orb was warm as blood, and inside it seemed countless tiny lives was swimming, a texture both nauseating and captivating. I understand, your eminences, he whispered. I will try my best to complete the mission. The 9 eyes on Mag's mask flickered simultaneously, and the spreading threads began to retract around the mask. Now receive my blessing. His voice echoed in Mr. Holy Disk's mind. This will grant you enough power to cross the plane barrier and return to the surface world. Slender black threads separated from Mage's body, piercing into Mr. Holy Disk's chest like lightning. An indescribable energy immediately surged through his entire being, igniting every cell, every nerve, every inch of his soul. Mr. Holy Disk let out a shrill scream, collapsing to the ground. His body started to swell, twist, the mutated parts growing wildly, soon covering most of his body. Those bone blades, once only on the right side, now protruded from all over his body, and the black runes beneath his skin came alive, moving within like countless tiny snakes. The most terrifying part was his face. The left half, once human in shape, also began to melt, becoming a mass of writhing flesh covered with various sensory organs. The mouth split into 3 parts, each filled with sharp teeth. The nose disappeared, replaced by rows of tiny breathing holes. The eyes from one became 7, varying in size and arranged chaotically. The pain lasted about a minute, and when the energy infusion was complete, Mr. Holy Disk had completely transformed into a monster. He stood up, his height at least doubled, exuding an oppressive aura. Though his appearance was fully distorted, his consciousness was clearer than before. That force, like a tidal wave, surged through him, nearly suffocating him. This is the power of an apostle. His voice turned hoarse and distorted, each syllable carrying an obvious echo, so powerful. The 9 eyes on Mage's mask flickered one after another, seemingly verifying Mr. Holy Disk's state. The power is temporary, only effective when you activate it. His spider mask exuded a cold light. And even with this power, you will still be vanquished by a real Dark Sun wizard. Even if the fight drags on, you will find it difficult to defeat even the pinnacle of the moon level. A cold smile also appeared on Isabella's beautiful half-face. Do not let power go to your head, Holy Disk, she softly warned. At your current level, you are still like an ant before true powerhouses. Stay cautious, complete your mission. Nas' nebulous body began to expand, gradually enveloping the entire space. The time has come, fate is decided. His voice came from all directions. Go, Holy Disk, fulfill your mission, become the stepping stone for the throne. Mr. Holy Disk bowed his head deeply, showing submission. He carefully placed the throne seed into a special pouch within his body, then stood up, awaiting the signal to depart. The threads from Mags extended once more, slicing open a rift in the air. Within the rift flickered a faint light, a passage to the surface world. Go, Mags ordered briefly. Without hesitation, Mr. Holy Disk stepped into the rift, disappearing into the darkness. After the rift closed, the 3 supreme apostles remained in place, as if contemplating some important matter. A hint of doubt appeared on Isabella's beautiful half-face. Mags, sending the Holy Disk to grant the throne seed, is completely a futile effort. Her tone carried obvious dissatisfaction. The throne seed that you personally extracted by expending your power, combined with the seeds generated by the significant power consumption of the other apostles. Hundreds have been scattered over the millennia, yet there are hardly any who have even become ordinary apostles, let alone higher beings capable of becoming our companions. Nas's nebulous body slightly fluctuated, and the eyes around his heart flickered with a complex light. I also agree with Isabella's point of view. His voice was extremely harsh and unpleasant, interspersed with the crackling sounds of current. The timeline shows that the probability of success remains negligible. Why invest so much effort into this human? Mags paused for a moment, and the black threads composing his body slightly trembled. You are right, he eventually spoke, his voice as indifferent as always. But this time is different. I injected a significant amount of concentrated energy to extract this seed. It wasn't a casual try, but I hold high hopes for that Ron. The 9 eyes on the mask flickered simultaneously, emitting a profound light. After all, even when I use my own core abilities, I cannot observe Ron's fate trajectory. This statement exploded like a bomb in the space. Both Isabella and Nas were noticeably extremely surprised, the former losing her usual composure on her half-face, while the latter's nebulous body fluctuated violently, almost about to disperse. How is this possible? Isabella asked in astonishment. Your threads can see through past and future, even at the level of observing traces of the Witch King. How can it not see the fate of an ordinary human? Nas's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and the eyes around him spun wildly, seemingly calculating various possibilities. There are only two explanations. His voice carried a rare shock. Either there is a powerful being behind this person, capable of interfering with or even blocking your abilities. Or he has some form of special talent beyond conventional understanding. Mags picked up the conversation, and the 9 eyes on his mask blinked in sequence, or both. Silence enveloped the entire space. It was rare for the Supreme Apostles to be surprised. After all, throughout the long years, they had witnessed almost every possible miracle and mutation. If he truly has that potential. Isabella's voice carried a barely noticeable hint of anticipation. Perhaps we might finally find the successor to the 14th throne. Mags's thread-like body slightly expanded, and the 9 eyes on his mask lit up simultaneously, emitting a dazzling light. This is why I am willing to invest so much effort. His voice remained unchanged, but the power within it caused the entire space to tremble. Since the end of the Third Era, when our ranks of 13 were all formed, the 14th throne has remained vacant. Perhaps the long-awaited successor has finally appeared. Nas's nebulous body began to rotate slowly, and that heart filled with eyes was beating violently. Isabella gently caressed her flawless half-face, her fingertips tracing an imperceptible line. I still remember how I became like this. Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia, along with an unmistakable resentment. Originally, I was merely a fairly gifted Morning Star-level wizard, and because I sought a higher realm, I explored the abyss, ultimately being lured by the seed to choose the path of awakening. Mags didn't say much more, his thread-like body slightly fluctuating, as if in a sigh. This is why we need more of our kind. His voice bore no guilt or remorse. Each of us was once a genius of the surface world, with the potential to reach the Dark Sun Wizard and even higher levels. But we were all lured here, trapped in this abyssal prison. Nas' nebulous body spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. Nas' nebulous body tremored violently, and the eyes around his heart turned restlessly. Nas said deeply, his voice filled with an intense sense of fear. I can feel it, not just us. All the apostles can feel it. The great abyss itself is awakening. Every new apostle is a new cell, a new anchor point for this vast organism that is the abyss. His voice came from all directions. The constraints we feel are actually its control and absorption of us. The more it awakens, the more restricted we become. And all we can do is create more of our kind. Mags added, his voice carrying an indescribable twisted sense of pleasure. Those with the potential to become great wizards or even witch kings, those who could be potential threats to it, are lured one by one to this place, transforming into its nourishment and servants. Isabella let out a sharp laugh, her perfect half-face twisted into a terrifying expression. How ironic that those most likely to challenge its existence ultimately become its most loyal servants. She said softly, her silver eyes flickering with a madness. And we, the so-called Supreme Apostles, are merely higher-level prison guardians. Mags offered no rebuttal. The 9 eyes on his mask blinked in succession, as though pondering something. But the 14th throne. He finally spoke, with a hint of barely detectable hope in his voice. Perhaps it is the key to breaking the cycle. Isabella and Nas were both silent, evidently shocked by this idea. You mean, this time we are not creating a new prisoner, but rather... Isabella's voice trembled, her scales-covered body faintly glowing. An escapee. Mag's thread-like body spread out, and the 9 eyes on his mask all lit up, dazzlingly bright. I don't know, he admitted honestly, his voice containing both reason and madness. But Ron Ralph's fate is completely invisible to me, which in itself is an unprecedented miracle. Perhaps he will become the 14th Supreme Apostle. Or maybe... He didn't finish, but the other 2 apostles clearly understood what he meant. Since ancient times, all throne seeds have been used to lure those geniuses into the abyss. Nas's nebula-like body reassembled, the eyes around his heart flashing with an inexplicable light. But this time, perhaps we can try something different. Silence once again enveloped the entire space, as the 3 Supreme Apostles immersed themselves in their thoughts. At that moment, It seemed as if they had returned to their pre-apostle state, rational, calm, and filled with a thirst for knowledge. In any case, that holy disk is irrelevant. Isabella finally said, breaking the silence. It's nothing but a relay tool, granted temporary power, yet ultimately just a pawn. Mags nodded slightly, the eyes on his mask blinking one by one. And the real game is only just beginning. He spoke softly, with an ancient anticipation in his voice. Let's wait and see what surprises this human named Ron Ralph will bring us. As his words faded, the figures of the three supreme apostles finally completely disappeared into the darkness of the maze domain, leaving only a silent space, with the lingering words hanging in the air. The 14th throne, the long-awaited successor. The Abyss 7th floor, Soul Abyss. This place is different from the maze structure of the 6th floor, more like an endless gray wasteland. The grayness does not come from the ground or the sky, but from the omnipresent soul fragments. Countless lives that entered here but were assimilated, their remnant consciousness turned into tiny gray light dots, floating slowly in the air. In one area of this wasteland stood 13 gigantic thrones, each at least tens of meters high, made of different materials, exuding an oppressive majesty. The thrones are not arranged in a straight line, but instead form a bizarre geometric shape. From above, the shape resembles a distorted eye. At the center of the thrones, a large gray vortex hovers, continuously rotating, emitting a low roar. It's restless again. A deep voice came from the 3rd throne. It was a humanoid creature covered in dark red scales, with a dragon-like head, its eyes glowing with golden light. It's not just here, the entire abyss is awakening. Another voice responded, coming from the 7th throne. Sitting on it was an existence made entirely of liquid. Metal, the body continuously transforming, sometimes human, sometimes beast. Its outline always indistinct. Why is Mag so obsessed with that 14th throne? The entity on the 10th throne spoke, its voice like shattering glass. Its form was even more abstract, like countless broken bones reassembled into a sculpture, constantly twisting and changing. Maybe because this time the seed is different. A woman bound in chains answered from the 5th throne. Her skin was deathly pale, but her eyes were deep black. A hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. Or perhaps he's grown weary of this eternal confinement and seeks change. With those words, the gray vortex violently fluctuated again, emitting a terrifying noise like thousands of creatures screaming at once. The apostles on the thrones simultaneously ceased their conversation, watching the ever-growing vortex. Their eyes held both fear and unconcealed anticipation. In this long imprisonment, any change, even destruction, is more delightful than eternal stillness. And at this moment, change is quietly happening. The workshop in the deep night was silent, with only the rhythmic, gurgling sound from the lava core of the alchemy furnace, like the heartbeat of some ancient creature. Ron sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, slowly opening his eyes, the golden red glow in his pupils gradually fading back to normal. He took a deep breath, feeling the flow of his spiritual power within. Now he was close to the edge of the critical point, like a river about to burst its banks, just waiting for the final raindrop to add. Star Eater's ravings, experience points +1. Current progress. Star Eater's ravings, proficient 295 over 300, 5 points to go. Ron murmured softly, a glint of both anticipation and caution in his eyes just as he was about to stand up. A strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It was as if countless tiny ants were crawling on his spine, or as if some sharp gaze was piercing directly from afar, through the walls, the air, reaching deep into his soul. Ron instinctively tensed all his muscles, the keen senses brought by the demon hunter knight being instantly activated. Senses multiple times sharper than ordinary people, keenly captured every ripple around him. But strangely, no matter how he perceived, he could not determine the source of that prying. The feeling was both there and not there, yet incredibly real. Like a fleeting, ghostly wind, disappearing the moment you were about to catch it. Is someone watching me? Ron frowned, slowly standing up. His fingertips quietly brushed against the silver pocket watch at his waist, feeling its cold touch, his heart slightly calmed. No matter what kind of enemy it was, at least he still had this final safeguard. Then he lightly passed over the inside of his left arm, where the 1,000 transformations resided. This already advanced glory legacy was now one of his most powerful trump cards. Outside the window, the black mist jungle appeared particularly deep under the moonlight. The magic crystal lamps in the central area of the school, far away, also dimmer than usual. The entire black mist jungle seemed to be shrouded in an invisible shadow. The feeling of being watched still existed, faint yet persistent, but never fixable to a specific direction. This feeling was more unsettling than direct hostility, like being targeted by something beyond comprehension. Yet you couldn't even confirm its presence. Ron took a deep breath, deciding to set aside this doubt for now. The day of the star ring convergence was approaching, and he couldn't let such vague disturbances affect his final preparations. Leaving the meditation room, he noticed that the magic crystal lamps in the corridor were also dimmer than usual, enveloping the inside of the workshop in a layer of dim yellow glow. In the hall, Lilia was intently organizing a few bundles of newly collected herbs. Hearing the footsteps, she looked up, a faint smile emerging on her face. "Master, is your meditation over?" she asked softly, her voice carrying undisguised fatigue. Ron nodded, his gaze falling on those herbs. Were these collected today? They seemed to be of average quality. Lilia sighed lightly, putting down the bundle of herbs in her hand. "Yes, today was quite difficult. The vendors in the market are becoming fewer, and the herbs available are not very fresh." She looked up at Ron, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. "Master, the atmosphere in the school has been strange lately. The apprentices going out are becoming fewer, and even the usually bustling market has become deserted. I passed by the Slave Trading Association today and found it completely empty, not even a gatekeeper." Empty? Ron raised an eyebrow. This was indeed unusual. That Slave Trading Association had always been one of the busiest places in the Black Mist jungle. Even during the school's lockdown, there were often alien race merchant groups coming and going. Its complete closure now was no coincidence. "Anything else unusual?" he asked in a low voice. Lilia thought for a moment before answering softly. "The law enforcement team's patrols have become more frequent. But it seems they're not looking for something, rather they are." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "Rather they are on guard against something. Every time two teams of law enforcement officers meet, they verify each other's identities very cautiously." "On guard." Ron repeated the word thoughtfully, a deeper concern growing in his heart. There was less than 2 weeks until the star ring convergence, yet the tense atmosphere within the school was intensifying day by day. This deliberate suppression of all outdoor activities seemed like a precaution against the occurrence of some disaster. "Any response from within the school?" he asked calmly. "The masters seem to be shutting themselves indoors. Even Sauron, the one we usually see most often, barely shows up," Lilia replied softly. "Moreover, I heard that the vice dean has set up additional protective arrays around the school, and even used some usually sealed alchemy tools." Ron's brows were deeply furrowed, his mind swiftly analyzing various possibilities. Such anomalies were not without reason. Either some external threat was approaching, or some major incident was about to occur within the school. And in either case, they were likely related to the imminent star ring convergence. Ron nodded to Lilia, his tone carrying an unusual hint of praise. "Try to reduce outings in the coming period. If you must leave the workshop, at least have Alan accompany you." Lilia nodded, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Gathering useful information for Ron was perhaps the most meaningful thing she could do with her limited time. 2 weeks left. Ron murmured softly, his gaze becoming profound. The day of the star ring convergence was getting closer, and his meditation was also nearing the critical point. At this crucial moment, any variables could affect his breakthrough attempt. "I must speed up the preparations." He made up his mind and turned towards the laboratory. The feeling of being watched lingered, like an invisible thread tightly connecting him to some unknown presence. Ron entered the laboratory again, glanced at the gloomy sky outside, and frowned slightly. That feeling of being watched still lingered, but he had learned to temporarily cast it aside and focus on the task at hand. "Continue yesterday's experiment," he murmured to himself, casually taking out a notebook and turning to the latest page. was densely packed with various parameters and observations, with almost every gap filled with different symbols and notes. This was the culmination of his days of research on the flowing shield wall, from the initial simple concept to now being on the verge of mastery. According to Hayek's teachings, one of the advanced applications of the flowing shield wall, structural differentiation, was an exceedingly complex technique. It required constructing a multi-layered defense system. Within the shield wall, with each layer having its specific function and traits. This structure was not a simple layer upon layer arrangement, but an organic collaborative system, with each layer supporting and complementing each other through specific energy channels. First, construct the basic model. Ron closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world. In his consciousness space, a shield wall model formed by spiritual power slowly took shape. Initially, it was a simple spherical structure, but it soon began to layer and differentiate, gradually becoming complex. The outer layer had a steel-like sheen, symbolizing solid physical defense. The middle layer shimmered with a starlight-like glow, representing the energy conversion system. The innermost layer was constantly changing like flowing water, responsible for overall structure adjustment and energy redistribution. Each layer was connected by energy channels as thin as hair, forming a complex network. These channels served as bridges for energy and information transfer between layers and were key to the shield wall's defense strategy against external attacks. Theoretical model construction complete. Begin actualization. Ron opened his eyes and gently tossed the hybrid medium material in front of him. The hybrid medium hovered in the air, and as Ron injected his spiritual power, it began to arrange into layers according to the preset model. However, this process was much more difficult than he anticipated. The energy allocation and flow mode for each layer needed precise calculation, with any slight mistake causing the entire structure to collapse. In the first attempt, the outer layer had just formed when the middle layer collapsed due to uneven energy distribution. In the second attempt, all three layers formed, but the energy channels were too fragile to withstand the energy flow. In the third attempt, the structure remained stable for a few seconds, but then collapsed due to internal and external energy imbalance. Where is the problem? Ron frowned, pondering before closing his eyes again to recall Hayek's demonstration memory. After countless mental replays, he gradually identified his error not with the model itself, but with the method and sequence of energy input. During Hayek's demonstration, he didn't construct the three-layered structure simultaneously. Instead, he stabilized the outer layer first, then gradually built inward, finally establishing the energy channels between layers. I see. A hint of enlightenment flashed in Ron's eyes, and he immediately adjusted his strategy. This time, he first built a solid outer layer, letting it fully stabilize before starting to construct the middle layer. Once each layer reached a basic stable state, he continued building inward. After the basic structure of all three layers was formed, he cautiously constructed the energy channels between layers, creating an organic whole system. Succeeded, Ron whispered to himself, looking at the floating three-layer shield wall structure in front of him. The shield wall seemed heavier and more complex than the ordinary version. Energy patterns intricately flowed on the surface, with complex energy flow paths inside, resembling a miniature energy recycling system. Test the strength. Ron activated the laboratory's attack simulation device, and a series of energy projectiles and physical impacts targeted the shield wall. This time, the shield wall performed excellently. The outer layer successfully absorbed most of the physical impacts. The middle layer converted and redistributed the energy attacks. The innermost layer continuously adjusted the energy distribution across the structure, keeping the shield wall always in optimal condition. Significant effect, but energy consumption is also higher than expected. Ron frowned and recorded this observation. Further optimization of energy flow paths is needed to reduce unnecessary losses. He carefully examined the energy channel's distribution and flow patterns, discovering redundancy and crossover in certain areas, leading to unnecessary losses. He began redesigning these paths to allow energy to flow the shortest distances with the highest efficiency. Flowing shield wall experience points +1. Current progress, flowing shield wall proficient 97/100. The second phase of the experiment is basically complete. Ron stretched his slightly tired body. Next is the active counterattack function experiment. According to Hayek's recorded demonstration, the active counterattack function requires constructing specific energy protrusions on the shield wall to automatically trigger attacks when an enemy contacts the shield wall. This part of the experiment requires greater caution, because if energy control is inadequate, these attack spikes might harm the user. Ron carefully set up several key nodes on the shield wall surface, each connected by a fine energy channel leading to the shield wall's core control hub. This design ensures attacks are only triggered when external threats appear, avoiding friendly fire. After several adjustments, this function also neared perfection. When the simulated attack object contacted the shield wall, dozens of sharp energy spikes immediately appeared on its surface, precisely piercing the attack source. Flowing shield wall experience points +1. Current progress, flowing shield wall proficient 98/100. At this rate, mastering it is just a matter of time. Ron looked at the panel prompt, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The holy disk, having returned to the surface world, immediately felt the Apostle's power fading. His body began quickly reverting to its original state, the deformed parts gradually shrinking, but still retaining more powerful traits than before. "What an astonishing power," he whispered, sensing the presence of the throne seed within him. The seed was placed in a special sac inside him, emitting faint, yet unsettling energy fluctuations. Each fluctuation gave him an irresistible temptation, as if he could immediately activate the seed to gain unimaginable power. But he didn't do so. Mag's warning still echoed in his ears. The power is only temporary, and even with this power, you would still struggle against a true Dark Sun wizard. The holy disk surveyed his surroundings, confirming his location. He now stood at the edge of the Black Mist jungle, about half a day's journey from the school's central region. But he had no intention of venturing directly there. Even with the support of the throne seed, he wasn't sure if he could handle a number of official wizards, especially special beings like Alan. "First observe, find the target, then act," he whispered to himself, crouching down to scoop a handful of earth and slowly sprinkle it in front of him. The earth formed a specific pattern in the air, then began to glow, becoming a miniature positioning array. Ron Ralph, the holy disk intoned this name, dripping a drop of his blood in the center of the array. The blood quickly spread, forming a thin line pointing in a certain direction of the school's center area. The holy disk's voice carried a certain morbid excitement. His fingers gently stroked his chest, where the throne seed resided. "Inheritor of the throne, let me see if you are as special as Lord Mag says you are." With these words, his body began to change, skin turning paler, almost transparent, revealing the wriggling veins underneath. His eyes transformed into a peculiar gray, pupils almost disappearing, leaving only a swirling pattern. His outline became blurred, seeming ready to merge into the surrounding environment, a special camouflage ability clearly bestowed by the Apostle. His figure began to gradually dissipate, finally merging completely into the shadows of the Black Mist jungle. Only a barely audible laugh lingered in the silent forest. At this moment, only a few days remain until the Star Ring Convergence Day. Ron's flowing shield wall still needs a bit more experience points. He has conducted enough basic attempts. With one exception, Hayek's final disclosed special technique, the activated shield wall using abyssal material as a medium. Using abyssal material as a medium, activated shield wall. Ron felt both anticipation and caution in his heart. Hayek's warning still lingered in his ears. Although abyssal material could greatly enhance the shield wall's efficiency, it also introduced undeniable risks. Weighing the options, it's still worth a try. Ron decided and started preparing the last set of experiments. He took out a small bottle of black viscous substance from a specially sealed box. This was a special liquid extracted from within a scorpion, containing traces of abyssal energy. He obtained it through Hayek's connections, trading with the school for one of their stocks. Compared to pure abyssal material, this purified and processed liquid was more stable, and the risks were relatively lower. Carefully, Ron added a drop of the liquid to the hybrid medium and watched for changes. Initially, the liquid seemed to be rejected. Floating on the surface of the medium, unable to blend in. Ron tried several different methods, but none could make it integrate smoothly. Seems direct mixing won't work. He pondered, then remembered a detail from Hayek's demonstration: the abyssal material needed specific guiding to be accepted by the normal medium. Ron adjusted his strategy, first using spiritual power to construct a micro-guiding array around the droplet, then carefully introducing it into the core of the hybrid medium. This time, the abyssal liquid gradually integrated into the medium, triggering a series of subtle changes. The color of the medium gradually darkened, taking on a tinge of dark blue luster. More notable was that the medium itself seemed to come alive. No longer static powder, it flowed slowly like a liquid, even forming complex ripple patterns autonomously without external force. Successfully introduced, but the abyssal energy is still too active and needs further stabilization. Ron observed these changes, quickly noting down key data in his record book. He tried several different stabilization methods, eventually choosing a special energy sealing technology, restraining the abyssal energy within a certain range to prevent excessive diffusion and erosion. The medium gradually stabilized, still maintaining that activity, but no longer appearing so wild and unrestrained. Ron nodded in satisfaction and began attempting to construct a new shield wall. This time, the formation process of the shield wall was noticeably different. He didn't need complex spiritual guidance. The medium seemed to understand his intent, autonomously assembling and arranging according to the expected pattern. The three-layer structure no longer needed step-by-step construction, but formed almost simultaneously, with energy channels between layers naturally generating, requiring no extra design. This is the effect of activation, Ron murmured in admiration, looking at the shield wall in front of him that seemed almost alive. It was no longer static and passive like ordinary shield walls, but pulsed slightly, with surface patterns flowing and changing slowly, almost as if breathing. More remarkably, it seemed capable of perceiving the surrounding environment. When Ron approached, the shield wall would slightly expand to accommodate him, and when potential threats approached, it would automatically strengthen the defense of the corresponding area. Truly amazing. Ron walked around the shield wall, observing every detail of its changes. The active traits of the shield wall greatly enhanced its practicality, no longer requiring constant attention and adjustment by the user. It could autonomously respond to changes in the surrounding environment and threats, significantly relieving the burden of spiritual power. Just a little more, Ron pondered, recalling another critical component Hayek mentioned in his subsequent teachings: soul steel. Soul steel is an extremely rare and difficult to manipulate material, with excellent energy conductivity and malleability. More importantly, it could memorize and adapt to the user's spiritual fluctuations, forming a unique resonance relationship. Ron took out a small piece of soul steel fragment from his storage bag. This was a leftover scrap from his previous research on soul steel, and although not large in size, it was sufficient for the shield wall experiment. If soul steel could be integrated into the shield wall structure, it might further enhance its flexibility and adaptability. Ron pondered as he began attempting to merge the soul steel into the already activated shield wall. This process was exceptionally difficult, as soul steel was an inherently challenging material to control. Furthermore, the already activated shield wall had a certain will, creating a natural repulsion between the two. Ron tried various methods, ultimately deciding on a highly risky strategy, embedding the soul steel directly into the core control center of the shield wall, making it the neural center of the entire system. He carefully positioned the soul steel fragment at the core of the shield wall, and then began to guide the energy fusion between the two. Initially, the two energies clashed violently, almost tearing the entire structure apart. Ron had to exert near-limit spiritual power control to barely stabilize the situation. "Hold on just about there." Ron gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. This intense consumption of spiritual power was a considerable burden, even for an advanced apprentice like him. Just as he felt his spiritual power was about to deplete. Flowing shield wall experience points +1. Breakthrough. Flowing shield wall, proficient 100/100, right arrow flowing shield wall. Mastery 1 over 200. Trait advancement, memory right arrow eternal engraving. The shield wall not only remembers attack patterns, but can also actively learn and evolve defense strategies, forming a continuously self-improving defense system. Soul steel and the energy of the shield wall resonate harmoniously, no longer conflicting, but instead achieving a perfect fusion. The entire structure of the shield wall changes qualitatively, no longer a simple three-layer structure, but evolving into a more complex organic whole. Soul steel transforms into countless tiny energy lines spreading throughout the shield wall and forming a structure similar to a neural network, allowing the shield wall to respond to various situations more intelligently and flexibly. Ron exhales deeply, looking at the shield wall fully activated before him, the light of achievement shining in his eyes. The flowing shield wall has finally broken through to the mastery level, and its trait has advanced from fluid memory to the more powerful eternal engraving. This is a significant leap on top of the original memory feature. After each successful defense, the shield wall analyzes the attack pattern and automatically adjusts its structure to better cope with similar attacks. Over time, it becomes increasingly powerful, with almost no fixed weaknesses. Eternal engraving. Ron contemplates the possibilities brought by this trait. To verify this trait, Ron decides to conduct a series of more stringent tests. He activates various attack devices in the laboratory in stages, from simple physical impacts to complex elemental attacks to high-level attack modes simulating special magic effects. After each round of testing, he can clearly feel the changes in the shield wall. Initially, the shield wall exhibited varying resistance effects to different types of attacks, some strong, some weak. But as the tests progressed, it began to rapidly adjust its structure, specifically strengthening the defenses of those weak spots. By the 10th round of testing, the shield wall could easily withstand attacks that had previously caused damage. It no longer passively endured damage, but actively predicted attack paths and prepared the appropriate defense before the attack arrived. This is simply, Ron marveled, a continually evolving shield system. He continued to test in depth and discovered another surprising feature of this shield wall. It can remember the user's habits and preferences, automatically adjusting its performance to better accommodate the user's combat style. When Ron tried more aggressive attack strategies, the shield wall became more flexible and aggressive, with its active counterattack function becoming more active. Whereas when he adopted a conservative defensive stance, the shield wall became more solid and stable to protect the user to the greatest extent. This adaptability forms an almost perfect, symbiotic relationship between the shield wall and the user. No longer just a simple tool, but an indispensable partner in battle. Perhaps this will become one of my most powerful defensive means, Ron concluded, looking at the fully evolved shield wall with satisfaction, carefully storing it in a specially made container. As the sky outside the window gradually darkened, Ron took a deep breath, feeling the power flowing within his body. Only a few days remained until the star ring convergence, and his preparations were nearly complete. Sound wave vibration mastery. Mastery of the ring of brilliance, and now a master-level flowing shield wall. Ron took stock of his combat power in his mind, a faint, confident smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. Star ring convergence, I am ready. The twilight glow cast upon the windowsill of the laboratory, dyeing the entire room with a layer of golden red light. Above the black mist school, the starlight appeared brighter and denser than usual, as if the entire night sky were adorned with countless diamonds. Most striking was the northeast sky, where a few bright stars slowly moved, forming a peculiar geometric pattern. In the distance, a cluster of stars emitting an eerie purple light was gradually approaching that pattern. Inside the school, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. The patrol density of the law enforcement team had doubled, with uniformed members guarding every corner. Even the normally deserted edge areas were filled with vigilance. All apprentices received strict orders not to leave their residences unless necessary, with severe penalties for violators. Near Ron's workshop, several hidden protective arrays quietly activated, enveloping the entire area within. These arrays were highly advanced, even bearing the obvious aura of an official wizard. clearly set up by either Hayek or Sauron personally. At the edges of the arrays, in a few hidden monitoring points, the school masters remained highly alert. "Is everything normal?" Hayek's voice came from a shadow deep and cautious. "So far, no abnormal fluctuations detected." Sauron's response was equally vigilant, his gaze never leaving Ron's workshop. "But the concentration of magic power in the air is rising, already exceeding 1/3 of normal levels. According to the law, we cannot interfere, Arnold. Why observe and protect?" Hayek said in a low voice, his tone carrying a rare seriousness. "No matter what happens, do not act recklessly." Sauron nodded slightly, a complex glint in his eyes. "I hope this time the outcome will be different." Meanwhile, within Lady Allen's herb store, Lilia, Dale, and Alan had safely arrived. This was Ron's arrangement at this critical moment. He did not want any ties or interference around him. "The teacher will be okay, right?" Lily gazed at the starry sky outside the window, her voice tinged with undisguisable worry. Lady Allen's teacup paused slightly in her hand, and a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashed through her emerald eyes. "That depends on his own choices and strength. The path of truth has no shortcuts. Everyone must face that unspeakable fear alone." Dale and Alan stood by the side, not fully understanding what had happened, but they could feel the weighty atmosphere in the air. "Master will return," Dale said firmly, her golden eyes shimmering with unwavering light. "He never fails." Lady Allen glanced at the little sea siren, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "I hope so." Once more, her gaze drifted to the eerie starry sky outside, unable to stop herself from recalling her own attempt years ago. That experience, even after so many years, remained etched deep into her soul like a brand, unforgettable. At the highest point of the workshop, on the observation platform, Ron stood silently, his gaze directed at the starry sky. This was the closest place to the stars in the entire workshop and also the best spot to attempt the path of truth. He was ready for everything. The spiritual contamination had been completely purged. Both his physical strength and spiritual power were at their peak, and various protective measures were in place. The only thing that unsettled him was a faint, elusive sense of being watched, but even so he would not give up. Ron positioned the intricate telescope from before. He carefully adjusted the angle and focus of the telescope until the Hermit Star and Obliteration constellation came fully into view. It was a haunting scene. The Hermit Star shone like a solitary diamond, emanating a cold silver light, while the Obliteration constellation appeared as a blurry purple-black cloud cluster, seemingly filled with countless tiny points of light flickering on and off. The two were approaching each other at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, ready to form a rare geometric alignment. Through the telescope, Ron could clearly see the bizarre patterns forming among the stars. These were not simple lines or shapes, but complex structures defying common sense, as if existing across multiple dimensions simultaneously. "This is..." Ron unconsciously furrowed his brows as a wave of dizziness hit him. Even just observing through the telescope, those warped patterns were enough to impact the observer's spirit. He could feel his thoughts being interrupted by some external rules, as if forced to comprehend a language beyond human understanding. Meanwhile, the concentration of magic power in the air continued to rise. Ron could feel that with each breath, more magic particles entered, gradually filling his body with an unusually active energy. "The star ring convergence has begun," he murmured, putting away the telescope and took a deep breath. In this extraordinary environment, he was about to attempt to establish contact with that terrifying entity from the depths of the starry sky, which was practically a suicidal endeavor. Even with all the preparations, even with a success rate of 91% displayed on the panel, Ron's heart could not be completely calm. What kind of existence was the one called the Devourer? Why would it accept contact from mortals? What kind of power and cost would it bring? These questions swirled in his mind, yet no one could provide answers. But hesitation could not change anything. Ron knew well that the path of truth was never a safe road. Every adventurer was betting their life, and the victor would gain power beyond the norm. Final preparations. Ron received the gentle and enduring grace, purifying every trace of lingering contamination. He then took out a silver pocket watch, gently tracing the etched lines on its surface. Under the moonlight, the watch face glimmered softly, the hands moving slowly, each faint tick seemingly counting down for him. "Reset," Ron murmured. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body being cleansed. All fatigue, tension, and unease vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and clarity like a newborn waking up, his senses and consciousness in their optimal state. Current breakthrough success rate, 92%. Ron looked at the panel prompt and nodded with satisfaction. Success rate this high was an extreme rarity in attempts at the path of truth. But he was not satisfied with just that. Instead, he took out the final preparation from his pocket, the Star-Dew Morning Glow magic potion given by Lady Allen. The liquid in the crystal bottle glistened with a silver-blue light under the moonlight, as if a miniature starry sky was sealed within. Ron carefully removed the stopper, and a cool, distant fragrance immediately enveloped him, like a call from the depths of the universe. "For power, for true knowledge," Ron said softly, then drank it all in one go. The instant the potion entered his throat, a cold force swept through his body like an electric current. He felt his body becoming light and transparent, as if he was leaving behind the constraints of matter, ascending to a higher dimension. At the same time, his senses became extraordinarily acute. Not only could he see the tiniest starlight, but he could even hear the energy fluctuations between stars, like a silent cosmic symphony. Most astonishing was that his spiritual power seemed to have received some transcendental enhancement. Originally already at 4.9, his spiritual power became purer and more active, with a stronger resonance with the starry sky. Ron could feel that the distant entity seemed to perceive his presence too, casting some indescribable gaze upon him. Current breakthrough success rate, 95%. Looking at the success rate that had increased once more, a strong resolve surged in Ron's heart. 95%, this was already the limit he could reach, and what lay ahead was the real challenge. "Let's begin." He took a deep breath, slowly sat down, and commenced his final meditation. As his spirit sank into the depths of his heart, Ron felt his consciousness rapidly expanding beyond the confines of his body, reaching into a broader domain. This process was not unfamiliar. He had experienced countless times through the Star Eater's Ravings meditation technique, but never as clear and intense as today. Star Eater's Ravings experience points +1. Breakthrough Star Eater's Ravings, proficient 300 over 300, right arrow Star Eater's Ravings, mastery 1 over 500. With the final bit of experience points accumulated, Ron's meditation technique finally broke through to the master level. This meant his connection with that high-dimensional existence had reached a new level. But he had no time to celebrate this breakthrough, for as his meditation deepened, his consciousness was quickly drawn into a brand new realm. The perception of the material world gradually faded, replaced by an infinite darkness adorned with countless twinkling stars. This was not a simple visual illusion, but a reality existing in a higher dimension. Ron could feel his consciousness floating in this starry sky, like a small boat navigating the endless cosmic ocean. In the distant front was an area even darker than its surroundings. There was no starlight, no energy fluctuations. Like a giant void in the universe, the dark region seemed to be calling Ron. Like an empty abyss, waiting for his consciousness to plunge into it. As the meditation deepened, Ron could feel his consciousness gradually separating from his body. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar. During his practice of Star Eater's Ravings, he had experienced a similar state numerous times. But this time, the degree of separation far surpassed before. Ron's consciousness was like a drop of water departing from the ocean, drifting alone in the boundless cosmos. When the last thread of connection with the body broke, all his perception was pulled into that lightless region. This place wasn't truly dark. Ron's sight, though at this moment, he no longer had physical eyes, could capture a peculiar energy fluctuation. It was neither light nor heat, but a form of existence surpassing conventional senses. Is this high-position space? Ron's thoughts drifted in this strange space. There was no up or down, no near or far. All conventional concepts of space had lost their meaning here. His consciousness floated in this void, feeling an unprecedented loneliness and loss. Ron sensed his senses being completely stripped away. Not just the 5 senses of the body, Even the perceptions on a spiritual level were gradually vanishing. Fear surged like a tidal wave. No sound, no light and shadow, no temperature, no touch. Even the perception of self-existence was gradually fading away. His consciousness struggled, trying to grasp any familiar feeling, but in the void it seemed there was only endless nothingness left. Who am I? This question suddenly emerged in his consciousness, but he couldn't find an answer. He tried recalling his identity, but found his memory becoming blurred. A terrifying thought emerged. If he couldn't even confirm his self, did I still exist? Just as his self-awareness was about to be eroded by the emptiness, pinpoints of light suddenly appeared in the void. Initially they were faint light points, like distant stars. But soon these light points began to increase, densely filling the entire range of perception. Connections started to form between the light points, weaving into a complex network. Ron was surprised to find these were not simple lights, but fragments of memory, his memory fragments. The initial memories were from Earth, an ordinary college student's daily life. The tiredness of early morning classes, late-night dormitory gaming sessions, the sprint in the library before finals. These ordinary fragments seemed so vivid and precious at this moment. Following that was the instant he died suddenly in his past life, the suffocation and darkness, and the confusion and unease when he woke up after crossing over. The scene shifted to Black Mist Jungle, the despair from having a 6th-class star spiritual talent, the initial mastery of crown-breathing technique, and the first time experiencing the wonders of meditation. The memories flashed by like a lantern show. The leap from nothing to a profession, the scorching pain of body tempering with hot oil. The slaughter in the corridor, the acquisition of Chimera Bloodline. Each memory was incredibly vivid, rich in detail far beyond regular recollection. Ron seemed to stand in both the past and present, as both an experiencer and an observer. With the increase of memory fragments, a brand new perception was forming. The memories of two souls intertwined, forming a complete life trajectory. Ron saw the memories from this world's perspective. The extravagant life of the noble offspring, the setbacks in Night Academy. The helplessness and indulgence from his father and brother, the despair of coming to Black Mist Jungle. The two sets of memories were no longer simple splices but mutual fusions. Led by the soul of the one who crossed over, at certain nodal points they perfectly blended together, making the identity of Ron more full and three-dimensional. At this moment, the points of light began to rearrange suddenly, forming a vast and indistinct outline. It wasn't a shape that could be described. It transcended the limits of human cognition, as if existing in countless dimensions, with every perspective presenting a completely different form. That twisted structure defied all logic. Just seeing it was enough to drive one insane. Ron's consciousness in the face of this terrifying form became insignificant like dust. No, even more trivial than dust. At least dust occupies space, whereas in front of this existence he didn't even qualify as a presence. The outline made no sound, no movement, nor did it cast any attention towards Ron. It just was there, and that alone was enough to push Ron's spirit to the brink of collapse. It was complete disregard. A kind of despair-inducing indifference. Just like a person wouldn't care about the bacteria under their feet, this existence didn't even regard Ron as an object worth communicating with. He suddenly understood what true despair was. No threat, no attack, just being treated as non-existent, viewed as even smaller than nothingness. No communication, no exchange of thoughts, just a trace of this existence's energy fluctuation was enough to distort and deform Ron's spiritual world. He felt his consciousness being stretched, compressed, folded, undergoing various indescribable changes. After some time, maybe a second, maybe a century, time lost its meaning here. Ron found himself in an incredibly familiar place. Earth, his homeland. To be precise, it was the city where he was located. The sun was shining brightly, the air was fresh. The streets bustling with people, a scene of peace and harmony. Ron was surprised to find that he could feel the presence of his body, the warmth of sunlight on his skin, the flow of air in his lungs, the beating of his heart. Everything felt so real. He couldn't believe it. Could all this just be a dream? Those memories of the Black Mist Jungle and the wizard world, were they just an illusion he had on Earth? Just as he was bewildered, a familiar figure walked towards him. "You blockhead, hurry home." His father's irritable voice was just as he remembered it. "Dinner's ready." His mother's simple words gradually calmed his heart. Ron wanted to move forward, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to a strange phenomenon in the sky. In that azure sky, two celestial bodies that should not be there were slowly moving. The solitary silver light of the hermit star and the purple-black cloud of the annihilation cluster were approaching along a specific trajectory, almost forming a perfect geometric arrangement. "How is this possible?" he whispered in shock. "This is Earth. How can the star alignment of the wizard world appear?" In an instant, Ron's mind became extraordinarily clear, and he realized that none of this was real. The joy of reunion, the familiar scenes, were all part of a meticulously constructed illusion realm. Ron's alertness was fully activated, and the effect of star-dew morning glow began to manifest. His spiritual perception became exceptionally sharp, able to detect the energy fluctuations behind the illusion, and even sense the breathing rhythm of that enormous entity. At the moment this understanding formed, a terrifying change occurred in the sky. The once azure sky gradually darkened. No, it was not simply darkening, but being occupied by some indescribable existence. Neither cloud nor fog, nor any visible matter, but a distortion, a nothingness that defied natural laws. People looked up at the sky. Their expressions changed from confusion to fear and finally solidified into despair. The once blue firmament began to twist and tear, revealing an endless blackness behind it. It was not simply the disappearance of light, but an utter void, a state of existence that exceeded understanding and defied natural laws. Time seemed to cease flowing, all people and objects frozen in place. Only Ron remained conscious. The next moment, horror descended. Countless black, twisted tentacles descended from the sky, each larger than even the mightiest mountain. When the first tentacle touched the ground, the entire planet began to tremble. The land fractured layer by layer, breaking like glass. Tall buildings collapsed in an instant, turning to powder. The ocean surged and boiled, forming towering waves. Distant mountains melted and twisted, like candles melted by a flame. More terrifyingly, those tentacles began to lick the surface of the planet. With each lick, large areas, along with all life forms within them, were erased. Erased from existence entirely, as if they had never appeared. Ron watched helplessly as his parents and friends were erased before his eyes. They didn't even have time to scream, disappearing just like that from reality. The city was eaten piece by piece, the land peeled away layer by layer. The entire planet was like a tiny candy being continuously licked by an unnameable tongue. He felt an unprecedented fear and helplessness. In the face of such an existence, any resistance seemed so insignificant. Even his most powerful magic and most exquisite sword skills were no more effective than an ant trying to shake a tree before such an existence. When the earth was licked down to its core, the enormous mouth that transcended all dimensions finally revealed itself completely. It seemed to exist simultaneously in countless dimensions, with each perspective showing a completely different form. Ron, along with the Earth's remnants, was swallowed into that mouth. An indescribable terror overwhelmed him. He felt the Earth, along with himself, being slowly and meticulously chewed. It was a total disintegration, with every atom, every proton, and every quark being split, absorbed, assimilated. The sound of crunching echoed in Ron's consciousness. He could hear the final struggles of every life, the final dissipation of every form of matter, the last dispersal of every piece of energy. The pain became unprecedentedly clear. It was a deeper essence of tearing than mere physical pain, like a soul being dissolved bit by bit, consciousness being dismantled inch by inch. No, this was not an illusion, but a more complex existence, a possibility, a prelude, a warning. The devourer was showing him the process of a planet being devoured, but the purpose was not to intimidate, but rather some incomprehensible teaching. Like a teacher demonstrating an experiment to a student, the devourer was conveying some sort of message to Ron in the most direct way. This pain went beyond Ron's limits of endurance, almost annihilating his consciousness entirely. At this desperate moment, the special talent and skills within Ron's body suddenly activated. The traits of dual soul began to function, dispersing the tearing pain between two souls. The sun's protection formed a faint layer of protection on the level of consciousness. Although it was difficult to withstand such a level of attack, it could at least slow down the disintegration of his soul. The most surprising thing is the manifestation of the eternal engraving trait. Although the flowing shield wall cannot form in this pure consciousness space, this trait has penetrated deep into Ron's soul, becoming part of his spiritual structure. On a conscious level, spiritual barriers formed spontaneously like fluid. Each one carried the trait of eternal engraving, capable of remembering and adapting to attack patterns, continuously evolving more effective defense strategies. Initially, these barriers could hardly resist the power of the devourer. But with continuous impact and adaptation, they gradually became more resilient and flexible, forming a constantly self-improving defense system. At the same time, the effect of Star-Dew Morning Glow further manifested. The energy components in the potion seemed to resonate with fragments of the devourer's will, enabling Ron to more readily receive and parse the information that should have driven him mad. Multiple talents and skill traits formed a tenacious protective net at this moment. Although it couldn't completely withstand the impact of the devourer, it at least gave Ron a chance to breathe and think. After the trial of spiritual power came to an end, he felt a more profound change. The energy fluctuations in the void became more subtle and precise, no longer a large-scale impact, but precisely acting on his soul's structure. The sensation felt as if an invisible hand was trying to unbutton his clothes, cautiously yet irresistibly dismantling his soul. The pain far exceeded the limits of physical sensation. Ron let out a silent scream, sensing his existence crumbling. If completely separated, not only would he fail to break through, but it might also lead to the collapse of his entire consciousness. At this critical moment, memory fragment suddenly surfaced. It was the scene when the Chimera Bloodline was activated. When he defeated that scarred monster, he gained the ability of Bloodline duplication. Duplication, assimilation, fusion. These keywords flashed in Ron's consciousness, bringing a moment of inspiration. He attempted to introduce the traits of the Chimera Bloodline into the spiritual plane, not merely duplicating or assimilating, but truly fusing. Ron no longer resisted the ripping sensation, but followed its direction, proactively temporarily separating the two souls. Yet in separating, he utilized the Chimera Bloodline's traits to maintain a sort of resonance between the two souls, like two different facets of the same individual. Ron was amazed to find that after their brief separation, his two souls did not weaken like usual souls, but rather each maintained a considerable degree of integrity and power. It was as if a complete being was temporarily divided into two facets, but each facet inherited most of the whole's traits. Spiritual power has reached its limit. Special talent, dual soul, has unlocked a new ability, double casting. Is this the true power of dual soul? Ron suddenly understood. It's not just a simple overlay of two souls, but a deeper coexisting relationship, making the whole far exceed the sum of its parts. As the fusion deepened, Ron felt an unprecedented power surging within him. An incredibly bright light burst from the depths of his soul, instantly illuminating the entire consciousness space. In this light, Ron saw the entirety of his spiritual world. It was a complex and intricate structure, woven from countless energy lines, each line containing a specific function and meaning. In the center of this structure, a giant portal slowly opened. That was the legendary Gate of Wisdom, a path to the realm of an official wizard. His spiritual power was undergoing a qualitative transformation, not just a growth in quantity, but a metamorphosis in essence. When the last wave of energy fluctuation gradually subsided, Ron felt that his spiritual power had undergone a certain qualitative change. The change was very subtle, yet incredibly profound. It was like a rough stone polished into a glittering gem. Meanwhile, he felt something deep within his soul had been completely altered. An unprecedented sensory ability awakened within Ron. It's as if someone had opened a brand new window for him, allowing him to directly perceive the power of the starry sky. Star Eater's Ravings Trait Advancement. Endowment Right Star Projection 1. As long as you are under the starlight, you can absorb the star's radiance, continuously increasing your magic power limit 2. You will gain additional benefits under specific celestial phenomena, of course. The various prompts that followed announced that the transformative changes on breaking through to an official wizard were far from over. The lecture hall of the Crystal Tower is more magnificent than that of the Black Mist School. The towering dome, composed of countless tiny crystal fragments, refracted dazzling light under sunshine. The seats were arranged at precisely calculated angles, ensuring each apprentice had a clear view of the central demonstration platform. The entire classroom was enveloped by a subtle energy field, making sound transmission within it more accurate. Even apprentices sitting in the last row could clearly hear every word from the master. Today's elemental counter theory concludes here. Remember to complete the post-class test. The master, dressed in a silver-gray robe, leisurely put away his lecture notes, his gaze sweeping over all the apprentices. Next week, we will explore the advanced applications of elemental fusion. Trish closed her notebook, satisfied as she looked over the densely recorded contents. Compared to the Black Mist School, the courses at the Crystal Tower are not only more systematic, but also cover a wider and deeper range of fields. Public classes are offered almost every week, and the required magic stone fragments are astonishingly few. At the Black Mist School, attending such a class would require at least 5 magic stone fragments as tuition. But here, only 2 are required, and some special public classes are completely free. The resource gap is truly worlds apart, Trish sighed softly. Leaving the lecture hall, she followed the crystal corridor bridge back to her residence. The bridge is made of transparent crystal, hovering in mid-air, with tiered towers and gardens beneath her feet and rolling mountains and lakes in the distance. After being here for several months, she has gradually adapted to the rhythm and rules of the Crystal Tower, yet the grandeur and wealth here still often astonish her. As she passed by the central square, Trish's gaze was drawn to the enormous floating screen in the sky. That is the candidate wizard ranking list of the Crystal Tower, updated daily. Unlike the Black Mist School, the ranking system at the Crystal Tower is more open and motivating. Once in the top 10, one can apply for the key magic potion to attempt a breakthrough without having to wait for the 10-year judgment. Wind listener Elliot Wandell ranked 8th. Looking at this name, Trish couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Despite Elliot's poor performance at the Bloodline altar, he still remained in the top 10 upon his return. It is said that before, he even held the 5th position steadily for a time. If it weren't for that failure at the Bloodline altar, he might have already applied for a breakthrough, Trish murmured to herself. In comparison, her name ranked in the 30s. For someone who has just recently advanced to the rank of an advanced apprentice, this is already quite a good achievement, but there is still a long way to go before reaching the top 10. If Ron were here. This thought flashed through her mind, and she shook her head slightly. Ron Ralph, the genius whose growth speed is almost incomprehensible. If he came to the Crystal Tower, it wouldn't take long for him to rise to the forefront. After all, even in a place as resource-poor as the Black Mist School, he quickly ascended to a high-ranking position in the list. In such a resource-rich environment, his progress would only be faster. With these thoughts, Trish returned to her residence. It was a luxury suite located on the 32nd floor of the West Tower, smaller compared to the standalone cottages found in the Black Mist jungle. However, the facilities are more complete, especially the central practice ground, which is equipped with a full energy regulation system capable of simulating the flow of magic power in different environments as needed. Today's meditation plan. Corina hadn't returned yet, so Trish opened her schedule, preparing to start her afternoon cultivation. Her master, being at the peak of Dawnstar, holds a certain status within the Crystal Tower. Therefore, she benefited from a more favorable learning environment compared to other ordinary apprentices. But for the bloodline heirs of the Great Wizard clan and even the Crown clan, this environment is nothing out of the ordinary. She knows clearly that only by constantly improving herself can she stand firm in this highly competitive environment. As Trish prepared to sit on the meditation mat, a small object in the corner of the room suddenly emitted a strange glow. It is a palm-sized crystal ball, originally transparent as water, now gradually condensing into a silver-white glow, and starting to slowly rotate. Trish widened her eyes, almost unable to believe what she saw. This was the magic resonance ball she and Ron had agreed upon. Once someone becomes an official wizard, the ball will automatically sense the changes in the person's magic power and react. Her heartbeat accelerated, a complex emotion difficult to describe surged in her chest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Ron have been promoted so quickly? Trish approached the ball and carefully touched it. The surface of the ball emanated a subtle energy. Fluctuation, a purity she had never felt before, like starlight converging into a river. Upon contact, her fingertips felt a tingling sensation, as if countless tiny currents passed through her skin to her soul. According to the procedures of the key potion, how could he possibly? Trish murmured, starting to sift through the strict rules of the crystal tower in her mind. Every candidate wizard applying for the key potion must first submit an application, accompanied by a mentor's recommendation letter and a sequence assessment committee's evaluation report. Then follows a 3-month background check, ensuring the applicant has no adverse records or potential risks. After initial screening, the applicant must attend a formal evaluation meeting, interviewed and tested on site by a committee consisting of at least 3 Moonlight wizards and 1 Dark Sun wizard. Only after passing through layers of scrutiny can they gain the exceedingly precious privilege of using the key potion. Moreover, once any candidate wizard gains the right to use the key potion, this information will be communicated to all major schools through special channels. If Ron had applied for the key potion to prepare for a breakthrough, there's no way the master wouldn't have told me. Trish pressed her fingertips tightly against the crystal ball, her brows furrowed deeply. Corina, with her intricate network of connections within the crystal tower, would always obtain such crucial information immediately. She would never let her student remain unaware of such key intelligence, especially when it involved someone Trish once cared about. Unless... Trish's heartbeat nearly halted for a moment. A bold speculation swiftly formed in her mind. Unless he didn't follow the conventional methods at all. Her thoughts returned to the ancient records she had seen in the archives of the Crystal Tower, describing a dangerous path, almost discarded path of truth. An archaic method that bypassed the key potion, directly achieving breakthrough through spiritual power metamorphosis. Path of truth. Trish's voice was almost inaudible, and she felt a chill run up her spine as she uttered the words. She remembered a cautionary case her mentor had once used to warn her, a tragedy that occurred 20 years ago. The first in sequence within the Crystal Tower Greenwater, possessing Anchor of the Heart and Frost Affinity, 2 second-tier special talents, was hailed as a century-rare prodigy. He attempted the path of truth and ultimately failed. It was not a simple failure, but a catastrophic collapse. Greenwater's spiritual world completely disintegrated, leaving him a hollow shell lying in bed, needing assistance even for the most basic eating. 20 years have passed, and he remains quietly in the special ward of the Crystal Tower Infirmary, showing no signs of awakening. Trish's fingers trembled involuntarily. The last recorded successful promotion through the path of truth dates back to 187 years ago, and that individual is now the current Tower Master of the Crystal Tower. His achievement, taking just over 100 years to break through as a great wizard, stunned the entire Ring Abyss continent group. But that was an exception, an extreme exception. Trish bit her lip, her heart swirling with worry for Ron and a slight jealousy she didn't want to acknowledge. It said that the successful one had 3 special talents, ranking among all geniuses of the ages. Yet the crystal ball before her silently announced a fact: Ron had indeed succeeded. He not only attempted the path of truth, but successfully completed the promotion, becoming a true official wizard. Madman, Trish murmured, uncertain whether she was condemning or admiring. A true madman. On one hand, she felt an admiration for Ron's courage and achievements, a genuine respect. On the other hand, she couldn't suppress her jealousy and bitterness. They were of the same age, her talent was not poor. Yet she had already been left far behind. If we meet again, it's likely we'll be people from 2 different worlds. Trish sighed softly, her eyes slightly warm. The gap between official wizards and apprentices isn't just about power, it's also a vast difference in status and perspective. In the world of wizards, there exists an insurmountable chasm between 2 major tiers. even though she has already gained some mentor's attention in the Crystal Tower, and might earn the right to use the key potion in 2 or 3 more years. But by then, Ron may have already stabilized at Morning Star level, and could be advancing to even higher levels. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a silver-haired witch elegantly walked in. She removed the mask from her face, exhaling with a slight sense of relaxation. Corina casually kicked off her boots and lazily leaned against the sofa. The distortion marks on her face seemed to have improved considerably. "Trish, I have an external mission in a month and need you to accompany me." The brown-haired girl paused her movement of arranging her mentor's boots upon hearing T. His looking over with some doubt in her eyes. "We need to go to the Abyss Edge to gather some rare materials. Are you ready?" Abyss. Trish was slightly startled, then respectfully nodded, "Yes, master." She struggled to control her voice, trying not to let her inner turmoil show. Corina's gaze passed over Trish and landed on the shimmering crystal ball on the table. She seemed to stare for a few seconds, the corners of her mouth twitching imperceptibly, as if she understood something but she didn't ask. "You must prepare thoroughly. The environment at the Abyss Edge is more dangerous than you imagine." Corina added, with a hint of concern in her tone for the first time, "Don't let your thoughts cloud your judgment." Trish was startled internally, unsure if the master noticed her emotional fluctuations, but she obediently bowed her head. "I will prepare with all my strength, master." After Corina left barefoot, the brown-haired girl turned her gaze back to the crystal ball, feeling a mix of emotions. The crystal ball continued to shimmer, its silvery white glow pure and bright like the stars. "Ron, you really won this wager," she murmured softly, her fingertips brushing the surface of the crystal ball again. "An extraordinary achievement. I might never catch up to you in this lifetime." Trish took a deep breath, straightening her back. She had no time to wallow in complex emotions. The next goal was clear before her. She must also become an official wizard, no matter the effort required. Then the girl closed her eyes and began her meditation of the day. Radiant green light slowly emerged from her, outlining a delicate energy field. Ron slowly opened his eyes, returning from deep meditation to the real world. The star ring convergence was nearing its end. The sky was about to return to calm, only a few dim stars still twinkling. A sliver of morning light rose from the distant horizon, wrapping the black mist jungle in a golden veil. Spiritual transformation complete. Successfully appointed. Official wizard Japanese symbol primordial 3 stars. Basic attributes enhancement. Spiritual power 4.9 right arrow 5.3 plus 0.4. Constitution 3.2 right arrow 3.4 plus 0.2. Magic power 3.1 right arrow 3.8 plus 0.7. 1. Received origin circuit, simplifying and improving the efficiency of spiritual power flow, greatly enhancing magic power utilization. 2. Magic radiation field around the body will enhance magic effects to some degree. 3. Increased magic construction speed, while more magic power can be consumed to enhance destructiveness. Skills unlocked, radiation field super magic techniques. Spiritual power breakthrough 5.0, spiritual interference, right spiritual shock, congratulations. Path of truth advancement successful. He could feel that both his body and spirit had undergone a qualitative transformation. That feeling as if someone who had only used their right eye to observe the world their entire life suddenly opened their left eye as well, making the world 3-dimensional and clear. Everything was so different, colors more vivid, sounds clearer, smells more intense. Even the minuscule magic particles in the air were discernible. Ron murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. Even though the panel had long confirmed it, he still found it hard to believe he had accomplished this nearly impossible feat, advancing to an official wizard through the path of truth. He extended his hand, gazing at his slender fingers as if they belonged to a stranger. Every cell in his body was celebrating, each vein pulsed with life, every thread of spiritual power sang. An unprecedented sense of fusion and completeness filled him, as if all the fragments had finally found their correct places, forming a perfect picture. Especially the meditation technique trait from the Devourer, star projection, which gave him an unparalleled sense of connection was as if a bridge had been built between him and the starry sky, allowing him to directly draw power from the stars. Ron looked up at the sky, feeling the star projection was in an active state due to the ongoing end of the star ring convergence. Inside him seemed a microcosm, countless specks of starlight flowing in his blood, constantly replenishing him with pure magic power. As his gaze fell on the position of the hermit star, a unique energy fluctuation emanated from that seemingly bright, yet unimaginably distant celestial body, piercing through the atmospheric barrier, directly pouring into his body. This energy was cold and pure, as clear as mountain snow, making his mind exceptionally sharp and clear. The speed of his thoughts at least doubled, understanding complex concepts became exceptionally easy. So this is the energy trait of the hermit star. Ron thought to himself, filled with new awe for this ancient celestial body. And even more mysterious was the influence of the Abyss star cluster. When his gaze turned to that purple-black nebula region, a distinctly different energy entered his body. This energy was chilling and aggressive, like a sharp black blade, cutting through the flow paths of magic power, reshaping the energy structure. Ron could feel that his destructive magic skills had significantly enhanced, as if blessed by some ancient presence. The Abyss star cluster enhances the effectiveness of destructive magic, but also brings a certain mental pressure. Ron analyzed, feeling a slight tingling at the edges of his thoughts, clearly indicating that this energy was both an offering and a test. But what amazed Ron the most was that these two vastly different and even somewhat opposing stellar energies, in his body, they not only did not conflict, but rather formed a wondrous balance, jointly nurturing his freshly evolved form as an official wizard. The core of star projection lies in balance and choice. Ron suddenly realized, it's not about passively accepting all the power of the stars, but actively selecting, guiding, and integrating those powers. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, not just because he had successfully advanced, but because he finally truly understood the essence of this meditation technique's trait. It is not simply a tool for energy absorption, but a way of deep dialogue with the universe. Ron stood up, feeling the new energy flowing within him. Compared to the narrow and limited magic pool of his apprentice days, he now felt as if he possessed an ocean. Magic power was no longer a rare resource to be used. Cautiously, it had transformed into a river of power flowing continuously. He raised his palm, and a sphere of extremely pure brilliance gathered in his hand. It was not the slightly turbid energy from before, but something nearly transparent, like liquid crystal. The ball of light danced at his fingertips, warm yet not scorching, bright yet not dazzling, displaying a perfect precision of control. The elemental affinity has improved by at least 2 grades. Ron silently assessed, feeling both amazed and expectant. This means the effectiveness of the Ring of Brilliance will be greatly enhanced. He began to try out the new traits he gained after the advancement. First was the Origin Circuit, a trait that had an intriguing synergistic effect with his Bloodline Knight profession. Detected professional synergy, Bloodline Knight 2 stars plus Wizard Original 3 stars. Gained additional synergy bonuses. 1. Increased efficiency of Bloodline energy flow. 2. Extended duration of the Boiling Blood skill. 3. Reduced side effects of Bloodline skills. With a thought, Ron activated the Boiling Blood skill. Instantly, a flow of heat erupted from his heart, spreading throughout his body along his veins. But unlike before, this energy did not simply rampage within his body as usual. Instead, it circulated along the optimal path, like a well-trained dancer with each step precise. Ron could clearly sense that the Origin Circuit changed the way energy flowed within him, creating an unprecedentedly efficient energy utilization mode. After activating Boiling Blood, his strength at least doubled, with a longer duration and fewer side effects. This feeling, Ron clenched his fist, sensing the power contained in his muscles. A pure sense of strength filled his entire being. It's as if every inch of his body, every muscle fiber, every vein, even every cell has been reforged to operate at its best state. He attempted a light leap forward, and his body immediately leaped 5 meters ahead with astonishing speed, landing almost silently. Ron was secretly delighted. This enhancement was not only reflected in strength, but also in agility and coordination, which had made a qualitative leap. Perfect synergy with the Bloodline Knight. Ron assessed in his mind, this also means a significant enhancement in comprehensive combat capabilities. Next, he attempted to control the trait called radiation field. Initially, he did not deliberately control this radiation, letting it naturally manifest. Faint energy field formed automatically around his body, about 5 meters in diameter, presenting a semi-transparent iris hue. Ron noticed that this radiation seemed harmless to plants and even had a nourishing effect. A few potted plants in the workshop became greener and bloomed slightly upon contact with this radiation. However, at the same time, some precision instruments began to emit abnormal humming, particularly the alchemy equipment in the corner, where the liquid inside even started to boil slowly. I need to learn to control this radiation. Ron decided in his mind and began to try to contain this energy field. Relying on years of spiritual power training and the newly obtained origin circuit, he quickly mastered the technique for controlling the radiation range. By adjusting the output and intensity of spiritual power, he was able to expand the radiation field up to a range of 20 meters, or shrink it to cover only himself as needed. This radiation field combined with the Bloodline modifier skills. Detected professional synergy, Bloodline modifier 2 stars plus Wizard original 3 stars. Gained additional synergy bonuses. 1. Increased success rate of Bloodline modulation. 2. Enhanced affinity of the radiation field to biological tissues. 3. Ability to perform more subtle control of Bloodline energy. He recalled the difficulties he previously encountered when modulating the Bloodline for Dale and Alan, where those subtle energy fluctuations required extremely precise control to achieve the ideal effect. Now the radiation field was able to precisely control the energy flow in the surrounding environment, providing a perfect backdrop for various delicate operations. Whether it was the proportions in alchemy or the purification in magic potion making, all could greatly benefit from it. This is the wonder of professional synergy. Ron exclaimed, every newly acquired ability does not exist in isolation, but can form a unique synergy with existing skills. But what intrigued him the most at this moment was the spiritual shock trait. He walked to a corner of the laboratory, where several laboratory mice were enclosed behind a transparent barrier. These little creatures were leisurely nibbling on food in the cage, oblivious to their impending fate. Ron condensed a wisp of spiritual power into a spike, projecting it toward one of the mice. He cautiously controlled the power output, not wanting to cause unnecessary damage. There was no sound, no light effect, yet the mouse's head burst open in an instant, scattering red and white matter all over the inner wall of the glass barrier. The remaining white mice, frightened, scurried wildly inside the cage, emitting sharp squeaks. Ron's brow furrowed slightly. This level of precision far exceeded his expectations. He originally intended to cause a certain degree of spiritual interference, but inadvertently ended up destroying the target's brain. Obviously, the destructive power of this ability is more terrifying than imagined. Spiritual shock further combined with sound wave vibration. A dangerous thought flashed through Ron's mind. In theory, it could create an extremely terrifying attack method, continuously amplifying power through the terrifying echo, triggering a spiritual explosion inside the target. This attack method is almost indefensible, as it bypasses most conventional defenses and directly targets the soul and spirit itself. At this moment, at an observation point about 300 meters from Ron's workshop, Uni and Hayek sat rigidly in place, their expressions changing from surprise to disbelief, finally freezing in a state of near-ecstatic trance. Uni murmured, her purple eyes enlarged due to excessive excitement, the depths of her pupils shimmering with an unusual light. Simply unimaginable. Indescribable. Her fingers involuntarily trembled. Those hands that had long wielded a magic wand, now losing control like a novice. A pureness suffocating like grace, spread out like a tide, washing away the spiritual contamination accumulated by the two official wizards over the years. Uni could feel the grime that had accumulated in the depths of her soul, being stripped away by this pure power layer by layer, like the spring breeze melting winter's snow. Deep within her soul, there was even a near painful euphoria, like pores blocked for years finally being completely cleared. Never before. Never experienced before. Uni whispered softly, her voice filled with uncontainable satisfaction. She was an elegant and restrained female witch, rarely exhibiting such intense emotional fluctuations. But at this moment, her defenses completely collapsed, leaving only the most instinctive reactions. Hayek took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with irrepressible fervor. As an old wizard who had practiced for hundreds of years, he was long accustomed to restraint and calm. Any emotional fluctuations was seen as a weakness, carefully hidden beneath a surface of calm. But at this moment, the expression of being overwhelmed by joy, without reservation, appeared on his weathered face. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted, and even his eyes became a bit moist, a reaction he hadn't had in decades. I can feel that with just this feedback, at least 20 years of pollution has been completely wiped away. Hayek spoke in a low voice, his voice almost trembling. It's like someone placed an ice demon crystal in magma. All the haze instantly evaporated, leaving only pure freshness. He breathed deeply, as if savoring the long-absent sweet air. This purity even surpasses the cases documented. His fingers gently stroked his forehead. Where once resided a shadow, the hard to dissipate black spot of spiritual contamination formed from years of meditation. But now Hayek could feel that shadow rapidly receding, like a mist meeting the morning light. Uni nodded as well. She was younger than Hayek, with relatively less accumulated pollution. But the feeling at this moment was equally shocking. As being one of Ron's teaching masters, what she taught far exceeded those few brief consultations Hayek had. The feeling of being thoroughly cleansed was like soaking in a pool of clear spring water. Every cell was rejoicing. Every strand of spiritual power became unprecedentedly active and pure. Primordial Wizard. She softly repeated the title, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion difficult to express. Within it was envy, admiration, and a subtle hint of worry. If such a level of grace continues to flow, even dark sun-level wizards or even great wizards would contend for it, wouldn't they? Her thoughts drifted to the powerful figures of the Crystal Tower. If they learned that a true primordial wizard had emerged in this remote place of the Black Mist School, they would probably immediately dispatch emissaries, or personally come to greet. The courtesy and respect on the surface hid their greed and desire for control over such a rare resource. Hayek's expression became serious, as if he could see through Uni's thoughts. Indeed, that's precisely what I'm worried about. Once the news spreads, Ron might become the target of competition among various forces. His gaze turned towards Ron's workshop, his mind churning. This young man's potential far exceeded his expectations. Advancing through the path of truth was already astonishing. Generating such pure grace was unprecedented. For him, this is both a blessing and a curse. Uni sighed, her violet eyes revealing a rare tenderness. The pure grace will bring him protection, but it will also attract covetousness. The moment he became a primordial wizard, he was already destined to forego an ordinary life. She recalled those primordial wizards in history, whose fates were mostly far from peaceful. Either wooed by various forces, ultimately dependent on a large organization, or choosing independence but needing to face countless covetous challengers, living in perpetual vigilance and defense. In any case, we should arrange a formal meeting as soon as possible. Hayek stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, a small gesture showing he had regained his usual calmness and restraint. The wizard qualification needs to be resolved quickly, as it is both an acknowledgement and a safeguard of his identity. Uni nodded in agreement, and then their figures gradually faded in the morning light, leaving only a faint trace of magical energy, which quickly merged into the morning breeze of the Black Mist jungle. At this moment, Ron was still testing the effects of the super magic techniques. Ron first constructed a standard flowing shield wall in the conventional manner. Then he invoked the super magic techniques, beginning to amplify and fine-tune the shield wall. Spiritual power flowed in an entirely new way, like a seasoned craftsman intricately carving his masterpiece. Ron could precisely control the flow and density of every bit of magic, making the shield wall's structure more complex and stronger. The energy patterns on its surface also became finer. and more intricate, forming a beehive-like structure that not only increased overall strength, but also improved energy efficiency. When he used the strongest sound wave vibration to attack the shield wall, an astonishing scene occurred. The shield wall remained almost unscathed, not even raising a ripple. The attack energy was not simply rebounded, but was absorbed and decomposed by the shield wall, then redistributed throughout the entire structure, further enhancing its defensive power. This is simply unbelievable, Ron murmured to himself, his heart filled with shock. Previously, constructing such a defense required a significant amount of spiritual power. But now it could be completed with a mere thought. The effect far surpassed before, with the defensive capability increased by at least several times. His thoughts turned to attack magic. If the super magic techniques could have such a significant amplifying effect on defense magic, then when used for attack, the power might reach an alarming level. But thinking of the destruction that sound wave vibration, or ring of brilliance, might cause under the enhancement of super magic techniques, he could only decide to temporarily refrain from conducting such dangerous experiments inside the workshop. Ron looked down at his own hands, feeling the power quivering at his fingertips. In the past, he needed various mediums to precisely control magic, but now he could shape energy at will with just his thoughts. The magic obeyed his command, flowing like water, allowing him to guide it in any direction. This feeling was both intoxicating and frightening. Ron took a deep breath, feeling every cell in his body absorbing the power from the starry sky. The effect of star projection was far stronger than imagined, and even standing still, his magic was slowly restoring and surpassing its original limit at a visible speed. This growth seemed slow but was continuous. Ron estimated that maintaining this speed every day could increase his magic limit by at least 2 or 3/10 after a month. This growth rate was considered quite remarkable among official wizards. Watching the sky gradually brighten outside the window, Ron knew he must quickly adapt to this new state of power. Whether for control or further exploration of potential, a lot of practice and exploration would be needed. Becoming an official wizard is just the beginning of my great journey. Ron smiled slightly, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The top floor of the central tower was the council chamber of the Black Mist School. The towering vaulted ceiling was painted with a complex star chart, accurately reproducing all the major stars and constellations observable from the ring Abyss continent group. The blue flames leaping in the fireplace cast a mysterious halo over the entire space. The flames were not burning ordinary wood, but a type of extraordinary plant known as spirit wood. It could cleanse the energy fluctuations in the room, clarifying thoughts, and preventing any outside interference and spiritual contamination. Sitting by the table were 2 important masters of the Black Mist School, Hayek and Uni, along with an elderly man with a weathered face, Magnus. Magnus was a semi-retired master of magical potions of the Black Mist School, rarely appearing in public and spending most of his time conducting research in his secluded residence. But today he made an exception to attend this special meeting, with a tint of expectation in his eyes. Magnus suddenly spoke, his eyes half closed but his nostrils flared slightly, as if he could sense the approaching presence through smell. This child, no Ron Wizard's aura, has already undergone a qualitative change. The sound of light footsteps came from outside the door, and without any servant's announcement, Ron entered directly. As soon as he stepped into the council chamber, Ron sensed the pressure emanating from the 3 official wizards. It wasn't a deliberate intimidation, but rather the natural result of the energy within them, similar to how sunlight naturally radiates from the sun's surface. During his apprentice days, he might have found this pressure suffocating, even impairing his ability to think clearly. But now Ron only slightly frowned, then quickly adapted to the energy field, like a person squinting briefly upon stepping from indoors to the sunlight. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Hayek was the first to break the silence, gazing intently at Ron, both surprised and appreciative. You have indeed completed the promotion. Ron nodded slightly, his expression as calm as a still water surface. Yes, Deputy Dean. His voice was heavier and more stable than before, carrying a sense of inner strength, as if every word bore weight. This is the natural manifestation after the qualitative. change of spiritual power, requiring no deliberate effort. Yet it allows the listener to sense an invisible majesty. There's no need to call me that anymore. Hayek waved his hand, his tone becoming relaxed, and even a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. From now on, we are already beings of the same level, just call me by my name. Judging from his tone, these words were not mere courtesy. Ron's heart moved slightly. These words may seem simple, but they represent an important sense of ceremony in the wizard world, acknowledging that he has officially stepped into the ranks of wizards. He has been granted equal recognition in terms of status and courtesy, which is a silent respect. So, Senior Hayek, I want to know why I was summoned here. Ron got straight to the point, his gaze sweeping over every wizard present. Finally, his eyes paused on a familiar elderly man, with a hint of doubt flashing in them. Magnus noticed Ron's gaze and nodded slightly in greeting. Ron Wizard, it's been a long time. Although his voice was hoarse, it carried a reassuring gentleness. I came today solely to witness the official rise of a genius. Ron felt the goodwill emanating from the old man, and he slightly bowed in return. It's an honor to meet you again, Master Magnus. After our last gathering, I seriously studied your essentials of medicinal herbs and benefited greatly from it. A flash of surprise crossed Magnus's eyes, followed by heartfelt joy. As a scholar, the greatest recognition is having one's work seriously studied and applied by the younger generation. He nodded, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out with a smile. The young have good taste. Although that book is not systematic enough, it indeed contains my years of practical experience. Then, congratulations on your successful promotion to official wizard. Uni nodded towards Hayek beside H. And was the first to speak. Achieving promotion through the path of truth is a rare feat, especially for a wizard of your age. It can be described as world-shaking. Her tone was filled with admiration, with a hint of scarcely noticeable reverence. As a wizard who had traversed the traditional path, Uni deeply understood the dangers and difficulties of the path of truth. To successfully break through, one not only requires extremely high talent, but also extraordinary spiritual power and willpower. Ron replied succinctly, while secretly observing the expressions and energy fluctuations of the three wizards. He could feel that the three of them possessed similar energy. Characteristics was a sense of freshness after purification, like having undergone a thorough baptism. This characteristic was very similar to the blessing he had generated, clearly indicating that the pure energy he released upon breaking through had already affected these official wizards. It seems my suspicions are correct. Ron realized this in his heart, but showed no trace on his face. This influence was both an advantage and could possibly bring a certain degree of risk, as overly powerful blessings would undoubtedly attract more attention. We summoned you here for several purposes. Firstly, it is necessary to officially record your promotion. According to the traditions of the wizard world, every newly promoted official wizard needs to confirm their identity in front of 3 or more witnesses. He waved his hand, and a roll of parchment floated out from the cupboard by the desk, hovering in front of Ron. The surface of the parchment emitted a faint glow, with the edges adorned with intricate runes, each rune flickering slightly, as if containing some special power. Certification from the Wizard General Record. Ron immediately recognized this special document, an important certificate of official wizard status. Recording my name, advancement path and date. Precisely so. Magnus nodded, a hint of solemnity appearing on his wrinkled face. This is not a binding contract, but a form of witness and honor. After signing, your name will be recorded in the Wizard General Record, officially recognized as an official wizard by the Ring Abyss Continent Group. No matter where you go, you will receive the corresponding respect and rights. Ron's gaze swept over the contents of the parchment, while quietly activating extraordinary recognition, carefully examining each line of text and any potentially hidden magic structures beneath them. After his promotion to official wizard, the effect of this skill had also significantly improved, allowing him to capture subtle energy fluctuations and hidden runes that might have been previously overlooked. Every word in the contract flickered with a faint golden light, but Ron did not discover any mandatory or restrictive clauses. This document, as Magnus mentioned, merely recorded his basic information and advancement method, with no hidden traps or constraints. I can sign it. Ron nodded but did not immediately take action. Is there anything else? Hayek exchanged a glance with Uni and Magnus, then spoke sternly. We wish to know what your future intentions are. Ron raised an eyebrow slightly. Sorry, that doesn't seem relevant to the certification. His tone was calm, but his gaze carried a hint of caution. As a newly promoted official wizard, he instinctively maintained vigilance against any inquiry that might restrict freedom. Indeed, it is unrelated, Hayek candidly admitted, a flicker of understanding passing through his cloudy eyes. But as a member of the Black Mist School, we hope to understand the future direction of an official wizard emerging from our school. Isn't that reasonable? Hayek's mind was far more complex than his surface calm suggested. The vice dean. He naturally hoped that a genius like Ron would continue to stay at the Black Mist School, adding brilliance and strength to the school. But at the same time, he clearly understood that the resources and environment at the Black Mist School indeed could not meet the growth needs of a primordial wizard. Ron thought briefly and decided to speak the truth. I plan to first visit my mentor, Lady Allen, then head to my homeland, the Farah Kingdom, to handle some personal affairs. My ultimate destination is the Central Land. His voice was calm and firm, without any hesitation or concealment. He had contemplated this plan for a long time, and every step had been thoroughly considered. Lady Allen was not only his guide on the path of truth, but also one of his most important contacts at the Black Mist School. The affairs of the kingdom were related to the foundation of the family and the Bloodline Night Path. And the Central Land was a place any aspiring wizard must go through. The Central Land, Uni softly repeated, a mix of emotions flashing in her eyes. Indeed, it is more suitable for talents like you. Magnus also nodded slightly, his long white beard gently swaying with his motion. With your talent and the achievements you've already shown, the Black Mist School indeed has some limitations. The old man's tone carried a tinge of nostalgia, perhaps remembering his own experiences and choices in his youth. Hayek did not immediately express his stance but quietly observed Ron, his gaze deep like an ancient well, as if assessing something. You have probably guessed, primordial wizards promoted through the path of truth will receive special attention in the Central Land. Attention, Ron sharply caught the deeper meaning behind the word. In the wizard world, attention often meant both opportunities and risks. Yes, attention, Hayek affirmed, his tone becoming more serious. Whether positive or negative, the rarity and uniqueness of a primordial wizard are bound to attract the eyes of various powers. Some schools and organizations will try to win you over with enticing offers, others might see you as a potential threat. A trace of concern flashed in the old man's eyes, earnestly advising like an elder. The wizard community in the Central Land is more complicated and dangerous than you imagine, especially for a rare resource like you. Ron's heart stirred, as if he understood something. It was like having an inexhaustible oasis in the desert, naturally attracting countless covetous eyes. I will act with caution, Ron calmly responded. Hayek nodded thoughtfully, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You have always been a very smart young man. It seems we old folks don't need to nag anymore. Having said that, he stepped aside, leaving Ron alone to face the floating scroll of parchment, the implication crystal clear. Ron slightly nodded without saying more. He moved towards the floating golden parchment and infused it with magic power. Magic power imprinted with his personal mark was quickly absorbed by the parchment, eventually transforming into a line of shimmering golden text. Promoted to official wizard, primordial via the path of truth. Time, 4th era, year 3721. At the moment the writing formed, a subtle energy fluctuation spread from the parchment, seemingly sending a message to some distant existence. Ron could feel an invisible force through this contract, transmitting his name and identity into the core archives of the wizard world. The contract is complete, witnesses sign. Hayek softly said, then signed his name on the parchment, followed closely by Uni and Magnus. When all three signatures were complete, the parchment automatically rolled up, a flash of golden light, and it disappeared into the air, as if it had never existed. This mysterious phenomenon reminded Ron of some ancient texts about the Wizard General Record. It was a special archive simultaneously existing in all major schools, recording the name and achievements of every official wizard. From now on, your name has been recorded in the Wizard General Record, Magnus explained, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. Wherever you are in the Ring Abyss Continent group, as long as your name and identity are mentioned, they will receive corresponding respect and acknowledgement. Ron could feel that some kind of invisible force had already established a connection with him. It was not a constraint, but a recognition, an acknowledgement from the entire wizard world. From today onwards, he was no longer an ordinary apprentice from a marginal school, but a recognized official, wizard by the entire wizard realm, a primordial wizard who advanced via the path of truth, destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Hayek and Uni each took out a small silver badge from their pockets and handed them to Ron. Each badge was engraved with a delicate personal emblem, one side bearing the mark of the school, and the other side displaying a unique combination of runes. "This is our magic communication badge," Hayek explained, a rare warmth in his eyes. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future or need any information, you can contact us through it. Though we're in the edge area, our knowledge and connections in certain fields might be of assistance to you." Ron took the two badges, sensing the complex structure contained within them. This was a one-time alchemy device that would automatically dissipate once stored behind his own magic emblem. This special communication method could transmit information over considerable distances, commonly used as a means of contact between official wizards and some advanced apprentices. Exchanging badges was not merely a communication method, but also a symbol of friendship and acknowledgement. "Thank you all for your witness and assistance." Ron performed a standard wizard salute, elegant and powerful. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Go ahead," Hayek nodded slightly, a meaningful look in his eyes. "I believe Alan can hardly wait to see you." Ron was slightly startled, then understood. His relationship with Lady Allen was no secret in the eyes of the school's upper echelons. Though Lady Allen was at the edge area, her former status and prowess were obviously still respected by these older wizards. Before turning to leave, Ron heard a soft whisper from Hayek behind him. "The Black Mist School will always welcome your return, Ralph, the official wizard." The door of the council chamber slowly closed behind him as Ron stood in the corridor, feeling the warmth of the morning light spilling through the stained glass onto him. Everything seemed refreshed, colors more vivid, sounds clearer, and the flow of energy more tangible. The first formal meeting, after becoming an official wizard, had concluded. Now it was time to meet the mysterious witch who guided him onto the path of truth. Ron's figure quietly disappeared along the corridor, leaving behind a faint energy fluctuation that soon dissipated in the morning air. The holy disk stood at the edge of the black mist jungle, sensing the rhythm of the throne seed within him. The blood-red bead seemed to have its own heartbeat, injecting a shiver-inducing power into his limbs with each throb. "The time has come," he murmured softly, the muscles on his distorted right side face writhing. Different-sized eyes blinked simultaneously, exhibiting a bizarre rhythm. After being sent nearby by the void spider Mags, he had been lurking around the school, cautiously observing for the best timing. Now he finally awaited that critical node. The holy disk took a deep breath, placing his palm gently on his chest, where the throne seed resided. An ancient and obscure spell slowly spilled from his mouth, sounding like shattered glass clashing against each other. As the words fell, an unprecedented power erupted from within. His body began to twist and deform, swelling to more than twice its original size. Veins bulged beneath his skin, displaying purple-black patterns, like some ancient runes etched upon a living being. His arms elongated and thickened, fingertips transforming into sharp bone blades. The skin on his back split open, giving rise to two pairs of bat-like wing membranes. His head was completely distorted, leaving no trace of humanity, resembling more a conglomerate of abyssal creatures. "Power, this is the Apostle's power." The holy disk emitted a low growl, filled with ecstatic delight. This moment felt even more wonderful than he imagined, like standing atop clouds overlooking the sky, or as if the master of the abyss was controlling the darkness. Now it's time to visit the Bloodline altar. He knew well that only in the state of possessing the Apostle's power could he possibly break through the protective array left by Valen. The search for Ron also required the connection of the Bloodline altar's node. Unfurling those malformed wing membranes, the holy disk soared into the air, slicing through the dawn sky, heading straight for the edge area of the Black Mist School. The air seemed to thin in front of him, as if space intentionally made way for him. This was the wondrous aspect of the Apostle's power. Even in the surface world, it could subtly invoke the influence of abyssal rules, granting the holy disk various unimaginable conveniences. In merely over 10 minutes, he arrived at the perimeter of the Bloodline altar control point. This area was covered by a semi-transparent array, flickering with complex runes and energy circuits. This was the reinforced protective measure that Valen left to ensure the abyssal energy within the altar would not leak out. The holy disk sneered, disdain flashing in his 7 eyes. A mere dark sun wizard seal. He raised his distorted right arm, no longer in the shape of a hand, but rather a malformed organ formed by 3 thick bone blades crossed together. Dark purple energy flowed over the surface of the bone blades, writhing slowly like a living entity. By the name of Lord Mags, I command you open. The bone blade suddenly plunged into the surface of the array, and in an instant, the entire protective layer shattered like glass. Numerous cracks spread from the point of contact in all directions, accompanied by the screech of energy fracturing. The entire array collapsed with a roar. Without any hesitation, the holy disk stepped across the now defunct boundary, heading straight for the control node of the Bloodline altar. With each step, he could feel the surrounding abyssal energy increasing. These energies were like long-lost friends, actively drawing closer to him, encircling him, forming a strange resonance. Bloodline altar, this imprisoned mini-abyss. The holy disk murmured softly, a near-pitying emotion in its voice. Today, I shall grant you freedom. Passing through several ruined corridors, he finally reached the core area of the control node, a vast circular space, where an ancient stone platform stood in the center, engraved with intricate runes and patterns. Surrounding the stone platform were 12 towering crystal pillars, each emitting a blood-red glow, reflecting the entire space in a hellish, bizarre manner. The most eye-catching feature was the huge red crystal suspended above the stone platform. That was the core of the control node, the key to sealing abyssal energy, established by the great wizard of Crystal Tower when transforming this small space. Complex energy patterns flowed over the crystal's surface, like some ancient and mysterious language, recording secrets unknown. Mutated eyes greedily stared at the crystal, tongue unconsciously licking cracked lips. At that moment, subtle magic fluctuation came from behind. The holy disk's lips curled into a cold grin. He did not turn around immediately, but exhaled gently, allowing the abyssal energy within him to retract slightly. No need to reveal all his power immediately. The Apostle's power is like precious nectar, each drop invaluable, used up one less. It seems the school's defenses are even tighter than I expected. The holy disk calculated in his mind. That old fox Sauron indeed remains vigilant at such a crucial moment. Intruder, state your purpose. Sauron's voice came from the entrance, steady and wary. The holy disk slowly turned, deliberately hiding his mutated right side in the shadows, revealing only the left half that retained human features. This half-hidden approach, more than a fully mutated image, was likely to confuse and intrigue the opponent. Sauron, long time no see. The holy disk's voice deliberately maintained a certain familiar tone, with a rhythm reminiscent of past encounters, yet subtly mixed with a hum unique to the abyss. You look more worn out than the last time we met. With the boost from the Apostle's power, he clearly sensed Sauron's energy fluctuation morning star level peak, strong but still far behind Valen at dark sun level. Most importantly, Sauron was clearly exhausted at the moment, his energy fluctuations carrying a weak sense of disorder, obviously due to recent excessive exertion without recovery. That voice seems like... Sauron's gaze sharpened. Zot, impossible, aren't you already? Dead, the holy disk sneered, deliberately turning his face toward the light, allowing Sauron to see his half-familiar, half-twisted face. Disappeared, left, fallen, People always like to use those terms for colleagues who choose different paths. The holy disk emitted a piercing laugh, like nails scraping across glass. He spread his arms, as if displaying some kind of trophy, showing off his mutated body. However, I've gained the Supreme Apostle's favor, acquiring power enough to destroy your school. Sauron's expression immediately turned serious. Apostle, Supreme Apostle of the Eye of the Abyss. Being a seasoned official wizard, Sauron instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Supreme Apostle isn't a regular awakened, but the top leadership of that terrifying organization, each possessing power comparable to a great wizard. The Holy Disk could see the shock and fear flash in Sauron's eyes, exactly the effect he desired. In a duel between wizards, psychological advantage is sometimes more critical than the strength of magic power. Now, Sauron's emotional fluctuations had begun to affect his magic power stability. The Holy Disk keenly sensed this wavering, continuing his psychological offensive. Sauron, we've worked together for years, aren't you curious? Curious as to why I would choose the path to the abyss. Curious why more and more wizards are abandoning so-called orthodoxy for the path of the awakened. With each sentence, he deliberately infused a special frequency wave into his tone. As a Curse series wizard, this was his ace skill, the word spirit disturbing heart technique. Capable of attacking specific thoughts and disrupting the target's cognitive coherence. Enough, Zot. Sauron stopped him harshly, yet inadvertently exposed his emotional fluctuation. Regardless of who you once were, now you've fallen into an abyssal puppet, pointless to say more. Saying this, Sauron began forming seals, the starting gesture for multi-layered twisting shield, a generally effective universal protective magic. The Holy Disk knew he couldn't give the opponent more time. Multi-layered twisting shield. Tusk, you still fancy flashy magic. The Holy Disk's 7 eyes rotated simultaneously. Deep inside the pupils flashed a bizarre red light. Unfortunately, you're no longer in peak condition. Maintaining the Bloodline altar node drained too much of your vitality, didn't it? Sauron's action paused slightly. The Holy Disk knew he hit the nail on the head. Ron's recent promotion just occurred, and the entire Black Mist School's upper echelon expended substantial energy for it. Especially Sauron, as the one assigned to maintain the Bloodline altar. His spiritual power must have been massively depleted. In that delicate hesitation, the Holy Disk quietly completed its most adept curse magic, First Circle. Death's Gaze. Sauron, old friend, do you remember that project we researched together? The Holy Disk's voice suddenly turned incomparably gentle, as if recounting a beautiful memory. About the study of human limits, the critical point between pain and pleasure. You said back then it was too dangerous, but now I think you should experience it firsthand. As these words were uttered, an invisible curse energy subtly spread, coiling around Sauron's spirit barrier like a venomous snake. This curse is not a simple confrontation of forces, but a precise lock designed specifically for Sauron's spiritual structure. Like a key targeting the keyhole. He only felt a whirl of dizziness. His multi-layer twisted shield was abruptly halted halfway in its construction. Spiritual power seemed to be entangled by some invisible sticky mucus, unable to flow freely. This is a curse. Sauron struggled to break this confinement, but to his horror he found that the more he tried, the deeper the curse penetrated into his spirit. Zot, you. How could you? How could you release such a strong curse? The Holy Disk chuckled lightly. This is what you rigid wizards will never understand. The path to the abyss seems dangerous, yet it offers shortcuts beyond your imagination. The power traditional wizards spend decades mastering under the abyss's gift can be grasped in an instant. As he spoke, the mutation of his right arm was fully revealed, 3 intersecting bone blades glinting with a chilling cold light, with bizarre purple-black energy flowing on them. This energy is not simply abyssal contamination, but a meticulously refined soul corrosive, capable of eroding the soul's foundation while damaging the flesh. Sauron widened his eyes, sensing his body gradually losing control, with the flow of spiritual power getting slower and slower. At the critical moment, he struggled with all his might to break free from the curse's shackles. But those once familiar spells at this moment scattered like sand blown by the wind, unable to coalesce. The Holy Disk gave him no chance. its figure almost instantaneously blurred, leaving only a purple-black afterimage in the air. Farewell, Sauron. I'm quite curious, what will the crystal tower craft from your soul? The bone blade mercilessly pierced Sauron's chest. The moment it penetrated the heart, a surge of abyssal energy infused into it, causing the blood and flesh around the wound to rapidly decay and rot. Sauron only had time to let out a muffled groan before collapsing like a puppet, with its strings cut. A trace of morbid pleasure appeared on the holy disk's face. He knew that even a Morning Star-level wizard, with no defense, could not withstand such a precise and lethal attack. What's more, Sauron was already in a weakened state, his spiritual power and magic power far from their peak. The holy disk murmured, yet a gleam of triumph flickered in his eyes. He was aware that during the engagement just now, he hadn't used the full power of the throne seed. The Apostle's power is like a precious magic potion, where every little bit must be used with precision. Speaking, he ruthlessly withdrew the bone blade from Sauron's chest, pulling out a still weakly beating heart. The heart was covered with a thin layer of Morning Star-level magic power crystal substance, emitting a faint glow even detached from the body. The heart of a Morning Star-level wizard. What a marvelous energy spring! The holy disk examined the still beating heart in his hand, greed gleaming in his 7 eyes. He opened his distorted mouth, sharp teeth flashing cold light, and swallowed the heart whole. Warm, fresh blood flowed down his jaw, leaving shocking marks on his mutated skin with the crimson liquid. Delicious to the extreme, the holy disk satisfied licked the corner of his mouth. It's a pity time is tight, can't thoroughly savor this body. He turned to the fallen Sauron, a mocking smile appearing on his face. However, I think with your Morning Star-level wizard's power, you shouldn't die so easily. Perhaps you might struggle for a brief moment, but... The holy disk's 7 eyes simultaneously flickered with a cold gleam. No matter the abyss's contamination has entered your blood, will soon erode your spiritual world, completely destroy your consciousness. Death will be a mercy for you. Saying this, the holy disk turned and walked toward the hovering red crystal, ignoring the nearly lifeless Sauron behind. His goal was clear, using the Apostle's power to destroy the core seal of the Bloodline altar, releasing the suppressed abyssal energy inside, creating even greater chaos. In this chaos, it will become easier to seek and approach Ron. Walking beneath the crystal, the holy disk raised his hands. A surge of purple-black energy emerged from his palms, wrapping around the crystal's surface like tentacles. Cracks spread across the crystal's surface, accompanied by a piercing cracking sound, causing the whole space to tremble. The holy disk's 7 eyes flickered with mad radiance. He could sense his power resonating with the abyssal energy sealed in the crystal, mutually enhancing, gradually breaking through the seal's shackles. Continue stronger, ah. With a scream, the holy disk unleashed the full force of the throne seed. An unprecedented energy fluctuation erupted from his body, directly impacting the crystal's core. In the deafening explosion, the red crystal shattered completely, countless shards flying in all directions. A nearly tangible surge of abyssal energy gushed out from the broken crystal. Like a demon imprisoned for millennia finally breaking its chains, it spread with endless resentment and frenzy in all directions. The holy disk staggered back a few steps under the impact of this energy, feeling a moment of dizziness even with the protection of the Apostle's power. But soon he adjusted himself, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Perfect. The power of the abyss has finally been released. Space was torn apart, reality distorted. And the boundary between the abyss and the surface world became unclear at that moment. The first step of the mission is complete. The holy disk turned to look at the fallen Sauron on the ground, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Goodbye, Morning Star-level wizard. May you find eternal peace in the embrace of the abyss. With that, he spread those malformed wing membranes and rushed towards the altar's exit. He had to leave here quickly to find his next target, the newly appointed official wizard, Ron Ralph. Inside the Bloodline altar, abyssal energy was still surging wildly. The previously orderly space began to collapse, 12 crystal pillars falling one after another, sending the entire area into unprecedented chaos. Sauron lay on the cold ground, his consciousness drifting in darkness. The pain in his chest had become numb, blood continuing to flow from the massive wound, soaking the ground beneath him. A body without a heart should theoretically die immediately. But as a Morning Star-level wizard who had completed his transformation, Sauron's life energy far surpassed ordinary life forms. Even with such a fatal injury, he managed to maintain a faint thread of consciousness with the residual magic power within him. His thoughts were intermittent, like a shattered mirror reflecting only fragments of reality. The abyssal contamination was spreading through his blood, invading every cell, eroding his spiritual world. It was an unprecedented fall and corruption, as if countless ants were gnawing at his soul. Hayek Uni, I'm sorry. Sauron knew he could no longer send warnings to the outside world. The first attack of abyssal contamination was to sever a wizard's magic power connection, making any form of remote communication impossible. In his final moments of life, memories surged like tides. As a boy standing under the glorious arch of the Crystal Tower, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge and power. In his youth, sweating through countless experiments, striving to stand out among his peers. In his later years, finally receiving a private invitation from a schoolmaster, being told that he had potential and was worth nurturing. Contract, damn soul contract. Sauron gritted his teeth, recalling the turning point of fate. When the Crystal Tower's master personally offered him an assignment, how proud he was, believing he was finally noticed by the higher-ups. Back then, he gladly signed his name on the contract. Only when the crystal imprint marked his soul did he understand the truth. It wasn't a simple assignment but a form of exile. Those talented but not extraordinary Morning Star-level wizards were perfect pawns for the Crystal Tower. Sent to various branch schools as masters, seemingly granted great responsibility, but in reality treated as tools to be sacrificed at will by those more powerful. The contents of the contract were clear. No betraying the school's interests, no leaking of the Crystal Tower secrets. More importantly, at all costs, protect the core facilities of the school they are in, including but not limited to the Bloodline altar. Otherwise, even in death, their souls would be reclaimed by the Crystal Tower, cast into the sinner's repository, eternally burned by hellfire, ultimately refined into various alchemy tools. He had personally witnessed the making of those gargoyle flying machines, the once proud wizards' souls, refined into eternal servitude as energy cores. Their consciousness persistently half awake, feeling endless pain yet unable to escape. Every time he saw the painful glints in the eyes of those gargoyles Valen Road, Sauron would involuntarily shiver. No, I can't give up yet. Sauron struggled, not out of some noble sense of mission or loyalty to the school, but raw fear of the contract's punishment. More than absolute death, the fate of eternal torment frightened him. Just as his consciousness was about to completely fade, a warm and pure energy was triggered. That energy was pure as clear spring water, cleansing the contamination with each flow, gently healing the scars on his soul. Perhaps. There's still hope for me. Sauron's awareness sharpened a bit. The favor Ron reported a few days ago, luckily it's been preserved. This force gave him his last glimmer of hope. Seizing the brief lucidity of his mind, he painfully reached for the storage bag at his waist. Pulling out a bright red crystal from it, the tear of the heart, a precious alchemy item capable of temporarily replacing heart functions. He shakily inserted the crystal into the gaping hole on his chest. Feeling the cold crystal gradually warming, merging with the surrounding flesh, forming a temporary replacement heart. It's actually working. Sauron felt a faint hint of vitality flowing through him again. It was a bizarre sensation, living without his own heart.